The long story before that, according to your complaint. According to your complaint, your parents were also alive, and there came a time when they came to live with you?
Yes.
And they came to live with you because they were in failing health?
Yes.
And at the time they came to live with you, your brother was living with them.
Right.
He had suffered a breakdown of some sort, and he was living with and being cared for by his parents.
Yes.
So you decided to take your mother, your father, and your brother into your home.
Yes.
Shortly thereafter, your father passed away. Is that right?
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, your mother passed away, several months later, leaving your brother. You okay? Your brother was, for both ladies, Bird.
No, I don't need one.
Your brother was visiting someone, and he suffered a heart attack?
No. He was in jail in South Carolina.
He was in jail?
Yes.
After we had got him out of the hospital, Your Honor, his last stay in the hospital in November of '99, he was very bad off, and we still tried to...
He was in a psychiatric hospital?
Yes, it was, ma'am. We still tried to maintain some semblance of living for him, and we still maintained the apartment that we had gotten for her mom and her dad, and we left him in there, let him stay in there. We supplemented his income and helped him with his monthly expenses. He had, one evening, had taken his mother's automobile and left without telling anybody. I received a call on a Saturday afternoon that he had been incarcerated in South Carolina for some frivolous type crimes up there.
And how did he die in South Carolina?
He committed suicide in the jail, Your Honor.
Okay, and what did you do?
We were notified by the Clarendon County Jail that evening, and I immediately called the defendant, his estranged wife, and let her know that he had committed suicide, that he was dead. And we had several subsequent conversations over the next couple of days, and we had started making the arrangements, and that we were going to travel to South Carolina to pick up whatever personal effects he had left, along with his remains. And I had talked to the coroner up there, and we had made all the arrangements. I had very nice conversations with Mrs. Kane. We agreed, we bought her a plane ticket to come to Florida. We was going to let her stay in our home. We had a service planned for January 14th. We arrived in South Carolina on January 11th that afternoon, stayed there that evening. 9 a.m. I had an appointment with the coroner, the medical examiner.
Was Mrs. Kane there?
No, she was not.
Go ahead.
9 a.m. we walked in, and he was there with the chief of police. And they were very sad to inform us that they'd been notified the day before that Mrs. Kane had already obtained a lawyer in Sumter, South Carolina, pursuing charges, and that they notified the funeral home that if they released his remains to us, they were going to take legal action against them. So, Your Honor, in the 30 years that I've been married to this lovely woman, that was absolutely the hardest thing that I have ever had to do, was to leave there. And there were tears in everybody's eyes that day, that we could not leave there with his remains.
So tell me exactly what you are suing her for.
There was a loan that the defendant had with my wife's parents, a $2,500 loan that they had gotten from my wife's parents in November of 1997, which they were making regular and reoccurring monthly payments. And I have a detailed log of that my wife's mother kept. It's in her handwriting. It's not an agreement, but it's a very detailed ledger log that she recorded every payment she received from the defendant.
Well, the defendant says that she and her husband were in fact making payments on this loan until after your father-in-law died. She says that your mother-in-law then said to her, you don't have to bother to make any more payments on this loan. Is that what your defense is?
I understand that, Your Honor. I had a conversation with Mrs. Kane, my wife's mother, Sarah Kane, in July of 1999. We were helping supplement her income also, and we had a discussion about this, and she was depending on that money to live on. She was on a very fixed income, and I told her then that she needed to notify the defendant and tell her to keep on making those payments.
Is there any evidence that after July she resumed making the payments?
No, there is not. The logbook goes up to July.
So then, what you're saying is there was, in fact, in all probability, a conversation with her about not making the payments, because you told her that she should resume making the payments because she couldn't continue to subsidize her.
Exactly.
Well, but there is no information that she did, in fact, tell her the loan is not forgiven.
No, there is not, Your Honor.
Well, then,
There is not.
clearly, from the evidence that you have just presented to me, it is a problem, because if the payments stopped on or about the time of your dad's death and did not resume, and you clearly, Mr. Pelletier, had a conversation with your mother-in-law and said to her, well, you can't let her stop making those payments to you.
Right.
That means she must have said to you, I told her she didn't have to make the payments anymore. Because your response was, well, you have to tell her she has to start making the payments again.
Exactly.
But then there's no evidence that she did.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So then let's not deal with the loan. What else are you suing Ms. Kane for?
After that point in time, after January 12th, Mrs. Kane stopped taking all of our phone calls concerning the arrangements or what was going to happen. So we canceled the service in Florida and never was able to talk to her. On January 26th, I received this letter from Mrs. Kane informing us, and it's here in the letter, that she wanted us to go to South Carolina again, pick up the ashes, bring them to Florida, and have a service. I immediately called the funeral home, and they informed me that no, indeed, that was not the case. The following Monday, I received a call from the defendant's daughter saying that, well, now she's changed her mind again. On or about February 1st, I made another phone call to the defendant. I told her, I said, Diana, it's been a month since you left his remains at the funeral home. We need to do something. We're in grief, and it's a very, very hard time. So finally, I called, and I talked to her, who was the head of the funeral home. I said, I'm sending you a check for $1,485. I want you to send the ashes to Maine. And we had moved the whole service and planned a big service up in Maine on February 5th. We traveled to Maine on the 4th and get to the church, our family church, on the 5th, and all the friends and relatives were there. The ashes were not there, and the defendant was not there. To this day, Your Honor, we still do not know the whereabouts of the ashes or any of it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
They had forged my dad's name and draw out all of his money out of his account on the day of his death. And he said to me, call your lawyer and do not press charges on my wife for forging the checks. The day of his death, they did this.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Reggie and Linda Pelletier say their sister-in-law, Diana Kane, owes them for an unpaid loan and for her husband's funeral expenses.
Okay. Tell me, Mr. Pelletier, what money you're suing her for?
We are suing her for the $1,485 that we paid to the funeral home.
Well, did she agree, Mr. Pelletier, that you could make the arrangements to have the ashes sent to Maine?
Oh, absolutely. I talked to her on the phone, her and her daughter, and on February 1st, I spoke to both her and her daughter. Said, I'm sending a check, Federal Express, to the funeral home. The ashes are going to be shipped out immediately. We posted the obituary in the paper and informed her.
Okay, no, but did she say okay? Or did
Yes,
you
she
just
did.
tell her?
No, she said okay, that was fine. She wanted us, I said, we need to have the service, and we shipped the ashes to Maine, and she agreed to that.
Did you agree to that?
No, I did not.
What, you want to talk?
Yes.
Who are you?
I'm her daughter. I'm Melissa Ordway, and I've been with my mom, and I've been doing the phone calls with Reggie. I had a phone conversation, I believe it was on February 5th, I believe, pertaining to the ashes. We agreed, I remember my mom writing that letter for us to go to, I believe, Florida and spread the ashes on in the ocean. Only did we receive that they had forged my dad's name and draw out all of his money out of his account on the day of his death. And only he said to me, he said, I will send the check, Federal Express, right now, if you call your lawyer and do not press charges on my wife for forging the checks. That was what he said to me. It was not an agreement. That's how it went.
Okay. Let's deal with these checks because this is part of the counterclaim. Did you ever draw money out of your brother's account?
Yes, I did.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. When was that?
That was on February 6th, Your Honor.
There was January 5th and there was January 10th. And we have the checks here.
Can I see the checks?
Where are the checks from?
Your Honor, we have the deposit slips where we had deposited the money in his account.
I'm going to take a look at everything, sir.
The day of his death, they did this.
And I have the checking account on back. They forged my husband's name and they put their money in their checking account.
See, my mom has been going through a lot. She's a lot. So I've been standing by her through all this. Now, also is, during the phone conversations, there was a matter of 25 phone. I've never spoken to Linda. I've never met her before, and it was nice meeting you. Reggie, I had spoken to Reggie because since they had drawn this money out of my dad's account, I figured that was enough to pay for the funeral, I mean for the coroner and for the cremation. They refused. They refused to send them to have that money. That was their money.
So tell me, where did this money come from that you, where do you claim it came from his account?
He got, sorry.
There was $920, Your Honor, that was acquired from the estate account of Sarah Kane for the month of November and December. The balance of that was $800 that was in his account. The $2,588, as you can see, we deposited in his account.
From where?
That was the proceeds from a life insurance policy, of which he was entitled to 1/4 of that.
So that's his 1/4.
No, his 1/4 of the $2,588.
So why did you deposit the whole thing in his account for?
We deposited the whole thing in his account so we could disperse it out of his account. I mean, that's the way his mother wanted it.
Well, that makes it a little too complicated, sir. But even if you deposited that money in his account, this becomes his money. You can't, by law, write a check and sign his name. You understand that?
I understand that, ma'am.
Okay, so you can't do that. And if there was money put into the account, $800 was his?
That's correct.
Was his?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And according to you, 25% of $2,500
Exactly.
would have been his.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Right? Which more than covers this $1,485.
That is correct.
Right? So that would at least make this a wash with regard to money.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Is there any way I could show you some pictures of their home with my dad?
No.
No?
For what?
To see a picture of Fred.
No, I don't have to see Fred.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Reggie and Linda Pelletier say their sister-in-law, Diana Kane, owes them for an unpaid loan and for her husband's funeral expenses.
Now, Ms. Kane, you have a counterclaim for these checks and for a lot of mental anguish.
Yes.
So I have a few questions for you. How long had it been since you hadn't lived with your husband?
I lived with my husband for 2.5 years. But I was going to Florida to see my husband.
When were you married?
June 21st, 1996.
So you weren't married very long.
But we've been 4 years this month.
But you didn't live together for 2 years.
Due to his parents being...
Off
Just a
and on.
second. You didn't live together for 2 years. He lived with his parents.
Right.
You were separated from him for a while. He had had a mental breakdown?
He had a breakdown back in January 27, 1997. He was home with me.
And after that, he went and lived with his parents for a while.
And he came back home.
What?
Okay. He had gone to Florida because Nana and Papa were sick.
He
Papa,
stayed there.
Right, he stayed there with
all right.
Nana
He was
and Papa.
separated from your mom.
Right, they lived in
Okay.
different residents,
They-
yes.
That's what separated means. He was
Right.
separated from your mother.
Right.
Is there currently a lawsuit against the state in South Carolina that was filed by you or your mother on behalf of your father's estate with regard to him committing suicide while in the jail?
Yes, we...
Okay. I know that.
Can I elaborate a little bit more?
No, you don't have to elaborate. I could have told you that. You hired a lawyer, and the lawyer said if you commit suicide while you're in jail, that means the county is negligent, and that means that you have a good lawsuit.
Right.
And you hired a lawyer for that.
That's right.
Okay. What's the status of that case?
We're not too sure of it right now.
Okay. Can I finish Reggie's case, please?
No, not necessary. They're not getting any money because these checks covered that money.
Is there any way I could show you some pictures of their home with my dad?
No.
No? I'm just saying.
For what?
To see a picture of Fred.
No, I don't have to see Fred.
Okay.
Pay attention.
Okay.
This is all about money.
It shouldn't be.
It is all about money.
Okay.
That's what it's about. That's why I hired a lawyer
Right.
to sue, right?
Right.
Where are Fred's ashes? That's what I want to know.
I bought an urn.
What?
I bought an urn for my husband.
Where are they now?
They're at home right now with me.
Yes. Yeah.
Miss Pelletier, I'm going to just try to make you feel a little bit better, if I can. I got this case. I got it. Did your brother have any children?
No,
Do you know if he had a will?
no, he did not.
He died intestate, Your Honor, no will.
If he died intestate, you understand, even if he was married to this lady for an hour, she has the right to make the funeral arrangements, she has the right to take the ashes or the body, she has the right to do all of that, even though he was your brother for a lot longer than an hour. Be nice if you could see the ashes, they're really not important.
I know I put my mom and dad in the same bay, and that's where he would have wanted to go.
Okay. But you can't make that judgment because that's not what the law says. The law says you cannot make that judgment. The law says that the person who is the next of kin, and in this case, even if they were separated, she's the next of kin. And she's permitted to make those. Stop playing with the papers over there.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Now, how long did you know Fred?
I knew Fred since 1995.
So for a very, very short period of time, you knew Fred as an adult. He didn't raise you. He didn't raise you. You met him in 1995. According to your mother, in 1997, which is less than 2 years, he had a nervous breakdown.
Right.
So don't tell me about the love that you had. All right? That's her brother.
That's right.
If anyone should be involved in making the arrangements and making sure that his last wishes would have been fulfilled, your mother should have consulted them and done that. She didn't. Everybody got very excited and very involved about hiring a lawyer and suing the county where he committed suicide. His memories and his soul are most important.
That's right.
You have that. And there is nothing that any court is going to do to make you feel better about that. You know, your husband is very articulate. He told the story very well. This was the wrong thing to do. I understand how it happened. I would assume that nothing is going to come of it. It should not. But you never can tell when people are interested in money. You never can tell what they're going to do.
Yeah, this is case number 206 on the calendar in the matter of McMahon versus McCarthy. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Have seats, please.
Mr. McMahon, according to the complaint that I read, you and the defendant leased an apartment to live together. When you moved into the apartment, you put down half the security deposit. You also purchased some old furniture together. When you separated, you did not receive your security deposit back, nor the value of half the furniture that you purchased. That's what you want.
That's
right?
correct, Your Honor.
The defendant says this is pretty much a joke because you really owe her money and she has a counterclaim. When did you lease this apartment?
I believe it was in July of '98, June or July.
And how long did you live together?
On and off for probably a year and a half.
When did you finally separate?
About probably 5 months ago, permanently.
And how long did you actually live in the apartment?
I actually lived in the apartment full-time for approximately 2 months before I got thrown out the first time.
And then you moved back?
And then I moved back.
Well, so let's have all the months together that you actually lived there.
Probably 4 months straight, on and off for probably a year and a half.
And how much was your security deposit that you put down?
$150.
Now, tell me about this furniture that you purchased together.
First, we bought a washer and dryer. I paid $75. She paid $75.
Okay. What's next?
The next is the furniture, which her aunt was selling, and again, we each paid $75 for the furniture.
No, we did not.
You'll have your
That's
chance.
wrong, Your
You'll have
Honor.
your chance. So that is $275 and $150, $425. How did you pay your half of the rent, which comes to her counterclaim?
With check, with a check.
With checks.
I wrote my checks out to her.
Let me see them.
I don't have them. She packed all my stuff up.
He packed it all himself.
Mr. McMahon.
That's not true.
See, the problem is, she says that you lived together a total of 6 months. You say 4 months. The defendant says that you only paid rent for 2 of those months.
That is correct. But the only reason I paid for the first 2 months because I lived there full time. She threw me out. I had to go move into a whole nother place. And we were broken up. We started seeing each other again, and I had a separate residence.
But then you moved back in, even according to you.
Right, okay.
Sir, listen to me. Then you moved back in, at least according to you, for another 2 months on an apartment where you had a lease.
Right.
And you did not pay rent for those 2 months.
Yes, I did.
No, he didn't.
No, you just told me you didn't pay rent for those 2 months. You said you only paid rent for 2 months.
I wasn't living there full time. I was only spending 2 nights out of the week there. I already moved out into a whole nother place.
No, Mr. McMahon, now you're making that up as you're going along. You
not,
just said
Your
to me,
Honor.
you
Oh, I'm
said to
nervous.
me a
Don't-
moment ago, of the year and a half that you were together, you lived there 4 months, but you only paid rents for 2 months out of the 4.
No, while I was there, if I stayed there for a full month, I would pay for half of that month. If I only spent
That's
a
not
couple...
what you just told me.
Well, excuse me, Your Honor. I'm a little confused. It was...
Well, let's not get confused, sir.
But I went and got a separate residence, and then we started dating again. I would spend the weekend over there and then go back during the week to my own residence.
He never got his own residence until after the second time I threw him out. He lived with his father after the first time.
Okay, let's talk about the expenses that you say he owes you, Miss McCarthy. Let me hear.
Well, Your Honor, most of what he has said was correct. He was there May and June. I found he was cheating on me and I threw him out. We reconciled and he moved back in October, and he was there October, November, and December, and it was shortly after Christmas, 1998, or maybe even after the first of the year,
That's not
where I
true
threw him
either.
out for the second time. He was coming up with all these excuses why he couldn't help me out with the rent, and never paid anything. The day I threw him out, I went to do some laundry, and he had a bad habit of keeping his papers in his pants. I would check his pockets for papers, and I found a receipt for some car stereo equipment that he purchased the day before, and that's when all heck broke loose, and I threw him out.
Why?
Because he kept claiming that he had no money to help me out. You know, he was getting speeding tickets, he was paying for the speeding tickets, he bought $1,000 rims for this Mustang that he owned. The heat would be up to 80 degrees and he wasn't even there.
All right,
So
now, I got it.
I was on the lease, though. I'm entitled
Just
to
a
turn my own heat up.
Just a second.
but he
I got
wasn't paying for it. Your
I got
Honor.
it.
That's not
I
true.
understand the whole scenario. Now, my next question to both of you is clearly, according to you, October, November, and December of 1998
98.
is when you, in December is when you threw him out ultimately?
Yeah, it was a little after Christmas, maybe even after the first of the year.
Okay, and did he ever move back in?
No.
Why haven't you sued him for the amounts that you claim he owes you?
Well, initially, Your Honor, we got back together around Valentine's Day in 1999.
So you were back together?
Yes,
again.
we did. We never moved. He never moved back in. I still live there today.
But in February of 1999, you sort of got back together. How?
He invited me to dinner, bought me a couple dozen roses, and schmoozed his way back in like he always did.
All right. And how long did that schmoozing last?
On and off for about a year. We had a verbal agreement in between all this because he was upset about the furniture. He threatened to cut it up if he had to in order for him to get his half of it. And once we did get back together, we made a verbal agreement that I was to keep the furniture in my apartment because he hadn't helped me for those 3 months. And that was
true.
well and good for
Never
us.
made that agreement.
And all of a sudden I get this lawsuit, and so I said, well, the heck with it. I'm going to just
Right.
get my money that he owes me.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. So you were prepared to say, forget it.
Yes, I
moved
was.
on. Now, Mr. McMahon, I'm going to ask you the same question, sir. What took you so long to file this lawsuit?
We got engaged
Yes.
She wanted me to move back in. I said, no, not until some issues are resolved.
And when did that engagement terminate?
On my birthday,
What date?
January 30th. I wasn't just going to jump into a lawsuit until I had some time
You
to
should
deal
have
with what I was
jumped into the
feeling.
lawsuit a year and a half ago.
Well, yeah,
If you
you're
believe-
right. You're right. I
You're
should've.
absolutely right. If you believe that she honestly owed you this money, half of a washer and dryer for $75 and a lot of furniture for $75.
It's not the money. It's got nothing to do with the money.
So what does it have to do with?
Your Honor, we had a 3-bedroom apartment. Out of all 3, each bedroom had a closet. I had a quarter of one closet in the master bedroom.
So does my husband.
And I had 2,
And let me tell you, he's a happy man.
and I had 2 drawers. I had
Just a
2
second.
drawers. I
Do you
couldn't even put my
understand?
clothes in there.
He has 2 drawers. Men are lucky if they have a quarter of a closet. They have 1 drawer.
And another
Right?
thing.
Women need more drawers.
And another thing,
And
Your
more
Honor.
closet space.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She took over the whole apartment.
That's what ladies do. They make a nest.
What about me?
My husband knows he can decorate anything in his quarter of the closet.
I didn't get nothing.
Period.
And later today,
He shove-kicked me to my grilling area, and I didn't do anything.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Daniel McMahon says ex-girlfriend Michelle McCartney won't return his furniture or his share of the deposit on their apartment.
Have you ever been married?
No,
That's a very good lesson I'm going to teach you. Don't expect more than a quarter of a closet. Right? If you expect more, never get married.
Okay, and another thing. January 30th, which was my birthday, which was one of the last
What,
big
more than a
fights.
quarter of a closet?
A quarter of a closet's
Judge,
ridiculous.
I've been married for 13 years.
Yeah.
I don't even have a quarter of a closet.
The whole apartment had her family all over the wall. I couldn't put any. I had no entity in there at all.
You mean you
No
couldn't have a
nothing.
picture of your mother or your grandmother
The
up?
walls were full. I couldn't do nothing.
Mr. McMahon.
I'm serious. She took over the whole apartment.
Mr. McMahon.
I had no rights and nothing.
That's what ladies do. They make a nest.
We need.
Here,
There
let me
should be a
explain
little
something
bit
to
of
you.
compromise.
Let me
though,
explain
and there was
something to you.
not.
That's what happens. They make a nest. Right?
What about me?
My husband knows he can decorate anything in his quarter of the closet.
I didn't get nothing.
Period.
I had to step
Don't move
over.
a
I had to
lamp.
I had to
Don't
step
move a
over shoes
picture.
to get to my quarter of the closet.
Get over
Her
it.
shoes.
Listen to me. Your lawsuit, Mr. McMahon, is nonsense. And so is your counterclaim. Nonsense. 2.5 years ago, you started a relationship. You moved into an apartment together. It didn't work out. Your entire investment was at most $425, which includes $150 for some old furniture and an old washer and dryer. How many times did you use the washer and dryer? I want you to think very carefully. How many times did you take clothes, like sheets and towels, from the bathroom and from the beds, take them, put them in the washing machine, wait till it was finished, take it out, put it in the dryer, and fold it up? How many times did you do that?
Plenty of times. If I wasn't being thrown out that week, I was doing laundry. Without
If
a
you
doubt.
weren't being thrown, you were doing laundry?
Yeah.
Is that
I
right?
used to do her work, her
Is
work
that
clothes
right?
for
He was
her.
doing,
Everything
he was
else.
doing the laundry?
Some.
He was doing the
Few and far between. I was mostly doing all of our laundry. But yes, it was used for his clothes, which he had.
I didn't ask you it was used for his clothes. I'm talking about sheets and towels and stripping the beds and.
Oh, I did all that. I could hardly even get him to
No,
make the
listen-
bed, never mind
listen to
strip
me.
it.
I'm talking about stripping the beds and putting the sheets in
Didn't
and
spend
putting the
enough
sheets
time in
back on the bed. Who did that?
I did all that.
You did that?
Yeah.
Well, you were honest about the other thing. He did do his own work clothes. Who did the cleaning in the apartment?
I did everything. I did
Like-
everything, Your
Like
Honor.
what? I mean, who scrubbed the bathroom floor? Who scrubbed the
did.
kitchen floor?
I did. I wouldn't even let him do the dishes because he would do them in a half-mannered way and they would be all greasy, so I'd have to redo them anyway. That was his lame excuse for not being able to do anything because he didn't know how.
It's called learned helplessness. You do it wrong so nobody asks you to do it again.
That's not
Mr.
true at all.
McMahon, is it accurate that the housework was done by the defendant?
You know what? I didn't spend enough time in that
Oh, my
apartment to
goodness.
clean anything. If you want to be, if you want the real
No,
deal.
you spent some time there, sir.
Very
According to you,
little.
you spent a couple of months there straight. And in addition to the couple of months there straight, 2 or 3 days a week when you were going to your own place. So you were there long enough to dirty the kitchen, dirty the bathroom, dirty the tub, dirty all those things.
If I dirtied something, I cleaned it.
He did
That's
not.
it.
I'm not
I've
gonna-
heard,
I'm
I've
not
heard
gonna-
that before. Mr. McMahon, your lawsuit is nonsense, and so is your counterclaim. They're both dismissed. Get over it.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
One of us was obligated to continue paying that lease, and I did, and I have been paying it ever since. He paid 2 months, and he was on a lease for a year.
He wanted me to pay it while I was living in.
Oh well.
I didn't get treated fair in the relationship from Jump Street, and you know, I got taken advantage of.
And now the next case.
All parties on Sias versus Graham. Step forward, please.
55-year-old Asian arts instructor Ted Sias is suing 19-year-old carpet installer William Graham for assaulting him while riding his bike.
According to your complaint, Mr. Sias, you were riding your bike to work. What kind of work do you do?
I teach internal health arts in Huntington Beach.
In a school?
Yes, ma'am.
And a car that was being driven by one of these two young men
Mr. Graham.
somehow passed by you, and he shouted something out the window, which made you angry.
It startled me. It scared
Startled
me.
you.
Yes.
So you got angry.
Yes.
And what you did in response was to ride your bike on an overpass where you were, and when you saw his car passing under the underpass, you picked up a rock and threw it at his car.
Yes, ma'am, but it was actually a pebble, and I brought the approximate size that I dropped.
Pebble, rock, you threw a something at his car.
Yes.
That made Mr. Graham very angry,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you got off the expressway to find him,
Yes, ma'am.
because you saw him do it.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a confrontation. And that's what this lawsuit is about, because you said that during the course of that confrontation, Mr. Graham injured you and broke your bike.
Yes.
So let's start out. You're pedaling along, going to work. His car comes alongside you, and what does he say to you?
It wasn't him. It was his passenger that screamed at me.
What did his passenger say?
I don't know. It was just a holler, a very loud holler. I wasn't.
Which startled you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you do?
Well, I about fell off my bike. Then I picked up this little pebble, and I was thinking about dropping it. And when they pulled it around, and he gave me the birdie, that was it. That's all it took to send me the rest of the way. So I did drop it. I wasn't dropping the pebble to cause damage. I was dropping the pebble as more of an act of, you do this to me, I do this to you, but I wasn't striving for revenge. I lost my head.
Yeah, but he didn't do anything to you, sir, that involved any physical touching.
I think
His
it's
passenger
Yes, ma'am.
said something to startle you.
I think it's an accumulation of years of riding and getting people throwing things at me and hollering at me. I guess that one time I've been tired. I was riding my bike for 12 miles that day. I just lost it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You see the passenger?
Yes, he was, ma'am.
Did you do that?
How?
Up! Right there.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Ted Sias says William Graham assaulted him while out riding his bike. William claims Ted threw a rock at his car.
What was the first thing that was said?
I asked him, ma'am, I said, why did you throw a rock in my car? He then got off his bike, and he says, well, you know, you screamed at me. And I'm like, who screamed at you?
Well,
you know,
it's clear he didn't scream at you.
We were...
Just a minute. He didn't scream at you.
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Somebody else did. Go ahead.
It could have been possible that we had been goofing around, laughing, whatever, you know, the case may be in the car, what you do with
Whatever. Somebody in your car
Yeah.
spooked him. Right?
That must have happened somehow. It wasn't intentional.
Was he the passenger?
Yes, he was, ma'am.
Did you do that?
Oh,
Up! Right there. Right where the finger is. Did you do that to the bike rider?
I was...
No, look at me.
I'm sorry. I was singing in the car, yelling, having a good time, not yelling at anyone out of the car, intentionally.
Did you realize you had startled him?
No.
Now sit down. Go ahead.
Okay, so then he pushes me once. I push his hand down. I say, don't touch me again. He pushes me again, I push his hand down, and after I push his hand down the second time, he shove-kicked me to my groin area. And I didn't do anything. Then I was going to call the cops. He got on his bike like he was going to leave. And I said, where are you going? And he said, oh, I'm leaving now, like that. And he's like, you're wasting my time. I said, yeah, thanks a lot. I just got my car painted. I just got my car painted, and he dropped the rock and chipped on the roof of my car. And he says, well, now it just gives you something to do, doesn't it? He gets back off his bike, pushes me one more time. I push his hand down again, and then he kicked me harder in the same exact area, the same type of kick in the groin. And at that time, I grabbed his leg, he went to swing at me, and I hit him in the head, and then I hit him a couple more times. He fell over his bike, which was right behind him. Once he was on the ground, I held him down. This is all in a position where I had a broken collarbone at the time because I was in an accident maybe a month before at the most, and I had a cast on my hand from torn ligaments. So I was really in no position to be starting a fight.
What kind of accident? Car accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers, you want to tell me your version of the event, sir?
Basically, he's saying something effective. You're going to pay for it, you're going to pay for it, or you're going to apologize. I can't remember which one or both. And he kept trying to get closer to me, and I kept telling him to stay away. I said it numerous times. I did what's called a push kick towards his groin. It was not meant to cause any pain. He says, what was that?
But you did do that.
I did do that, yes, I did.
And he hadn't put his hands on you yet.
He was kept getting...
No. He had not put his hands on you.
No, ma'am, not yet. I did what I could, which was non-lethal. I pushed towards his face to make him lean back to go away. I pushed towards his groin.
He didn't kill you either, Mr. Sayers. That's not lethal.
If you look at the picture, you'll see it's probably lethal. My face doesn't look too pretty. I've probably got a birthmark that'll last me the rest of my life. You want to...
Sure, I'll take a look.
Thank you.
That's not lethal. Nasty, but not lethal.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You don't say anything in your complaint, Mr. Sayers, about your putting your hands on the defendant first. He's a young man, and very often people say, well, young kids, you know, they're going to lose their temper and they're going to get out of control. I think that it happens with men when they reach maybe age 50. You're not 50 yet, are you?
Nowhere near.
I know, they do have as sometimes what you describe as road rage. You went to the top of an overpass, you picked up a pebble. You say it was a very small pebble. It may have been, but certainly enough. If that falls on your car fast enough and shatters a windshield, that can cause you to lose control of the car, and it can cause you to go into a tree, another car, another person. It can cause very serious damage, injury, and can cause death. And then when he confronted you, when he stopped the car, which was his absolute right because he had done nothing to you, his partner over here maybe was singing too loud, maybe he was trying to frighten you, maybe he was acting like a jerk, which is possible, because I'm looking at him and it's possible. But he didn't do anything to you. When he confronted you, instead of apologizing, you put your hands on him first, twice. And it looks to me, at the end of the day, you got the worst of it.
Obviously.
That's too bad.
Matter of Calmetta versus Morris. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Mr. Calmetta, according to your complaint, sir, you met the defendant at Home Depot.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you just struck up a conversation with the defendant.
Yeah, she was standing in front of me in line.
And she told you that she was buying stuff to paint her house or to do her house, and you volunteered to help her, but then indicated to her that the cost for doing that would be how much?
Well, Your Honor,
$1,500?
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to change. What had happened was I had given her my card because I was sort of attracted to her.
I assume. I've read the complaint.
It wasn't more or less, I told her she did need electrical work. I was an electrical contractor. I do building, I do painting, I do remodeling, but my primary job is an electrical contractor. So I handed her my card, and I did make a comment that sometimes it's easier to hire someone to do the work than try to do it yourself.
So?
Well, about 3 hours later, I went and finished the job I was on, and I got to the driveway of my home, and I got a phone call on my cell phone. It was her, and she had tried to attempt to paint the condo herself, and she was having a little trouble. Apparently, the paint wasn't sticking to the ceiling, and she was getting blotches. And I sort of told her, I says, well, try to smooth them out.
Well, what did she ask you? She said, how?
Well, she asked me if I knew someone who could come out, because she knew that my primary trade was electrical, that if I knew a painter, if I could help her out. And I says, well, sure, I do, but it's going to be very difficult to get someone to come out on a drop of a dime, you know, this Friday night, you know. And figured I'd try to make a few phone calls, and nobody was calling me back.
You didn't make any phone calls. You decided to go over there yourself.
Yeah, I did. Well, I did call one person. I tried to. I called one person.
You thought about calling somebody, but you went over yourself.
Yes.
Mr. Calmetta, let's keep it simple, sir.
Yes,
simple and honest. Yes.
So
okay.
I ended up going over there, yes, and I noticed that her rollers were incorrect. She had the incorrect rollers. The paint was a cheap brand. And I asked her, I said, let's go to Home Depot, let's get a better quality paint, and let's get some rollers. So we went to the store, we picked up the correct supplies, we got back, and I did spend that whole, I got there from 4, I have the whole job itemized here.
No, just tell me the stories.
Okay, I'm just...
You didn't itemize the job that day or
no,
the day
after.
It
was itemized down the road.
It was itemized down the road, close to this lawsuit.
Yeah, right after.
All right, so let's... Mr. Calmetta, let's try to keep it simple. So you went to this store, you got better paint, and you got a couple of really good rollers. And then you went back and started to help her paint the house, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear.
Well, we spent the whole week in there painting because it was a decent sized job. I had my employee here come by on Saturday. I was there till 11:30 Friday painting, and we returned Saturday in the afternoon after I was done with my regular jobs. And we spent. Well, I had left for 2 hours. He was there for the first 2 hours while I had went and did a service call. I returned. We were there together for about 5 more hours, and I stayed later to try to finish up the job on
What
Saturday.
day are you talking about? Shh. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That was May 6th on the Saturday. And then the last day I was there was Sunday, which was May 7th. And I was only there for 3.5 hours.
Okay, so you were there. Did you finish the job?
Yeah, we finished the whole job. It was
Good.
like, she wanted 2 different colors, so that took a little bit of taping.
You finished the job.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
And then what happened?
Well, there was also, things happened, and we talked about possibly going to South Beach with me. Okay, we were going
to Florida.
Yes, Your Honor. And I had purchased some tickets for us to go.
When did you do that?
Actually, it was Monday.
I mean, right after the weekend.
Yeah.
Right after the weekend, you bonded.
Yeah.
With the good rollers.
At least I thought we did.
And?
And when it got closer to the trip, I'll try to make this short, something happened to her grandmother.
How much later was the trip scheduled?
Well, it was scheduled to leave on the 19th of May.
So within a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see each other between that time, between the Monday that you finished the job and the day you were supposed to leave on the trip? Did you go out? Did you date? Did you go to dinner? Anything?
Well, we were both quite busy.
So the answer is no? No. Okay.
And like I said, 3 days before the flight, she had called and said that I tried to get in hold of her. She's kind of mad. I called her work. She didn't like the fact that I called her at work. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. She was at her grandmother's house for a couple days. Apparently she was sick and she couldn't make the trip, and she ended up canceling on me, which in a way I did go on the trip by myself. I have the tickets, that I purchased for her, which I'm not too concerned with about the trip, to be honest with you. Even though I put it on the sheet, I wasn't really going to try to make a deal out of it, because I did go on a trip and I had a great time. The day I got there, I met a beautiful young lady and had a great time in South Beach, and I was kind of glad I went. So it turned out real well. So more or less, it's the trip's not that big of a concern. It's just more or less the work that I did.
So you are withdrawing your claim for the plane ticket?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So far, that's a good idea because I didn't hear anything about, well, I'll pay half.
Yeah, exactly. So I figured
good.
that much. So
Perfect. All right. Now, with regard to the painting, I also didn't hear anything, Mr. Calmetta, about how much she was going to pay you or your helper.
I was going to tell you that. I don't know how you can figure as far as the Friday, because we didn't discuss the rates till about the middle of the job on Friday. She goes, well, what do you charge?
She asked you what your fees were. That doesn't necessarily mean that she was agreeing to pay your fees. But
well,
she asked how much...
When they asked me what my fees are, I'm not there to do this for free. I wasn't there to paint the place for free. I more or less made it clear that $75 to come out, and it's $50 per man per hour. Those are my daytime rates. Anything after 5 o'clock, like I said, I have it all itemized. It's double time after 5. Saturday, it's time and a half, and Sunday, it's double time. And I did make it clear to her. I even said it would probably run about $1,500. Okay. And so, but it did come a little bit more than that.
Now, when you told her it was going to run her $1,500, what did she say to you?
She had no problem with that.
No, what did she say?
Hi.
She said okay. She had no problem.
Okay, now, Miss Morris.
Yes.
Let's hear from you. And we don't have to concentrate on the trip, because the trip he's withdrawing because...
I understand that.
he had a great time there with somebody else.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He already had the tickets bought, Your Honor. He came to my house with somebody else's name on the ticket saying, I was supposed to take her, but instead I chose you.
Is that true?
Well, I was supposed to take some other girl that I had met, but...
Oh, yeah.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Richard Calmetta says former friend Sarah Ann Morris owes him for painting her condo and for airline tickets to South Beach.
Now, Miss Morris.
Yes.
Let's hear about the painting. You hooked up at
Your
Home
Honor.
Depot. I assume all of that is correct, that you met there, that you called him to come over and take a look and see if he could help you, that you did in fact go back and buy different paints, different rollers, etc. He came back to your house and started working. So far, is that all correct?
To a point. He gave the wrong dates. It's April 28th.
Who cares?
29th. My family was supposed to help me and they canceled on me. So I was desperate to a point that I needed to get it done. I'm just a go-getter. Once I say I'm going to do something, I like to accomplish it.
Okay, so you called him.
Yes, I did.
You didn't expect him to do it for nothing, did you?
No, I didn't.
But you just, because you just met the man at Home Depot.
Right, I expected to pay him. No, yes, I did, Your Honor.
Oh, so how much did you pay him?
I offered him Saturday $200. He refused to take it because he began liking me.
Well, ma'am, I do a service call for $20.
He wouldn't take the money because he knew I'm a young lady. I just got started on my own, and he didn't want to take from me. He makes his own money. He doesn't need $200.
Well, this man didn't like you. You were the helper?
Yeah,
right?
he's my employee.
Just a second. He was the employee. He was there painting with him. He wasn't crazy about you. What did you think? He was just coming along because he had nothing to do for the weekend?
No, Your Honor, I wasn't.
Well, what did you pay him?
I didn't pay them anything because he told me he didn't want anything.
What about him?
He was just his follower. He spoke for both of them.
Miss Morris.
Yes.
Pay careful attention, madam.
Will do.
You called him because you needed somebody to paint for you.
I told him I... Yes.
And you expected to have that done at a fee.
Right.
I assume you were helping.
Yes, I was.
Okay. She was helping.
Yes, you.
And that isn't the usual standard fare. I mean, I've had my apartment painted, and I don't remember being right in there in the thick of things with a paintbrush when somebody is painting my apartment. Like, if you went to do an electrical job, sir, you wouldn't say to the person whose house you were in, come over here and hold these wires because you're going to hold the wires while I hang the fixture. You come, they leave, and so this was a little different.
Because we were on time and material.
No.
Yes.
It was a little different.
Well, we were on T&M, though. I did discuss as far as, she was trying to save some time.
Mr. Calmetta,
well,
it was a little different.
Yes, it was.
And it was a little different, compounded by the fact that the day after you completed the job, you made an investment in plane tickets to take it to South Beach. How many times have you done that when you did your electrical work? Right?
Yes, right.
All right, so it's a little bit different. You see, my problem, Miss Morris, is that you can't be a total taker. I mean, if he's smitten with you and he wants to invest a weekend helping you paint your condo, that's fine.
I agree.
But this man deserves to be paid, especially when it certainly appeared that after the painting was done, you had nothing to do with him, even after he bought the tickets and then bailed out. Right?
Correct. But
right.
A lot of things in between that we're not discussing right now happened between mine and Richard's relationship, or friendship, I should say, to make me not want to go on this trip with him.
But I withdrew the trip.
I understand.
So drop that.
Just a second. That may be. Don't you understand that a man who is smitten with a woman, whether he's good, whether he's bad, whether he's got quirks, whether he dresses up in odd clothes in the evening, it doesn't make any difference. You know, he feels as if he had made an investment because you led him on over the weekend. You led him on sufficiently for him to plan a trip with you that you initially said you would go on. Initially. What are you shaking your head? No. You mean you didn't initially say that you would go with him?
Not really. I was too good to be true. I didn't believe it.
Just a second. Don't tell me too good to be true. You initially said that you would go with him. He didn't go buy tickets to South Beach.
He already had the tickets bought, Your Honor. He came to my house with the tickets a week before we were supposed to go with somebody else's name on the ticket saying, I was supposed to take her, but instead I chose you.
Is that true?
Show her the tickets.
Is that true?
Well, I was supposed to take somebody else on a different date, on a different flight, some other girl that I had met. but it has nothing to do with.
Would you step up here, sir?
Your Honor, it has nothing to do with her, though. I mean,
please. It has enough to do that you put it in your complaint, sir. Tell me your last name.
Szynski.
Mr. Szynski, you work with or for the plaintiff?
Yeah.
How many hours did you spend approximately at the defendant's house?
It was Saturday from 4 to about 11 o'clock.
Just on Saturday?
Yep.
Okay. Let me see your job estimate that you've made up right before court. Okay. Now, you say that you get $50 an hour.
yes, Your Honor, that's standard contractor's rates.
For you and for...
It's per man per hour. The way
Per man per hour.
We charge 75.
Mr. Calmetta, I don't believe you, sir. I don't believe that you had a discussion with her prior to you doing the job, fixing the fees, including $50 an hour for you and $50 an hour for Mr. Szynski over here.
I have overhead as far as
Pay
phone
attention,
bills.
sir.
Yes, I understand that, but that's
Pay
what I charge
attention,
as an employer, though.
I don't believe you had an agreement with her.
I had told her what the rates were.
Listen to me, sir. I don't believe that you had a contract with her. There are too many things that do not ring true to me, including the fact that you prepared this right before you came to court. You had no signed contract. When you do an electrical job for somebody, Mr. Calmetta, you prepare this first, right? Pay attention.
Your Honor, I don't.
Mr. Calmetta.
You're not saying that you want me to...
Mr. Calmetta,
you're telling me how I do my
don't try to
business.
talk over me, sir. You're going to lose.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You better make up your mind quickly what we're going to do about this situation. It's not going to go away. If I don't hear from you by the end of the day, I'm going to make your life miserable.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Richard Calmetta says former friend Sarah Ann Morris owes him for painting her condo and for airline tickets to South Beach.
Mr. Calmetta, if you are an electrical contractor or a building contractor, and I have dealt with both.
I understand, but...
When you do a job, you outline what the job is. Cost of hours, cost of paint and materials, cost of electrical supplies. You sign it, and they sign it.
That's on the bid. This was not a bid.
That is not a bid, sir. I have never dealt with anybody on a big job for $1,500 or $2,000 where we didn't have a contract, even a painter. The painter writes down what color they're going to paint the foyer, what color they're going to paint the living room, what kind of paint they're going to use. I sign, they sign, I have a contract. And if you're in business and if you have employees, that's how you do your electrical work as well. And if you don't do it, then you're not a very good businessman. This was done later. I don't believe that you had a contract with her, but I do believe that you are responsible to pay Mr. Szynski. Do you understand? You can't be a taker.
I don't want to be a taker.
Good. So how much do you think it was worth for you to have your condo painted over the weekend at the drop of a dime? You tell me how much you anticipated paying somebody else.
The estimate that I show for the work that they both did came out to about $300 worth of work. I'll be willing to pay
That's ridiculous.
Richard $300, his partner.
I do that on a service call, Your Honor.
I have a tape here, also, Your Honor, that has him threatening me and also saying that he did the paint job out of the goodness of his heart because he liked me.
Oh, well, let me hear it. Let me hear that part. I want to hear the
It's three different messages because it...
I just want to hear that he did the paint job out of the goodness of his heart because he liked you.
Okay.
Yes, Sarah. I'm going to need to hear from you today. We're going to have to figure out what you're going to do about this situation. This needs to be taken care of. I gave you my time. I spent a whole weekend over there painting your place. For the goodness of my heart. My time is very, very, very valuable. I did that out of the goodness of my heart. Spend time with you because I liked you. What a mistake that was. Knew when I handed you my card that I was interested in you. That's why I even came over. You weren't attracted to me. You should have never had me come out there. You knew why I came out there. Why I stayed out there. Then the situation the way it went, you should have never accepted a
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
Mr. Szynski, you came here as a witness today, is that
Yes.
right, sir? Well, you're going to leave here the owner of a judgment, because Ms. Morris indicated that minimally she thinks the job is worth $300. It's probably worth closer to $600 or $1,000 to do the entire job, but I believe that Mr. Calmetta was not doing this job to be paid. He was doing this job for another reason. However, you says, oh, yes. According to you, you had a dog, a Chihuahua. And how long did you have this dog?
We had her for about 4 months.
And somehow the dog got lost around Christmas time.
Right.
Tell me how the dog got lost.
Well, I guess she had went out in the backyard, and then she came up missing. And what we had figured, we were putting a pool in our backyard at the time, so there were a lot of different contractors coming and going.
And Ms. Yount, you found the dog.
Yes, I was with my son Darren. We were up hiking in Cucamonga Canyon, which is 2.5 miles away from where the Onions live. And we found her at the end of a dirt road at the trailhead to the trail that goes up into Cucamonga Canyon.
When did you find her?
On December 28th. And might I say that when the Onions talked to me and when the police were at my house, the next morning they came back and said they found their Petco receipt and they had lost their dog on the day of this Petco receipt, and it was November 12th.
Is that what you said?
I told her that I had lost the dog after I had taken her to get her groomed by the Petco.
Who are these two people?
This is my daughter Tania, and this is her schoolmate Karina.
Okay. Would you step up with your mom? Now tell me your name again.
Tanea.
Tanea. Is this your dog?
Yes.
How far do you live from each other? Or how far did they live from where you found the dog?
Probably about 7 long blocks or so.
So not far.
No.
So when they came to your house, I assume somebody saw the dog with them. How did that happen?
I was walking my son to the school bus stop, and Karina saw me with Chalupa.
Don't tell me what anybody saw.
Okay, I saw Karina with.
You may have seen her.
Yes, I saw her and we spoke. She said, oh, where did you get the cute dog? And I said, we found her. We're looking for her owner. And so that was like a week after we had found her. So I was walking Darren to the bus stop again, and by then we had had her for almost 3 months. And Karina came out of her house and she said, oh, cute dog, where did you get it? And I said, we found her, hoping that she would remember that that's what I had said before in January. Well, that afternoon was when the Onions called my son and he showed him our dog.
Okay, but it's their dog.
I don't think so.
Sure it is. Look, a Chihuahua is not one of those real common breeds of dogs. 7 blocks away from where you found your dog, they lost their dog.
No, we did not find her there. We found her 2.5 miles away when we were hiking.
Oh, okay.
She was 2.5 miles away.
2.5 miles away.
At the end of a dirt road.
So what? Do you see any reason whatsoever that these people would come, look at this dog, and if it wasn't their dog, say to you, that's our dog? I mean, I have a dog. I can tell my dog.
Excuse me. Can I say something?
Is this their dog?
Yeah.
Here.
Hi, Precious.
Here's your dog.
Hi, Precious. Precious.
Okay.
Excuse me, but there are lots of Chihuahuas. I've taken her to the vet. They said their dog had a broken tooth.
No.
I have from my vet a report. He said this dog has no broken tooth.
Miss Yount,
by the time
they lost their puppy when their puppy was 4 months old. Dogs lose their teeth when they're about 5, 6 months old, and then they get new teeth. I mean, I don't understand you. You found the dog not far from, if it's 2 miles, it's 2 miles. If it's 7 blocks, it's 7 blocks.
In the foothills where there are bobcats, coyotes, hawks, owls that eat dogs, there are more than one female Chihuahua in
Have you found anyone else in your area who had lost a female Chihuahua?
My vet says...
No, don't tell me what your vet says, Miss Yount. Did you find anyone else who claimed to have lost a female Chihuahua in your general vicinity?
For 3 months I was driving around
So
looking
the answer
for
is
signs.
no.
before I decided to have the dog spayed. When I went to have
Just
her
a second.
licensed, they said I had to
you're
pay
not
a
paying
penalty.
attention. You just keep talking.
Well,
You
this
just
is my
keep-
dog. I've
No,
had
it's
her
not
for
your
6
dog.
months.
No, it's not your dog. You found the dog that was lost by someone. You didn't buy the dog. I assume you notified the police at the time you found the dog.
No, I did not.
Why don't you let your daughter take the dog outside so she's not growling?
The thing is,
Why
they have
didn't
not
you-
shown me any
no,
proof
just
at
a
all.
minute. I'm asking you a question.
Take her
The
outside.
first thing that I might do if I found a pedigree animal was to notify my local police department. I wouldn't just drive around the neighborhood and look for signs.
Why would they say, when they first called and left a message on my answering machine, they said that this was a male, they lost their male Chihuahua? That's what I'd like to know too. They said they lost a male Chihuahua.
Who called her?
Your Honor, I did.
Yes?
I have a
When-
tape of it.
Oh, let me see. Let me hear the tape.
Do I play it right here or?
Right in the microphone.
We were informed that you have a dog, a Chihuahua dog, male. That is our dog. Can you give us a call so that we can come down and pick this dog up? Phone number is 483.
Did you say to her that your dog was a male dog? I mean, I clearly heard you say male dog.
Yes, Your Honor, it was a slip of tongue.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you ever take your dog to have your dog groomed?
Yes. I took it to Petco.
Do they keep a record of your
They do.
dogs?
They
Can
do.
I see? I would like to see whether they listed the dog as a male or a female.
Plus, I also have that when I took her to get her shots.
I'd like to see that, please.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Somewhere this dog gained 2 months.
He doesn't know the difference between male and female. I'm supposed to worry about 2 months?
And later today,
The argument was over marijuana. I grabbed her by the head and pushed her out of my room.
And I fell on the hardwood floor, down on my wrist.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Chizoma Oyens and his wife, Akimi, say Linda Yount won't return their pet Chihuahua.
Miss Yount, have you seen this?
Yes, I have it right here.
Okay.
And this said that they still had not had a rabies inoculation on the dog.
Stop telling me about rabies. I'm talking about identification.
And this says that the dog was 8 months old. So somewhere this dog gained 2 months. I mean,
listen to me. He doesn't know the difference between male and female. I'm supposed to worry about 2 months? Clearly, the dog that they took to the animal hospital, the dog they took to be groomed, was a female Chihuahua, not male. The dog is to be returned to the plaintiffs. That's it.
Sure thing. Parties are excused. You may step out.
I think that wasn't their dog, because we found her in a canyon. There's wolves, coyotes.
So right down the street, he can always come by and see the dog.
And now the next case.
All parties on Jones versus Shivers. Step forward, please.
31-year-old hairdresser Chad Jones is suing former roommate, 30-year-old sales rep Laura Shivers for assaulting him and breaking their lease. Laura is countersuing for attorney fees.
According to what I've read here, you claim that the defendant moved out after an argument, and you are suing her for a month and a half's worth of rent.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Shivers, you, on the other hand, claim that you moved out because he became violent.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you had no choice but to leave. In addition, you are counterclaiming for a variety of things, some bills that you say you had, some other expenses, and that he filed for an order of protection against you.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were forced to hire an attorney, and that case was subsequently dismissed. When was the last month that you paid rent?
I paid rent for the month of March, and I believe the altercation took place around the 9th or 10th, so I paid for a full month and then
It
left.
was on March 8th, Your Honor.
8th.
Okay, you had fully paid March's rent.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now let's hear about this argument.
Okay, the argument was over marijuana, Your Honor.
Okay.
She had come in and she asked me if I wanted any more marijuana. And I said, sure, but I don't want what I had the last time, which was, you know, if you're don't know anything about marijuana, it was sticks and seeds and shake. And I told her that I didn't want sticks and seeds and shake the next time around. Well, she went into her bedroom and thought about it for a minute, I guess, and came back into my room and said, you know, that really upset me, what you said. And I said, upset you? I was just...
According to you, she felt as if you had dissed her because there was other stuff in the marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So anyways, I was sitting on the edge of my bed smoking a cigarette, and she started flailing her arms around.
A regular cigarette?
Yes, a regular cigarette.
Yes.
But she had started flailing her arms around at the end of my bed like a baboon. And so I got on the end of my bed and started flailing my arms around like a baboon. And at that point, it became physical, where Miss Shivers actually pushed me back on the bed and threw the cordless phone at me. And so I grabbed her by the head and said, get out of my room, and pushed her out of my room into the living room, where she hit a rug and did a pirouette and landed on the floor. She comes back in and she starts pounding on my chest and arms.
Comes back in where?
Into my bedroom.
So you went back into your bedroom?
Yes. I never actually had left my bedroom. I pushed her just far enough to get her out of my bedroom. And after that, she starts screaming, I'm moving out, and called the cops. And I told her, if the cops are coming, you make sure to tell them who started the argument. And she called the 911 back and told them not to come.
Okay, and she moved out the next day?
Actually, yes, she did.
Okay. All right, Ms. Shivers, let's hear your version.
Okay. I returned home from work. I actually worked late on that evening. I got off at 8. We proceeded to get into a fight about, he said I was a 500-pound sloppy whale, and then I did not.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
See how quiet she was?
I'm sorry.
Okay, where did this discussion take place?
He was in his bedroom smoking. We started arguing.
Where were you?
The bedroom door that he has actually is flush with the living room. We were standing right in their living room, bedroom area. And it escalated, of course. He called part of my anatomy stunk, and he didn't know how he could ever live with someone as big and fat and horrible as I am. And I had the cordless phone in my hand, and I pointed it at his face. He then stood up on his bed, towering as he is over me on his bed. He jumped off his bed, and with both of his palms square on my right and left shoulder, pushed me, which I have pictures of the injuries as well, if you need those. And I fell on the hardwood floor on my elbow and then down on my wrist.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Shh, just a minute.
Then after the altercation, when I got home from work, I packed an overnight bag, enough clothes to get me through the rest of the work week at my job, and went to my grandparents.
Okay. Now you stayed in the apartment yourself the month of March. March had been all paid for.
Yes.
What did you do in April?
I stayed there, and I also tried to find a roommate.
Yes. Were you successful?
No, I was not.
Okay. When did you finally vacate the apartment?
After the first week in May. I stayed 1 week in May.
All right. But you had 7 weeks to find a new apartment after she moved out through April.
Yes, ma'am, but I was worried about breaking my lease.
Well, you did break the lease anyway.
Yes.
Okay. And the landlord permitted you to break the lease?
Yes.
Well, that's
I
great.
actually talked to him that morning. The next morning I called our landlord.
From what I gather, and I'm not making any excuses for either one of you, it seems to me like you both behaved badly that day.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
There's been some abuse in his past, and I just didn't feel safe there.
Miss Shivers has also attacked me before, too.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Chad Jones says former roommate Laura Shivers assaulted him and broke their lease. Laura claims Chad was the one who was violent.
Okay. I don't find that Mr. Jones was the aggressor, Miss Shivers, because you were in his room. And if you were in fear of him, as you say, towering over you, all you had to do was walk into the living room.
Right.
Even if I don't believe him, that you threw the phone at him and that you pushed him down on the bed, you had no business being in his room. So I find that you really didn't have cause to excuse you for at least part of the rent. I think that it was probably a very wise decision for you to leave, or for you to have left. You chose to leave, but there has to be some responsibility with regard to the rent. Now, you both paid the month of March, so we're really only talking here, Mr. Jones, about the month of April.
Yes,
and
the
issue then. No, May you should have been out already.
Okay.
So that's on your side. Let's get to her side. The primary thrust of your counterclaim is attorney's fees, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Because that's the only thing that you really talk about, and particularly you talk about some other bills, but
Yes,
it's all very nebulous.
Everything was in my name, and I paid all the bills. He never gave me any money for
No,
it.
ma'am. I have my check that went through her bank account that was used for rent for May or March, and there is $90 left on my check that was supposed to be paid for bills.
Actually, our cable bill is $201.
Yeah.
And everything
Did you pay that?
Actually, I've paid off the energy bill, which was in my name, which was $125.08.
Go ahead.
The Comcast bill with the cable company, I've actually talked to them. They're waiting for the court case to be decided, and then, of course, I'll pay it with...
Okay, do you
whatever I
doubt
can.
that she paid off those two bills primarily, the 125 and the 201 for cable?
No, ma'am, I don't.
You didn't pay them?
Well, I had $90 from my check that was supposed to pay some bill.
Fine, so you'd have an additional $90 to defray the cost of some of those bills. Let's get to the counterclaim. According to what I've read, Ms. Shivers, you originally tried to get an order of protection against him.
Yes, Your Honor. I went down the next morning to the prosecuting attorney's office when
Stop playing with paper.
I went down the next morning to file an order of protection on Mr. Jones.
Why?
There's been some abuse in his past, and I just didn't feel safe there.
Ms. Shivers has also attacked me before, too.
Just a second.
I mean,
You had not had any trouble with him before?
No, he moved in with me because he hit his stepfather and moved in with me.
But you had never had any trouble with him before?
Yes, we had. We had a problem. I went with his family to Florida, and there was raised voices and pushing at that point. So
But after that, you moved in with him?
Very stupid, yes, I did.
Well, look, Ms. Shivers, you moved into a house with him, and from the time you moved into the house until this incident, there was never a problem, and clearly
Yes,
you were
ma'am,
not
I was.
intimidated by him because you were in his space in a sort of threatening manner. So I don't quite frankly see the need for an order of protection if you were out of the house at that point.
That's what they told me. The officer...
That's what they told you?
Right. They said, I agree with you, and they then, sent a letter to him.
They sent a letter to him. Let me see the
Your
copy of the
Honor.
letter. Shh. Okay. Just a second.
They also told me everything was in my name, the electric and the phone, and they told me
Don't
not...
tell me what else they told you.
Okay.
Okay. Now, so Mr. Jones, you get this letter. So you went and filed for an order of protection against her.
No, ma'am, I'd already done that. I did that on the 13th of March because she kept calling to my job and harassing me and kept coming over to the house with police officers asking when my schedule was. She needed to know it so she could da-da-da-da-da and do all of
Whatever.
this.
So that you went down and filed for an order of protection against her.
Yes.
And what happened with your case?
I went down there to see how I could have it dismissed because I'd obviously gotten accomplished what I wanted accomplished. She stopped calling me at work. She stopped harassing me. And they said you can either come down and ask for the case to be dismissed or not show. One or the other.
So you chose not to show up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you hired an attorney for $350?
Yes, ma'am, and I have that here. If you need
I
that.
believe you.
Okay.
But, Ms. Shivers, you don't have a counterclaim against him. Clearly, you went first to file for an order of protection. He's got this letter, which is now on file, which is like a little, not a major sword, but sort of a little toothpick hanging over his head, that if he does anything else that you complain about, he could be arrested. So he went and filed one against you.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
All right. According to my very intricate calculations, Ms. Shivers, you owe him $242 for your portion of 1 month's rent and the bills the remaining bills, having been deducted from that, is $242. So I am entering a judgment for the local, whatever, and you got no takers.
Right. Yeah.
And then there came a time last year when you claimed that you sold the tires to your nephew.
Yes.
You say for $800, he says for $600. This lawsuit claims that he never paid you. And in addition, you say that this whole tire business has created certain animosity in your family. You want to be compensated for that too. You can't be compensated for that. Family squabbles happen. The courts are not here to take care of hurt feelings. They're here to take care of money. But I have a couple of questions for you, because your defense is that you gave her the money. Is that right?
Yes.
You had these 4 old tires hanging around for at least 3 years. Nobody wanted them. If you knew that your nephew wanted them, and according to what I read here, Miss Moore, you were a very close family.
Yes.
Why didn't you just give them to him?
They were brand new, Your Honor. They were brand new tires and rims. They'd never been on the road. and I needed the money, so I was trying to sell them.
But nobody bought them for 3 years.
No, but I was selling them for $1,000 or best offer, and I realized no one...
You realize my question?
Yes.
My question is, if you have a piece of property, okay, that nobody wants, nobody wanted them for 3 years.
But I knew someone would want them eventually. that had
Eventually, maybe
Ford.
some... Miss Moore, just
sorry.
check me. I mean, I have nieces and nephews. So what I'm asking you is, if you have a nephew, your sister's son, you're a really close family, nobody wants them. It's not as if your husband got the car, he had new tires, your nephew said to you, listen, instead of selling them to a stranger, I'll buy them. Maybe you'll give me a break on the price. You had them sitting in your garage for 3.5 years. Nobody wanted them. So why didn't you just give him the tires if he wanted them? To make peace with everybody.
We needed the money so desperately, Your Honor.
For what?
My husband was gone. I wasn't working. I'm disabled. My son is disabled. We rented out rooms to make ends meet. I didn't have any money. I even offered him $20 a month if he'd pay it, just to buy us some, bread, milk, help us. I needed to sell them. I know
But you
I
had tried.
couldn't.
But you had
I
tried
did
to sell
try.
them.
Yes, I kept trying.
And you weren't successful.
In fact, the same week that it came out in the paper again, because sometimes I'd take a few months and just try to rest from it, and I just put them back in the paper, and he happened to come over the same day they came out.
You mean the same day the ad came out?
The ad came out, yes.
Okay. And you say he didn't pay you?
I love him dearly too. I love them all. If I'd had the money, I would have gave them to him.
Okay. Mr. Tabor, I'll hear you.
Okay, well, on May 30th, on a Memorial Day weekend, I believe, last year, well, we were talking, me and my dad. I just bought a T-Bird in '97. The rims would fit. So my dad said to me that I should offer her $600. Yes, he's here.
Step up, sir.
Would you like me to continue?
Yes.
Okay, he said to offer her $600. He had the cash on him. I went into the kitchen. I offered her the $600. She took it. My cousin Pam Doubt is a witness here. She watched me hand her the money in the kitchen.
Is that you?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Could you step up, please?
And
you remember this incident, Miss Dad?
I'm a member of seeing him hand her some money in the kitchen. I only went in for a bottle of steak sauce, Your Honor. I didn't mean to get involved in all of this, but they were doing a cash transaction in the kitchen. He was handing her, it was $600 or $700. I didn't ask what it was for, but he had taken me outside that day to show me his new car, and he told me that he was purchasing Uncle Bob's rims. But that's all I know. I did see him handing her money.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
And
have a seat.
my wife is here because we did pay my father back the money that we borrowed. So, I mean,
So
that's
you
why I
borrowed
brought
this
my
money
wife.
from your dad?
Yes.
What is your last name? Is your last name Tabor?
No, Lily.
Mr. Lilly, had you intended to purchase these rims for your son or to loan him the money when you came this Memorial Day weekend?
No,
You had not.
no. I never give it a thought.
Okay, but you had that much cash with you.
Yes.
Were you there when this transaction took place?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about it.
Well, when they was talking about the tires, Ed did offer $600 because that's really all they were worth as far as I was concerned. Because that's what I told them to offer. And they discussed it. We went outside and I talked to Ed and I talked to Gina. And I told them that I would let them have the money if they really wanted them. And they did want them, so I gave Ed the money.
You gave your son the money?
Yes.
And were you there when he allegedly gave the money to the plaintiff?
I was not in the room when they gave the money to him.
Okay. Who was there, Mr. Tabor?
Just my aunt and my cousin Pam.
But your aunt is here, is the only one here, and that was
Well,
the steak sauce
my
incident?
cousin, excuse
I'm the cousin.
You're
I'm the steak
cousin.
sauce cousin.
You're the
That's
steak
right.
sauce cousin.
That's right.
Did you pay your dad back?
Yes.
How long did it take you to pay your dad back?
I would say over 6 months, maybe 8. My wife is the one that gave him the money.
Is that right? Tell me what happened to create this hard feeling with your family.
My mom passed on, and the families had gone south. We don't talk anymore. We've separated.
So what you're saying is that it was your mother who kept everybody together?
Absolutely.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I also have a tape that his stepdad left me on Mother's Day.
Your
It's
Honor,
awful.
Did you leave a tape for her?
I heard him leave the message, Your Honor.
Was not
and
nice.
he
We
did
won't repeat
tell
it.
her that he will be in court to testify.
To prove that she's a liar.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Dolores Moore says her nephew Edward Tabor has not paid her for tires and rims for his Thunderbird. Ed says she's been paid.
When for the first time were you contacted about the money for the tires?
I was called and she asked for money, and I told her I was not going to give her more money than what she already had agreed upon.
Well, tell me about when that phone call was. How much after your mother died?
It was probably a good 3-4 months before she called me.
Is that correct that you called him about 3 or 4 months later?
Yes.
And what was the conversation when she called you?
Well, it started off about the gathering. Thanksgiving was coming up, and she wanted to know if we were all coming over for Thanksgiving. And I told her no, that we were going to be going to my brother's house. And she said that she made a promise to keep the families together for my mom. And I told her I never told my mom that I would stay in contact with that side of the family. That
the whole side of the family?
Well, my aunt, they play music loud, drink a lot, and that's not my forte for holidays. I prefer to have peaceful family gatherings. We just get together and talk.
Okay.
So then she started mumbling about paying her money, and I told her that
Well,
I
what
had
did she
already
say
paid.
about paying her money?
Well, she did exactly that. She asked for money. And I don't know if, I know that she's been sick. I don't know if she recalls, if she's forgotten. I don't know what the situation is with her, Your Honor, but I told her I had already paid her. I'm not going to pay her anymore.
Do you remember having a conversation, Miss Moore, with your nephew?
Yes, I called to ask him if he had the money because we needed the money. And he said no, that he wasn't working, but his wife was, but they were just making ends meet. I said, do you think you could pay me $20 a month? I mean, that would be better than nothing. It would help us. And he said, yeah. He says, I probably could do that. He says, I'll be over next week. And he never showed up. So then about
Does
3
that
or
sound familiar to you?
No.
He didn't pay anything, Your Honor. I swear to God, he didn't. I'd have never taken him to court if he had them.
You have any witnesses, Miss Moore?
Yes, I have my daughter at Christmas Day. We were invited over to his older sister's. And I was sick Christmas. I couldn't go, so my daughter and my son went for dinner because I went to bed. And
this was Christmas after?
Yes, and they had a problem with...
You're her daughter?
Yes.
You know anything about this tire business?
Yes, I do.
Let me hear.
Well, she sold him the tires for $800. And
were you present when they made the transaction?
Not when they made the transaction.
Okay, so you don't know about that.
Okay. It was at Christmas time. We were all around.
Afterwards?
Yes. And she didn't go because she was sick. And this subject came up where he wanted to buy this game from my brother, the Risk game. And Raymond said that he would sell it to him for $800. And Eddie turned around and said, what do you mean $800? He says, I am paying you $800 for the thing. He says, well, that's what you owe for the tires. And then the conversation started and getting really bad. And next thing I know, Eddie wanted to take Raymond outside and duke it out. I said,
a minute.
Whoa.
Hold. Step up. Tell me your last name, sir.
James.
Mr. James, according to your sister, there was some talk Christmas time after the tires were purchased, about a game for $800.
Yes.
And you said that's what you owe for the tires.
Right.
Right? What did the defendant say to you?
He said he wanted the game for his wife's sister. I told him, well, you give the money for the tires, and I will give you the game, $800.
That's because your mother had said that he still owed her the money for the
Right,
tires.
exactly.
But
and I go, you give me that money, and I will, you know,
And
transfer the game to you.
And what did he say to you?
And he said, let's go right now, outside.
Okay, so he did not at that point acknowledge that he owed any money for the tires.
He didn't tell me anything about that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Anyways, then after that, I calmed him down. We started to leave, and he followed me outside and pulled me off to the side, and we started talking about the deal about the tires. And he's saying, well, what about all this stuff that happened long? I turned around and I said, Eddie, all that stuff doesn't matter. That was a long time ago. I said, you bought the tires, you owe the money. And he more or less said to me, well, I owe the money, maybe she'll get it, maybe she won't.
Did you have that conversation with her?
I walked her outside, Your Honor, after the discussion with me wanting to beat up my cousin. Of course, he's quite a bit bigger. I'm not a fool. So anyways, she did start bringing up the matter of money, and I told her I'm not going to pay for something that I've already paid for before. Now, I don't owe her any money. I have paid her, and whether she has told her children that or not is beyond me.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I can tell you that I don't have much to do with the family, not because I don't enjoy them, it's just that the family dynamics are extremely unhealthy.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Dolores Moore wants her nephew, Edward Tabor, to pay her for the tires and rims she sold him.
Tell me about the conversation.
She asked me if I was going to pay for the rims and tires, and I told her that I had already paid for them. I told her that I had no intentions on paying her again, and that the families are better off without this kind of problem every holiday. And that is exactly why we do not have family gatherings like we used to when my mom was alive.
Yes.
We never had any problems at family holidays. No. Never. We always, the family has been very, very close for a very long time.
So what do you think happened?
I really don't honestly know. I would like to know the answer myself, because every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, every 4th of July, every single holiday, Memorial, Labor Day, everywhere, they all came over, we all barbecued, they all had beers, everybody shoot pool, you know, we have a pool table, and everybody got along just fine. When my aunt died, my mom promised her on her deathbed that she would keep the family together. That was my aunt's main goal. Please,
Yeah,
Dolores.
but there has to be a reason. I don't understand.
I don't know what the reason is, Your Honor. I don't know. When my mom called to ask everybody over for Thanksgiving, the oldest daughter, which is his sister,
How could your mother invite everybody for Thanksgiving? She just told me she doesn't have money to put bread on the table for herself.
Because everybody, I help her. I help her. I give her money. My Aunt June gives her money. Everybody gives her money so we can get this big family together. My mom is struggling. She owns her own home. She's, you know, got payments.
Yes.
May I say something? After my husband passed away, he left this money clip, and it has a buffalo nickel in it. He may even have it on him, I don't know. But he wanted it so bad, and so I took it down and got it engraved just for him. That's how much I loved him. I would not hurt him if it wasn't unfair.
Your Honor.
I also have a tape that his stepdad, left me on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And it's an awful tape.
Your Honor.
I don't want to hear
May I play it?
I don't want to hear it.
Your
It's
Honor.
awful.
Well, why would I want to hear something awful? Did you leave a tape for her?
Yes.
I
I
have quite a temper, especially when I know sue happy people, which she has sued several people.
I have not.
When sue happy people are trying to get money out of my son. He's my stepson, but I never claimed him as a stepson. He's my son.
How long have you known him?
Since I was 17.
He was 17.
So?
He left a message. I heard him leave the message, Your Honor.
Was not
and
nice.
he
We won't
did
repeat
tell
it.
her that he will be in court to testify.
To prove that she's a liar.
He used the F word.
I got you. There's nothing you can do about it. Can I ask, can you sit down, sir, for one moment? Could you step up here, please? Just give me your relationship to this family. You're a cousin. How are you a cousin?
Eddie is my cousin. His father is my mother's brother. I'm not that close with the family. I've gone to Aunt Dolores' house twice. I do call her Aunt Dolores out of respect. And I can tell you that I don't have much to do with the family, not because I don't enjoy them, it's just that the family dynamics are extremely unhealthy, and I prefer not to be involved. I went out of respect. My Aunt Alice was dying. It was the last time I knew I was going to see her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What she is saying, madam, is, and I believe her. I must tell you that I believe her. I see no reason why she would lie.
She's a wonderful lady.
About seeing an exchange of money on that Memorial Day between your nephew and you. Now, maybe it's possible.
That was the first time he wanted to buy him, Your Honor. They wouldn't fit his car.
You just told me that.
His car.
Just
No,
listen
they
to me.
wouldn't
No,
fit
he
his
went
car.
out and bought him a T-Bird so they'd fit.
The tires wouldn't fit on
The
the old
tires
car.
wouldn't fit on his old car.
So he went and got another car.
When was that?
That was about 2 years later, a year and a half later.
What
he
day
bought
are you talking
another
about,
car.
madam?
I'm stunned.
Well, step up here. Just let me finish
That
this.
was the first.
On what day were you at? What year? Let's try year.
Last year, Memorial Day.
That's last year, Memorial Day.
Correct.
Okay. It was the last
That was the last time I
that
saw
you were
my-
there.
Absolutely.
So there's no question about that in your mind. It wasn't
There is no
2
question
years
in
ago.
my mind. I mean, I knew it was the last time I would see her alive. It is. I was there. They know I was at their home.
Okay.
Yes,
and that's the time that you saw the exchange of money.
That's when I saw the exchange in the kitchen.
Okay. And was that the day you got the tires?
Correct.
Okay.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Listen to me. I have to make a judgment. Okay? I have to make a judgment on who is telling me the truth. Put your hand down, sir. On who is telling me the truth. Now, it is possible that your mother was under a great deal of stress.
Yeah.
It is possible that she doesn't recall, be responsible for half of the remaining months on the lease. He moved out when?
In May. We was together in an apartment for 9 months.
So, according to you, he owes 1/2 of 3 months' rent.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the rent?
$355.
Total.
Uh-huh.
Did you at any time move someone else into the apartment?
No. No, ma'am.
A new boyfriend or anything else?
No.
Did anybody come and stay with you?
Somebody came and stayed with me, but his name wasn't on the lease.
I don't care whether his name was on the lease or not.
Well, he came at the end of the very last month.
So 1 month?
Yeah.
Under the lease?
Under the lease.
He stayed there?
Yes.
Why didn't he pay rent?
Well, it wasn't really initially a plan for him to stay there.
But he did?
Yeah, I mean.
So why should he pay for that? Why should he pay for time when this other guy was living in the apartment?
Well, I mean, he paid for other things. He did help me out.
Person lives in an apartment, they got to pay rent.
Mm-hmm.
And if he had paid half the rent, then you wouldn't be asking for him for the other half, right?
Well, it was only for the final month, and we wasn't planning on moving in together. It's just
Who
something
knows?
that
Who
happened.
cares? So it's for 2 months at most. Now, you moved out, sir, because you had an argument with her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me about that argument.
I don't remember the exact argument, but we were arguing ever since we moved in together. And I just got fed up and I moved out. And 2 days later, she threw my clothes out on my parents' driveway. Told me I wasn't making up my mind quick enough, and she told me it was over. And then after things calmed down, she called me up and asked me, could we get back together? And I said no.
How much after she put your clothes out on your mother's driveway did she call and try to reconcile with you?
About 2 weeks later.
Is that right?
That's not true, Your Honor.
Okay, what happened with the clothes? Did you bring the clothes over to his mom's house?
He had already moved out. He just left stuff there. He still had things at the apartment. If he's moving out and everything, I was giving him his stuff. I didn't leave it in his yard or anything. He's over-exaggerating. What had happened, he was depressed. We was both full-time students in college or whatever. And he was working at a job at Procter & Gamble, but it was like a seasonal thing where you work 6 months and then you're off, and you collect unemployment checks or you can find another job. He decided to collect unemployment checks. And so he would use all his money to pay the rent, and I would pay for all the rest of the utilities like telephone and food and electric and everything else. And so his money, unemployment checks, that's not a lot anyway. So his whole entire check would go on the rent, and he would have no money for himself, really. And so he was just depressed about that. And then he had all the time on his hands, so he had to watch our daughter more. And it's a combination of a lot of things, but he was just acting, his attitude was changing, everything was changing about him, and he was feeling depressed. So I was asking, like, well, am I doing anything wrong? What am I doing wrong? And he wouldn't have no reply to that or whatever. And he just, when we would have talks and stuff, and he would try to leave and say, well, I can't take it anymore. This is just not the same or whatever. And I would tell him, well, you know, stay for us, stay for the family and everything else. And I had convinced him a couple of times before he tried to leave to stay. But this final time, we wasn't arguing, we was talking. It would be a long talk, emotional talk, we both crying and everything. And he like, well, you know, I just need to get away. And so it was fine. And I was upset about it for a couple of days, sad and heartbroken over it. But, you know, I always felt like he was going to come back. And then I would go over there to drop off our daughter because his mother would watch her. And I come over there and he got on brand new clothes, new shoes, new golds in his mouth, tattoos and everything new. And then it came clear to me that he was just leaving his responsibility. He wanted to spend money on him. He didn't want to take care of the bills and everything like he used to.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
That's what happens when you're 20 years old and you make a baby. When you're 18 years old, then you get responsibilities. It all sounds nice in the planning stage, but when you have to live the life of being responsible and not being able to buy yourself things and live a little bit when you're 19, that's what happened. Okay. But there was that 2-month period. She didn't have another roommate, like the boyfriend, who should have paid his half, which would mean that if you decided you had enough of this relationship, you owe her 1 month's rent. She lived there for 2 months by herself. Half of it should be yours. Now let's get to the $1,200 that you say he removed from the joint savings account. You say there was an agreement, sir, between the two of you.
Yes. The agreement was after we moved out, or after I moved out, and we decided that we weren't going to be in together anymore, I took the money out of the bank account.
I know you did that.
She kept all the stuff that was in the apartment, all the furniture, the bedroom set, the microwave, TVs, VCRs.
Was that all paid for?
Yes.
From what fund had you furnished this apartment?
From my previous job at Walgreens.
Okay. And hers?
Well, at the time she was pregnant, so she didn't have a job, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it true, Miss Taylor, that when he moved out, he left all the furniture?
He left. It was only a one-bedroom apartment.
One-bedroom apartment has
a
bedroom,
the sofa.
a bedroom. Was that furnished? Did it have a bedroom set in it?
Well, that was his bedroom set from his house. He could have took that. It wasn't.
Just a minute. Was that from your house?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so the bedroom set you didn't pay for? Or was it your parents and they gave it to you?
My parents gave it to me, yes.
What about the living room furniture?
That's what we both paid for from the joint bank account. All the furniture we bought, what we saved from our joint bank account, that's what we used.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying that he walked out with nothing.
Yeah.
Living room furniture?
He didn't.
Pay attention. Living room furniture? Did you buy that?
Yes, we bought that together.
Did you buy a television set?
Yes, but he took that.
Took the TV?
No, Your Honor, I did not receive the TV until after her and her boyfriend moved out in September of '99.
So you did, in fact, get the TV back?
September of '99, yes, Your Honor.
What difference does it make when you got it back? What other furniture was bought from joint money?
The kitchen set.
Kitchen set? Was that bought from joint money?
Only things kitchen set is like plates and a microwave.
What about table and chairs?
Table, yeah, dinette set, yeah.
Well, so, dinette set. Dinette set was purchased by the two of you?
Yes.
And he left that there?
Yes, he did.
And then the silverware, plates, pots, pans, all of that stuff, you bought when you moved into the apartment? And he left that there?
Yeah.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You didn't get the security deposit back?
None of it back. The house was damaged, holes in the door, whatever, from violent fights.
And later today,
your car wouldn't have been damaged at all, sir, if you didn't follow him, right?
But it wouldn't have been damaged if you wouldn't have just rammed it.
No, it wouldn't have been damaged at all had you not been doing the wrong thing.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tashima Taylor says former live-in boyfriend Anthony McCrary owes her for a broken lease and money he stole from a joint checking account. Anthony says Tashima kept their furniture.
Do you remember how much you paid for the living room furniture?
Like $800, $900, not including the tables and everything.
Well, if that came to $800 or $900 and the dinette set and the plates and pots and pans and all that other stuff, clearly that's more than $1,200. Look, this is not so difficult. Mr. McCrary, I don't believe that there was an agreement with her that she would keep all the stuff and you would take the money out of the joint bank account. That was an agreement you made up here with yourself. You are paying child support?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you pay child support from the time you moved out until the time that the court made the order?
I was served the papers in September, and we didn't go to court until November. So I didn't pay child support until December of '99, all the way up to present.
So you didn't pay child support from the time you moved out until December?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's September, October, November, 3 months.
There wasn't no child support to be paid, Your Honor.
Yes, there was. There just wasn't an order.
Well, yes, I bought my daughter food, diapers, and clothing. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're going to give her back half of what was in the joint bank account, sir. Just $600. There was $1,200 in there that you acknowledge, and you're going to pay her $355 for 1 month's rent, because I believe that that's fair. You had a responsibility. Now, did you get any security deposit back?
No. The house was damaged, holes in the door, whatever, from violent fights or whatever.
Well, that's very sad. $955, Mr. McCrary, is what you owe the plaintiff, judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It was just retaliation from a disagreement that we had about another situation.
Well, he's not a reasonable person. We can't even talk anymore. I mean, he's still causing constant conflict in my life at this very moment.
And now the next case.
All parties on Long versus Smith. Step forward, please.
52-year-old Ronald Long Sr. is suing 18-year-old construction worker Joshua Smith for assaulting his son RT and ramming his car during an episode of road rage.
Did you people know each other before this road rage took place?
I don't know him, I know his son.
Well, actually, Your Honor, I filed suit so my son could collect the damages to his car.
Oh.
Since he's a
So
minor.
you weren't driving?
No, ma'am.
Fine. Son,
Yes.
why don't you have a seat? Easy. You know him,
Yeah, I know him.
and he was driving,
Yeah.
and you know him.
Yes, ma'am.
Each of you claim that the other caused damage to your respective cars.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You want your deductible that you had to pay of $500, and you want a couple of $1,000s for damage that you say he caused to your car.
Yes, ma'am.
So I found the story's pretty convoluted. Why don't you tell me your end, and then I'll hear from you, sir.
On the night of March 31st, me and my friend Charles Rice, we were coming back from the movie theater, and we went into this drive-in restaurant where we were going to get something to eat, but we saw some people that didn't care for us too much, and they saw us and they started waving their hands and stuff, so we proceeded to go home. And as I was going home, I noticed 2 cars on us.
You mean 2 cars following you?
Yes, ma'am. And when we pulled up to the stop sign, they would get out and run up and cuss and yell and scream and say they were going to kill us and stuff. But I didn't want to show these boys where I live, so I decided to take a detour. They proceeded to follow us, and every stop sign they'd run up and try to, hit my car or whatever. And as I proceeded westbound on a road called 58 that goes to my house, there was a car behind me, and there was a car behind that car.
Who was driving that car?
Mr. Smith.
Go ahead.
He goes out into the other lane of traffic, which is a 25-mile-per-hour zone. He was going very fast. I'm not sure the speed limit, but fast enough to get ahead of the car behind me and my car.
Okay, so he pulls his car around and?
And I put on a turn signal to turn onto the road that leads to my road called Hawthorne. And he passed me, and he saw me put on my turn signal, I guess. So he did like a stop and a turn, and he went up and got in front of me and slammed on his brakes.
he stopped and he let a gentleman out of his car, and he ran up and grabbed me and started hitting me. And he got off, and my lane was clear to go. And he was in the other lane of traffic, so I proceeded to go home, and he pulled up in front of me again, and he hit my car. And I just proceeded to go and went home.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
My friend got out of the car and went back. I had no idea he was going to be beating him up, you know.
All of that could have been avoided if you just went and ate your burger in the drive-thru.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 16-year-old R.T. Long Jr. says Joshua Smith assaulted him due to road rage.
Mr. Smith, let me hear your version of these events, sir.
All right, we were at the drive-in restaurant, like you were saying. He was talking to stuff, you know, I don't know what you want to call it, but he always does that. And my friend is right here. They were in the car, and they were following him, and I was behind them following.
So there were 2 cars following him?
Yeah, there were 2 cars. I was behind that car. Well, we were at the stop sign, like you said, and they stopped, and they went out and up to the car, and they were saying stuff. I'm not sure what they were saying because I was in the car behind them. Well, after that, I went around them there, you know. I went around them there. I did not pass 2 cars at once. And
You went around who?
I went around the vehicle that he was in.
Okay.
And I was following RT, and then I passed RT on 58 Highway, just him, and then I turned up right on Hawthorne, and I stopped my car in the middle of the road, and my friend got out of the car and went back. I had no idea he was going to be beating him up, you know. And then he just took off and he hit my car while I was sitting there at a standstill. I was sitting there, parked. I didn't even see it coming. I mean, all I heard was the bang on the passenger side. I have pictures of my car.
I'd like to see pictures of both cars.
As you can see in this photo, there's no way that I could have hit his car by the damage that's done on my vehicle.
What street does he live on?
I'm thinking it's Redbud Street.
And do you get there by going to Hawthorne?
Yeah.
And what street do you live on?
I live on North Scott.
And do you get there by going through Hawthorne?
No.
So I am correct, sir, that you were in fact following him,
Yes.
and that the other car was in fact following him.
Yes.
Why?
Because he talks a lot of stuff that he shouldn't be saying. I don't know. We were trying to figure out what was going on.
And how did you think you were going to figure out what was going on by following him?
We were going to go see what his problem was. That's what we were doing.
And at some point, your passenger got out of the car and went up and assaulted him.
Yes.
You acknowledge that?
Yes.
Is that the way you thought that you
No.
were going to talk to him and find out what his problem was?
No, I did not. I thought that my friend was going to talk to him, but it worked out. He started assaulting him.
You're going to eat your $500 deductible.
I'm going to eat. What does that have to do with my car getting hit?
Easy. You were the aggressor because you were following him. He's on his way home. There's no question in my mind that you either meant to frighten him. Certainly somebody did, in fact, that came from your car, assaulted him, right?
Yeah.
All of that could have been avoided if you just went and ate your burger in the drive-thru. Your car wouldn't have been damaged at all, sir, if you didn't follow him, right?
Right. But it wouldn't have been damaged if he wouldn't have just rammed it. And
No, it wouldn't have been damaged at all if he... Listen to me. It would not have been damaged at all had you not been doing the wrong thing. Eat your $500. Let me see the estimates on your damage.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What kind of car was this, sir?
That's an 87 Caprice Classic.
The damage exceeds the price of the car. So what happened?
There's two estimates there. There's another one for 2218, I believe.
Did you fix the car?
It hasn't been fixed yet.
The car ain't even worth that.
Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. I want you to leave court today just thinking about those little words. If you don't like what somebody is saying to you, you have your option. You and your friends chose that night to follow him to make trouble, which you in fact did. At some point after the initial... This is your oldest daughter?
Yes.
And you have two little
Yes.
ones, toddlers?
Yes.
How many days a week did you take care of?
Sunday through Thursday.
From what time to what time?
From 6:30 to 3 o'clock.
You were going to work, I assume?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have children of your own?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are they?
11 and 4.
When did the trouble begin?
March 22nd.
And tell me what happened.
Chantel had told me after
That's Chantel?
Yes. After I picked him up from the babysitter, but after from her house, she had told me that Rhoda had left him in the car alone while she went inside 2 stores, and she had the keys in the car, so she had the car running also. She didn't wake up till 10 in the morning. I dropped them off at 6:30. They didn't eat breakfast. As soon as they woke up, she said, Rhoda said, come on, it's time to go. She didn't have my 1-year-old, she was 1 year, she was 1 then. She didn't have her in a car seat. She had my son. It wasn't in a car seat. He was in a, like a carrier, and she didn't have him strapped in. And Tiara, my youngest daughter, was sitting on Chantel's lap in the car. And she also didn't have my permission to take them from her house.
To take them off the premises?
Mm-hmm.
Had she ever taken them off the premises before?
Not that I know of, no.
Do you remember coming home and telling your mom about this car ride that you took?
Yes.
You want you to come up here so we can talk.
Yeah.
Tell me your name again.
Chantel.
And you're 9?
Yes.
What grade are you in school?
4th. I'm going to 4th.
You do well in school?
Yes.
Good. Tell me what you told her.
I told her that we woke up until 10 and we didn't...
What do you mean you woke up until 10?
I mean, Miss Rhoda woke up until 10 and
Well, she didn't get up until 10. Who took care of you from 6:30 to 10?
nobody. She just kept waking up and didn't check in on us.
Where were the babies?
Sleep, and somewhere woke up. My sister was woke.
So you told your mom about this business in the car. Were you strapped in a car in your seatbelt?
No.
And what about your brother?
No.
And your little sister?
No, she was sitting on my lap.
How old is your little sister?
1. Now she's 2.
But at that time she was 1 year old.
Yes.
Now when you say she was sitting on your lap, were you sitting in the front of the car or in the back of the car?
Back.
And was she sitting on your lap when the car was moving?
Yes.
Have a seat over there with your mom. Okay. So after your daughter told you about this, what did you do?
I was mad, and the next day I had went over there to get my son's pacifier from Rhoda.
And what happened?
She asked me how come I hadn't brought them, and I told her why, and we were arguing.
So the next day you didn't bring your children back?
No.
Did you file any report?
With the police and with the Gary County Health Department.
And when did you do that?
The health department, I did that the next day. The police, I think I did that about, I'd say 5 to 7 days after I had filed it with the health department.
Can you tell me why you, after you notified the health department, which I assume licenses you, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why you notified the police?
Because they didn't contact me back right away. I wanted to make sure that something would be done about it.
How many other children were in your care at the time you were taking care of Miss Dixon's children?
14.
14 children?
Yes, I did 18 hours straight, 7 days a week.
14 children?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying the same time. I'm sorry. It was my 4-year-old, my 11-year-old, the 13-year-old, and his brother David, which is 6 years old.
And her 3 children?
And her 3 children.
It's a lot of children to take care of. Okay, now is it that complaint to the health department and to the police department that you are complaining of today?
No, my complaint is, Your Honor, is the slander. She made a police report saying that I left her kids in the car by themselves and went shopping in Walmart. That's the complaint, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's the slander, and that's the slander that she spread it all over Junction City, stating that I left her kids in the car and went shopping in Walmart, and how she got my contract taken away from the state. She was bragging about that.
Well, let's go back a second, Miss Wilson. You did, in fact, go out to run a couple of quick errands with the children. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you supposed to take the children off premises in a car when you're taking care of them?
With a signed permission slip, Your Honor.
Do you have a signed permission slip from her?
No, ma'am.
So that you had no right to take them off the premises?
Verbally, she told me, she asked me if it was okay for her to work 2 hours overtime. The 2 hours overtime that I was working for her, Your Honor, was my off time. She called and asked if it was okay for her to work 2 hours overtime. I said, yeah. I said, but I have to run a couple of errands. That's what I told her. But I said, yeah, you go ahead and work 2 hours overtime.
Did you have a signed permission slip from her to take her children off the premises?
No, ma'am.
The answer is no.
No, ma'am.
So you're not allowed to take her children off the premises?
Verbally. Well, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You took other children in the car with you, too, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children other than the defendant's children were in the car?
It was Xavier, the 13-year-old, David, my 4-year-old, and her 3.
So you had 5 children in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
How many car seats did you have in the car?
I had 1 car seat.
And who was using that car seat?
The baby.
Which baby?
Romeo, the 12-month-old, was in the car seat.
That's her baby?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old is the next oldest child?
The next oldest was her child, I guess she 18 months.
Was that child in a car seat?
No, ma'am.
You know that's against the law.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I went in and out of those places, Your
Doesn't
Honor.
make any difference. You left 5 children in the car for a moment.
And later today,
Madam, why did you sign the back of the check?
Let me see, because I don't know.
It's a check made out to cash. You cashed the check.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Daycare provider Rhoda Wilson says client Adrian Dixon damaged her reputation with slander. Adrian says Rhoda neglected her children.
Where was the first stop you made?
The first stop I made was at the cleaners, Your Honor.
You left 5 children in the car and ran into the cleaners.
It was driving cleaners, Your Honor. My car was right there by the door.
You left the children in the car for a moment.
With the 13-year-old.
For a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, where was the second place that you went?
The Quick Sack.
What is that?
That's a convenience store.
And what did you have to buy there?
The bread and the vanilla wafers for my PM snack.
And did you take all 5 children into that store with you?
No, ma'am.
So, Miss Wilson, you left 5 children in the car alone. I don't have to go any further with you. Were you issued any sort of citation?
All they got me for was improper seatbelting.
Did you take a plea? Or did you go to trial?
I went to trial, Your Honor.
Oh, you did? And you were found guilty?
Of not properly seatbelting.
So you were found guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you were found guilty, Miss Wilson, you were found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which means that you can't now bring this lawsuit against her for complaining about things, some of which you were found guilty of. And if your complaint, Miss Wilson, is that the defendant told people about it, she could do that.
Your Honor, I didn't leave her kids in the car by themselves and was shopping at no Walmart.
So you didn't go to Walmart, so you went to the cleaners and you went to get your vanilla wafers. What difference does it make?
I went in and out of those places, Your Honor.
Doesn't make any difference. Do you know how long it takes a child, a 4-year-old, to put a car in gear, even if there are no keys in the car? We haven't even gotten to the fact whether the keys were in or out of the car. But let's say you were smart enough to take the keys with you, which I'm not so sure about. And one of the children, one of the toddlers, got there and moved the gear shift so that the car was placed in drive and started to roll with 5 children in the car.
Your Honor, it was just that I volunteered to work 2 hours overtime for her,
Then
and
when
it
you-
was my off hours. I was planning. I didn't need the jeans.
Are you?
I didn't need the jeans, Your Honor. I just needed the bread and the vanilla wafers, and I could have done that if I wouldn't have worked overtime.
Just a second. Then you say I can't work overtime. You don't take the job to work overtime, Miss Wilson, and then do the wrong thing.
Yes.
You didn't need the jeans, and you do without the vanilla wafers if you agreed to work 2 hours overtime. You were going to get paid for 2 hours overtime, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Miss Wilson, you don't have a case. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Come on.
She slandered and lied about everything in a police report. Junction City is so small, it's like air freshener. You spray a little bit, it's all over, with a matter of seconds.
She's mad because she lost her contract and she can't get no more money for not doing the job that she was supposed to be doing. She was doing the job wrong.
And now the next case.
All parties on Hayes versus Macy. Step forward, please.
19-year-old student Michael Hayes is suing former live-in girlfriend, 18-year-old telemarketer Dina Massey, for the return of belongings bought with an insurance settlement.
There was a time when you were living together when your house burned down. Is that right?
That's correct.
How long had you been living in that house?
We've been living there for about, I say, 8 or 9 months.
After the house burned down, you got an insurance settlement check.
Mm-hmm.
And how much was that for?
$5,700.
It was $5,400.
Oh, $5,400. Some of that money was spent on furnishing a new place, right? And some of the money was spent for a car that you have. So is it a fair statement that all of the money that was used to purchase the new furniture for the new house came from this insurance money?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
No. My daughter's bedroom, somebody from school donated it. My bathroom, I paid for out of my my income tax return, which I have right here.
I didn't say all the furniture in the whole place was purchased from this money, but the money that was used to purchase the new furniture that you still have came from this pot of $5,400.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
He wants to be reimbursed for that because he says that the renter's insurance was in his name. Is that right?
That's correct.
You say that he got the car,
Right.
and that also was paid for out of this $5,400, so that you're even.
Right.
Okay, so I have a few questions.
Okay. The check was for $5,400, if that's what she said. I think it was $57,000. The car that I brought was only $1,000.
No.
Yeah, her daughter's bedroom.
No.
Just a second.
Yes, her daughter's bed was donated to us by the school, but the rest of the house I had brought and paid for with the
Okay,
insurance
so I have some
money.
questions. Why don't you let me ask my questions?
Okay.
How were you paying all of your bills? Were you putting this into a joint checking account and paying your bills from a joint checking account when you were living together, or were you each taking care of certain bills?
Well, she's like a control freak. So when I had my checks, I just, like gave her the money. You could pay, I didn't give her the money, but I told her, being that she had their checking account, well, we both had a joint account, you just go ahead, pay the light and the gas, pay all the bills, and I just give her the money just to keep her mouth closed.
All right. So if that's true, what you're telling me is she put her money in to pay some bills, and you put your money in to pay some bills.
No, my half of the money went to the bills that was in my name, like the light, the gas, and the rent to the house. And her half of the money went to things that was in her name, like the phone, cable, and whatever else.
The rent center bill, the rent, the phone, where you rent your furniture from.
Oh, you
He
were
wasn't
renting
paying
for
for that.
Rent-a-center.
Why was you paying for it and you don't have a job?
Don't speak.
I was paying for that
Don't
through the
speak
welfare
to each
check.
other. Now, when you took out this renter's insurance, who did you take it out from?
United Insurance Company.
Okay,
And
can
I-
I see that policy, please?
I don't have the policy with me. I wasn't able to get that. I had insurance for the things that was mine. She didn't have insurance for what was hers. So when the house had burnt down, her things in the house was left in the fire.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She wanted the car in her name and her mom's name because she said she didn't feel like she had enough security. The house was in my name and the furniture and everything was in my name.
Because he tries to pull stuff like this.
No.
That's why.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Michael Hayes says former live-in girlfriend Dina Massey owes him for half the value of their belongings.
Let me see what you purchased with that check.
I have receipts for like the big items, for like the furniture and the bedroom suite, but all like the miscellaneous items, the receipts is in the house with her, but I do have some receipts.
Let me see.
And I would just like to say, he said he spent $1,400 on his car. No, I have a check right here. It says $2,100
No,
for
actually,
his car.
I have a receipt and I pay $1,000 for my car. Here you go.
$2,100 out cash for the car. He spent it on, you know, for stuff inside the car.
Let me see her check.
And I have all the checks too.
Let me see. Check. You have a check here for $2,100 that's made out to cash, that's signed by him.
And it says car in a memo.
Just a second. That you endorsed.
What do you mean? I endorsed it.
You endorsed it. It was made out to cash, and you got the money. Take a look at the back of the check.
I didn't get the money for that.
It's not made out to a car dealership.
What we did was we rode to the bank. We wrote a check for $2,100 in cash. He put the memo. It says car. He took $2,100 out for the car. Okay.
No. Why did he? Just a second, madam. Why did you sign the back of the check?
Let me see, because I don't know. I know we got $2,100 out for the car. But he signed the front of it.
I know he signed the front of it. It's a check made out to cash. You cashed the check.
Yeah, I cashed the check.
You cashed the check.
But I gave him the money. We went and we drove and we looked around for cars. It was supposed to be our car. It wasn't just his car.
No, it was my car.
No, it wasn't just your car.
She was going on this trip, like she was like a power trip or something. I don't know what was wrong with her. She wanted the car in her name and her mom's name because she said she didn't feel like she had enough seniority, or, you know, she wanted some seniority, so she wanted my car in her name because the house was in my name and the furniture and everything was in my name.
Because he tries to pull stuff like this.
No.
That's why.
Let's say you paid $2,000 for the car, okay?
But
and
I didn't.
Let's say you got $5,400. What Miss Massey is saying is, since each of you was contributing money to the house, she should have some benefit from this insurance money as well.
But we both lived there and we both was on a lease. I had renters, I mean, we had a nice house. I had renter's insurance for the things that was matched. She could have did the same thing.
Show me the policy.
I wasn't able to get it, but I had
don't
the
just
checks.
on some
You're
items.
absolutely right, Miss Massey.
House.
You're absolutely
And
right.
I had,
the whole house was mine.
The whole house
Hey.
was not yours.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Was the furniture that burned down rental furniture?
Yes, it was rental furniture.
Who paid the rental company?
I did.
There must have been a balance due for their furniture.
He didn't.
Ben's that the couch and a love seat that we had from Rent Center was still there. They was able to come in and take their stuff, so we wouldn't have to, you know, I wasn't liable for it no more.
What do you mean? You mean everything burned down except their furniture?
Everything didn't burn down, just the couch and the chair burnt down. Everything else was smoke damage.
So are you telling me nobody paid Rent a Center for their
Yeah,
furniture?
they came
They
and
got
they
their
got it.
furniture
They got
back.
it back. They took it back.
They took it back. I guess they were going to fix it or whatever. I don't know what they was going to do to it.
You want me to believe they came and took back
They
this
did.
couch
They
and they
did.
didn't
They
say
did.
to you, you have insurance, you have to pay us?
No, they came and took it. Ben's that, I don't know, the couch had caught a fire, and they said if it...
She didn't pay.
Right.
Okay. When was this vacation planned?
Around April of last year, maybe a month before.
And where were you going?
To Jamaica, the West Indies.
For a week?
Which she suggested to go.
And how did it come about that you decided to go?
Well, we had a little breakup at the time. You know, me and her usually break up every 6 months or so. And I don't know, we were driving, we obviously made up driving on Queens Boulevard. She said, let's go to Card and Travel, charge a trip, come on, you're starting an NYU, I'm going to work, blah, blah, blah. I said, all right, no problem. Put it on my credit card because I know you're not working, not a problem. And went right in, she gave me $50 towards the trip. I charged $2,300, she gave me $50, and agreed to pay me back, verbally.
Tell me about the conversation with regard to reimbursing you, if there was one. And if there was one,
it was pretty much No problem, Vic. You know, anytime you get your job, I know you're going to get your job at Bloomingdale. She was applying for it. I knew she'd get it. She gets everything she wants. And I said, no problem. When you get your job, you pay me back. I didn't bring anything up about interest.
Okay, just a second. So you said to her, when you get your job, you'll pay me back.
Mm-hmm.
What did she say to you, if you remember?
A nod, a yes, okay, sure, no problem, everything. That's how we talk. We were best friends. I knew she would pay me back. I bought her clothes, she paid me back. I lent her money for jackets, she'd pay me back.
Okay.
Anytime I lent her money, she paid me back.
We're not talking about clothes and jackets
All right.
here. Now, Miss Eccles, we're talking about
The
this
trip.
vacation
Mhm.
trip. According to you, there did come a time when she did give you some money towards the trip. Is that right?
$250. Mm-hmm.
When?
4/9, 6/20, 7/14, and 9/19 the year 1999.
Let me see.
This is all. I kept it on a little piece of paper.
No.
Just 4 times. She paid me $50 here, $50 there, $100 here,
What?
and $100 there.
The reason I put the $50 down was because I was the one that went to the travel agent and booked it, and they needed $50
We
down.
were the ones that went.
Just a
We
second.
went to the travel agent.
We didn't go
Just
together.
a second. In September, did you give her $100?
Yeah.
You did?
I did. Not for that.
Not for that?
No, I gave it to her because she needed money. That's the friendship
Here
we
we
had.
go. Sorry.
Just a second. In July, did you give her $100?
I don't remember the date, but yes, I did give her another $100.
Okay. So let's hear your version of these events.
Okay. During that time, Denise and I were going through graduating college and trying to move forward. We were a little stressed out. I said, I need a vacation. She did. She was my travel buddy. We went everywhere together. We were best friends. I'd give her money if she needed it. She'd give it to me. She did a lot for me. She was there for me when I needed somebody. And she turned around and said, Vic, why don't we book the trip? Let's just do it. I said, I don't have the money for that. And she said, well, I have my loans coming in from school. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. At that time, I didn't even know about Bloomingdale's, so as far as me getting my job, I didn't start Bloomingdale's until August, so that has nothing to do with it. So she said, why don't you go? She couldn't come with me at the time. She said, go to the travel agent and get the information. I put the $50 down because I was the only one there. And then she went back and paid the balance at a separate time. We weren't together. I never agreed to pay her back the money.
What?
Shh. No. Shh.
What? What? I'm sorry.
Don't say what
I'm
again.
sorry.
Quiet.
What? I'm sorry. I really am.
It was your suggestion to go away on the vacation, according to you.
It
That's
was
what you
my
just
suggestion.
said. So it was
That
your
was it.
suggestion. Why don't we go away on vacation?
I said I needed a vacation.
Well, you said you needed a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of you had a lot of money.
No.
I had credit, though. Sorry.
She had credit. I didn't.
Neither one of you had a lot of money, right?
Right.
And you were good friends.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And she was going to college.
Graduate school.
Graduate school.
Yes. September.
And you were really good friends.
Yeah, we had plans to move out together that August.
You were really good friends.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure you were well aware of the fact that graduate school was very important to her.
Oh, absolutely.
And that school loans usually don't cover all the expenses from school, right?
Right.
Usually people have to supplement those loans with getting a part-time job and other things, especially graduate school loans, right?
Right.
So that if she were to take the full $2,300 for the trip,
Mm-hmm.
charging your trip as well as hers, and pay for that from her graduate school loans, which she had not gotten yet.
Correct.
That would have not been a smart thing for her to do as a person who was serious about school, right? She might have been short in her tuition, right? And you were a very good friend.
Correct.
So you wouldn't want her to be short on
Not
her
at all.
tuition.
Nope.
And that was the only money she had, right?
Yep.
So as a very good friend, as you said, you were going to move in together, I cannot imagine you expecting her to not have enough money to pay for her tuition in order to take you on a trip.
I wasn't expecting her to take me on a trip. She offered it because
No,
we needed
I
it.
just said, you're the friend.
I am. Mm-hmm.
And I cannot imagine a really good friend for over a decade allowing their best buddy to risk not having enough tuition because they took you on a trip to Jamaica. What I can imagine,
May I?
Miss Oakley, is the best friend saying, listen, between now and the time you need the money for tuition, I will have started my job and I'll be able to start paying you.
Which is why I gave her the money.
Which is why you gave her the $200. Well, that's
she needed
that.
it.
Just a second.
Not to pay back
There
the trip
you
because
go.
she needed it.
You just said, which is why then I gave her back the money.
Because she needed it.
No, that's not
She
why.
wasn't working. She needed the money.
That wasn't why.
Miss Eccles,
Okay.
does it look as if you're having a hard time before me?
No, but there's so much more to this than you can imagine.
I'm not interested in
I know,
so much
I
more.
know, I know, but I just want to tell her.
I mean, I read the papers that there was some hurt because one of your grandmothers died.
That'd be me. I
Brain
didn't even get a
cancer.
phone call.
You were hurt because you didn't get a phone call from her. When did your grandmother pass away?
Last month.
Last month, so you were angry. Well,
No,
last
I'm not
month has
angry.
nothing to do with not paying back this money before that. So you did give her $250 because you thought she needed the money.
Because I knew she needed the money. Because her loans fell through, school wasn't working out, and she wasn't working.
Oh, well, this may be even an easier case to decide than calling you a bit of a fibber, Miss Oakley. You...
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What she told me was, don't worry about it. I have the loans coming. I'll have money. That's what she said to me.
Her loans fell through.
They did.
There, make it easy. I don't have to call you a total fibber.
And later today,
Pay attention, Mr. Williams. Who's smarter, do you think, you or me?
Probably you. You're older than me.
Even when I was your age.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Denise Eccles says former friend Victoria Oakley never paid her part of their trip to Jamaica.
Miss Oakley, you do agree, and I've read in your answer, that the agreement that you say she offered to pay for your part of the trip out of the school loans that she was going to get.
She didn't say that she was paying for it out of her loans, but what she told me was, don't worry about it. I have the loans coming. I'll have money. That's what she said to me.
Okay.
Don't
I'll have the loans coming, so I will have enough money to pay. I will have the loans, therefore I will have the money to pay for your trip. You accepted this trip, understanding that your portion of the trip was to be paid, according to you, and I don't believe you, but according to you, it was to be paid from the loans that she was going to get. That was your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Her loans fell through?
They did.
Then you got to pay. There, make it easy. I don't have to call you a total fibber. There was a contingency on her paying for your half of the trip, and the contingency of her paying for your half of the trip was that she got loans. Her loans fell through. Therefore, you have to pay. Now, that's one scenario. And the first scenario, which I believe better, was that as soon as you got your job, you would start reimbursing her. You ultimately got your job in Bloomingdale's, and you were supposed to start to pay her when you started to work. All right, what does she owe you for half the trip? $950?
And interest?
You're suing her for $950.
Okay, $950.
That's what you're
more
suing her
than
for.
enough.
Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $950.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I don't have any kind of a grudge against her, and I hope that maybe one day we can be friends. She was wrong, I was right, that's it. The weather was terrible, it was just a terrible trip.
Beautiful trip. Got the pictures to prove.
And now the next case.
All parties on Dold versus Williams. Step forward, please.
18-year-old student Brian Dold is suing classmate 18-year-old Taylor Williams for denting his car during a physical altercation.
Mr. Dole, you claim that the defendant damaged your car, which is what you're suing for.
Yes, ma'am.
Your complaint also alleges that he assaulted you.
Yes, ma'am.
I was sort of curious that you weren't suing for the assault, but just for the damage on the car. Did you file a police report about this?
Yes, ma'am. I have it right here.
Was he arrested for the assault?
No, ma'am, he was not.
All right. Tell me how this altercation started, sir. Where were you?
We were at the Oak Meadow Recreational Center in a neighborhood. We were sitting at the park. It was me, my girlfriend, and 3 other friends. Mr. Williams here came into the park with Kenny. Started asking to
So you knew each other?
No. I just knew of him, knew his name, but I never talked to Taylor before.
Had you seen him before?
Yes, at school.
In the past?
Yeah.
So you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we were in the park, and Mr. Williams approached me and my girlfriend and 3 other people with Kenny, and they asked the whereabouts of my friend Shane. I told them I don't know where Shane's at, and Taylor replied, I think you do. And I said, no, I don't. And he smelled of alcohol and seemed agitated and getting closer to me. So my girlfriend grabbed me by the arm. We started walking to my vehicle. Taylor runs to my vehicle, stumbles, lands into my door, and punches me once in the nose and attempts 2 more times. But I managed to block it with my arms.
And how did he damage your car?
When his body ran into the door, it caused 3 dents, which I have pictures of here.
Okay, I'll take a look at the pictures in a minute. All right, Mr. Williams. Not a difficult situation so far. Tell me your version of the events, sir.
Okay, I never met Mr. Doley, but he's had previous encounters with my friends before.
With your friends. Now, were those friends who he had previous encounters with you that day in the park?
We have a big group of friends, and it was with all our friends. But
Mr. Williams, pay careful attention. So that the people that you believed had confrontations with the plaintiff before were not with you in the park that day?
no, they weren't.
How many people were in the park with you?
I went with my friend Kenny because we were riding around with our...
How many people were with you?
One friend was with me.
Did you get to the park by car, or did you walk to the park?
Yes, ma'am. We were riding around in my friend Greg's car.
You were with 2 other friends that day, then?
Yes, ma'am.
Not
And one
but
of
2.
Brian's friends called us on his cell phone and was telling us how Brian and his friends wanted to fight us and just talk trash to our friends. And in the past, I have a Jewish friend, and Brian... And
Just a second. You're on your cell phone. Somebody is telling you that this unnamed person, Shane, wants to fight with you and your friends, right?
That's correct.
You think that he knows where Shane is.
No, Brian's friends with Shane, and he was in on it too.
So you went up to them. They were in the park.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went up to him and said what?
I went up and I said, what's the problem? Because I've never met him. I'd never met him before. And I wanted to see what was up. I wanted to know why they wanted to mess with me and my friends.
Oh, okay.
And they were all sitting around drinking, and we didn't get a good response.
We were sitting
Don't speak. They were all sitting around, and you did not get a good response. What do you mean you didn't get a good response, Mr. Williams?
They were all drinking and being obnoxious, and I knew it wasn't going to be anything.
So he didn't answer you.
Nothing good was going to come out of it.
Just pay attention, Mr. Williams. Who's smarter, do you think, you or me?
Probably you. You're older than you.
Even when I was your age.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I heard Brian say something along the lines of, "Hey, man."
So what did you do?
I went and I hit him.
Just changed my mind. Smarter than you were when I was born.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Brian Dole says classmate Taylor Williams dented his car during an assault. Taylor says he never touched the car.
Okay, so you asked him a question. Now he responded something when you asked him a question. What did he respond?
I don't know.
You don't remember.
No, ma'am.
So say, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
And then, according to your answer, he and his girlfriend and another friend walked back to their car, right?
Yes, ma'am. We were walking away, too.
They walked back to their car, correct?
Correct. They were walking back to the car, and we were walking back to our car.
And where was your car parked compared to where their car was parked?
This wasn't Greg's car.
Where was
it? It was on the street, and they were parked in the parking lot.
Okay. So he's walking back to the parking lot, and you're walking back, allegedly, towards the car that you came in.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's pick up the action from there, Mr. Williams.
Okay, I'm walking back to... 3 of our friends pulled up, and I was walking back to their car.
So 3 more friends pulled up.
They were all girls.
3 more friends pulled up. And you were walking where?
And Kenny and I were walking back to the car.
Which car?
The car that just pulled up, the 3 friends.
The car with the 3 girls?
The 3 new friends.
Okay, so you're walking up to their car.
Mm-hmm.
And?
And I heard Brian say something along the lines of, "Hey, man." And from what I've heard...
Okay, so you heard him say something that you didn't like,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do?
It was in a threatening manner, and...
No, just a minute. You remember succinctly that he cursed at you
Yes, I do.
as you were walking to the car with the girls, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do?
I went and I hit him.
How far did you have to walk to hit him?
10 feet.
He ran.
He ran.
No, I didn't.
You ran.
No, I
Just
didn't.
a second. Ran, walked. You walked up to him and you hit him. Why did you do that?
Because everything I've heard about this guy is nothing good, and every time I've seen him and his friends at school, they just stare at me, and that's the whole reason I was there, because they wanted to fight me. So I figured, if he said, "Hey, man," I mean, I know I shouldn't have hit him, but I don't know what this guy's gonna do. I didn't know if he was gonna.
He was getting into his car.
He was already in the car, right?
He was already in the car when you hit him?
I didn't know if he was...
Just a second. He was already in the car when you hit him?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see the damage to the car. You idiot. Fool.
I have two.
Just changed
I didn't
my
hit the
mind.
car,
Also,
Smarter than you were when I was born.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Pretty one-sided.
He got little, tiny, whatever. Mr. Williams, if you're going to show off for friends...
I wasn't showing off for friends. I was defending myself. And I hit
No,
Brian Cody. I
Mr.
didn't hit his
Williams.
car.
How can you defend yourself, sir, when according to you, he's sitting in his car? According to you, he's sitting in his car.
He was sitting in his car, but this is a guy that's harassed my friends and me for the previous month in school. And
So what?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Mr. Williams, he's in the park with his friends. You go to the park, even though you say he's been harassing you, messing with you and your friends, but you went to find them. They didn't come looking for you.
we saw them.
And,
We weren't
of
looking
course
for
you saw them. You saw them there and you went into the park. Now, when you got into the park, and after you had words with him that you don't remember, he tried to get away from the situation before it escalated, took his friends to get back into his car.
No, he didn't try to get away.
And she wasn't there, and then I, kept going back, every couple of hours, and I finally caught up with her about 3:30. And we argued on her porch. My little girl, she's 4 years old now, and she was, right there with her at the screen door. We kept arguing. I got a little upset. She got upset. I turned around and walked away.
That's incorrect as far as...
Get a chance.
Okay.
Go ahead.
She said one more thing. I turned around and lashed back at her, and then I took off down her walkway. She came out, storming out of her door, started swinging at me, and I was, just bobbing and weaving, kind of like went towards the front of my truck and went around towards like the driver's side of my truck. Well, because she couldn't hit me, I guess she got upset, so she went up to my truck, and she was in her bare feet, but she was kicking my truck about 4 to 5 times on the passenger side. Then she walked around. She walked around the front of my truck, and she tried to hit me again. All this time, I kept telling her my little daughter was watching through the screen door, so I was telling her to calm down. And she started swinging at me again, but this time I grabbed her arms, and she proceeded to headbutt me right in my mouth and loosen this tooth right here. So then after that happened, I backed up, and she followed me up the driveway, started swinging again. This time, the only way I can get away, I just grabbed her and I pushed her with a little force, and that's the only way that I was able to get away. I then got into my truck, and I drove off up her street a little bit, and then I got out, and we exchanged a few more words. And
What'd you get out for?
because I said a few things to her. I wanted to get like one little last word in, and anyway, so I started driving. In my mind, I was like, well, I'm going to the police department, straight to the police department. And as I was driving...
You want to lose this case
No.
before we start?
No. Okay, apologize.
As I was driving to the police department, I went to make a left turn, and that's when I noticed that this had been broken off. I guess she had done it between the time she headbutted me and when I backed up to her driveway. I guess she reached in and broke it off because she was still trying to do damage to my truck.
Okay. So what I find interesting, sir, is that you are suing for damage to your truck,
Only.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody hit me and loosened my tooth, boy, I wouldn't give a rat's behind about my truck.
I also went to the dentist. I went to the dentist like 2 weeks later. There was little damage in the ligaments.
Well,
up
that's
here.
what I'm saying to you, sir. It just, your priorities are sort of interesting to me. Okay. Miss Young.
Yes.
Why did you lose your temper at him that day?
Well, he'd said something about our daughter. He said that he probably isn't the father when I had broken up with him because he was too jealous.
The one thing that he said to you was, I'm probably not her father.
Well, he had used plenty of vulgarness and just intent to hurt me with just...
so you lost your cool?
Well, after he was leaving, yeah, he started flinging, he was mud flinging at me, you know. I kept my cool up until that point, until he was down in the middle of the grass and he had screamed that back because he hadn't pushed my buttons yet, and he knew that that's the only thing he could say to push my buttons.
So then what did you do?
I'm a wet hen when it comes to my daughter. What did I do? I went down to the lawn, and yeah, I had swung at him with miss, which there's no intent to, I mean...
Just tell me what you did.
Only because I ducked out of the way, though. I mean, she was coming at me.
Am I asking you any questions now?
Okay.
And
so you started swinging at him.
I had swung one time. Yes, I did. Either or.
You started swinging at him.
Okay. Well, yeah, heck yes. So, well, I didn't hit him. He ducked and grabbed my arms and held them up to me, pushed them up to me, laughing at me, seeing that he pushed my buttons. At that time, he slapped my head. He let go of one of my arms.
Wait, hold on.
No, I don't want to hear you.
I can't.
Did you understand me?
That's
I don't want to hear you.
And he'd swung at me and popped me in the side of the head, at this side of the head, and
go ahead.
Which is in the.
I'm gonna sit here and tell a lie like that.
You want to lose? You want me to throw you out? I'm going to do that. You told your story. I told her to be quiet until you were finished. Do you understand? Did you hear me tell her that?
Mm-hmm.
If you open your mouth again, I'm dismissing your lawsuit unless I ask you a question. Is that clear?
That's clear.
Good. Continue.
Okay. At that time, when he hit me in the head, just out of defending myself, then
You weren't defending yourself. You were the aggressor.
Well, yes, I was the
aggressor.
aggressor.
No, you were the aggressor.
Touched me first.
You were the aggressor.
Correct, but he's the one that touched first.
No.
But,
you were the aggressor.
Okay, so, okay.
Now, what did you do to his car?
He then let go and ran around his truck laughing and dancing around, thought it was cute. He ran from the back of his truck all the way around to the passenger seat side, and at that time I reached in to grab his keys.
No, at that time, according to your answer, let me tell you what you wrote in your answer. He ran around to get to the front of his truck.
Right.
And you say, I chased him.
Well,
from the back to the front driver's side.
That's just human nature. I mean, somebody hit you, yeah, heck yes. I mean, you know, you're like, and he's laughing, and you're like...
Let me see the damage to the truck, please.
Popping up.
Shoot. Let me see the damage. What I have here,
I didn't ask you a question. I said, let me see the damage to the truck.
Okay. But in those pictures...
And may I finish?
No, you're finished.
Oh,
I'm not
finished.
You're finished. Do you ever hear sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me?
I do understand.
Well, you were the aggressor.
Well, he's the one that hit.
No. You were the aggressor. He hit in self-defense. You were the aggressor.
No. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Well, the neighbor saw all that, and I wished I would have.
Don't tell me what anybody else saw. Now let me see the estimates.
That's true.
The estimate, and do you want to see the police report also?
Yes.
You can tell a lie like that.
You're so...
You know damn well that I hit you.
You ought to just be quiet.
They talking to each
other.
No, Judge, they're not talking.
Screen door, you're so lame. Kabrina knows how to open screens.
Now they're talking to each other, Judge.
But you asked them to stop.
She's gonna throw your case out if you don't shut up. Okay?
Thank you. You know what I find interesting?
Mm-hmm.
She headbutted him, right? And then the officer notes here that she had a bruise. Listen to this. On her forehead, approximately 2 inches round. Hello?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
One of the things that you said to her, that this was not your child, is a vile thing to say. Vile.
You betcha.
I don't need any help from you.
And later today,
this is a court. if he wants to sue her, he would be standing where you're standing. He didn't make an agreement with her. You made the agreement with him.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Benjamin Carbajal is suing ex-girlfriend Denise Young for hitting him in front of their 4-year-old daughter.
Okay, well, you're going to get the money for your truck. She had absolutely no basis to not only hit you in the mouth, which I would have sued for, but damage your truck,
He
God
thought it
forbid.
was cool. That's what he told the officer, too. He thought it was cool.
But I'm going to
Sit
say this
back.
to you, sir, and this is just gratuitous tongue lashing from me. One of the things that you said to her, which, especially since you say that your daughter was present, she was at the screen door, if you shouted to her that this was not your child, that is a vile thing to say.
Sick.
Vile. Clearly designed to push her buttons. Pushing her buttons doesn't give her a license to either assault you or your property. But that probably, especially with your daughter there, is probably the worst thing that you could say to a child within a child's earshot. Right? So I don't
agree.
care what kind of relationship you have with her. If you two have been fighting for 12 years, God bless you, you might spend the next 12 years fighting with each other. Who knows? But you made a child together. You're not supposed to make that child miserable. So if you told me that you were being a good father and said, cut it out, you know, your daughter is standing by the screen door, and then to shout to her what you did, there is nothing that I can say to you that can mitigate the damage that that did. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you still go and pick her up for visitation?
Yes.
Yep.
Actually,
once in a great while.
actually,
once in a great while.
Last Sunday,
Like-
see,
like the day-
it was raining heavy, and because I have not had that fixed yet, I can't drive my truck in the rain because I don't have any windshield wipers.
It quit raining at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I have
Do you have an
offered
order of
and-
visitation?
Yes, I have,
Yes, he
and
does.
I took
Just a
her to
second.
court.
Just a second. You have an order of
Yes,
visitation?
I do. Yes,
And I assume you have an order of support.
Yes, I do. Mhm.
And you pay the order of support?
Yes.
Yes, they dock his wages.
Okay, well, that's fine.
He has no choice.
That's fine.
Yes.
He's working. He could quit his
You betcha.
job.
Yes, you betcha.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
So that you both work and you both
Very
support
good
the
job,
child
yes.
that you made. And if you have visitations, every time you're supposed to be there on time. You
That
never
includes-
dis-
Excuse me.
I don't need any help from you.
No, okay. I'm sorry.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,650. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
That was easy.
The time that's invested with he and Cabrina isn't anything.
I guess she's right for us to get along well, everything to be pretty smooth and pleasant, and me to spend more time with my daughter. She's right.
Well, that's important. That's important for every child.
And now the next case.
All parties on Griffith versus the Bell. Step forward, please.
25-year-old tattoo artist Jared Griffith is suing the mother of his child, 23-year-old beauty advisor Nicole Bell, for rent and car repairs.
Mr. Griffith, you and the defendant have had a 5-year relationship,
Altogether, yes.
and you have a child together.
Yes.
How old is the child?
She's 5.
You're suing her for $700 and some odd dollars. $300 you say was a loan of some sort, and some money to fix your car.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Were you living together at the time of this loan?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
It was towards the tail end of our relationship, and a couple days before Halloween of 1999, she called me at work and asked me if I could borrow some money from a friend of mine.
For what?
So she could pay rent because she didn't have the money for rent
Rent where?
at our house, the house that we were living at.
The two of you. So
Yes.
you had an arrangement that each one of you would pay so much in rent?
Our agreement was that she was to pay half the rent, and I was going to pay the other half, and then we split the bills.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you borrowed the money from a friend?
I borrowed the money from my friend Pat.
And what was the arrangement as far as paying back Pat?
The arrangement was that she was going to originally pay him back by the end of the month, and she never did.
Okay, so she didn't pay back Pat.
No.
Did you?
No, I didn't.
So what are you doing here?
I'm
So
suing
what?
on his behalf.
You can't sue on his behalf. You're not out of pocket any money, right?
Well, I borrowed the money from him
Right.
to give to her
Right.
for the loan.
But you're not out of pocket any money. You didn't pay him back, right?
Right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Did you pay any child support in February, Mr. Griffith?
No, I haven't.
He's not paid child support since our daughter was
That's
6 months old.
You're getting away with murder, sir.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jared Griffith is suing Nicole Bell for rent and car repairs. Nicole claims Jared owes her for child support.
All right, let's move on to the second problem. Second problem is the car. You say you loaned her a car.
Yes.
The car got damaged, the brakes needed to be redone, and you wanted her to pay for the brakes.
She agreed to pay for the brakes. She kept on complaining about how is she going to get to work, how is she going to do this, how is she going to do that. And so I eventually said, okay, well, you can use my car if you agree to pay for the repairs to it, because you've driven it into the ground over the past few months. Because when she originally started driving it, we took it down and got it fixed at my mechanics. And it was, the brakes and everything were in tip-top shape.
Well, had you just put in new brakes?
No, I don't think I
And what
have.
year car was this?
It's a 1964 Bug.
64?
Yeah.
All right. When you split up, who did your daughter go to live with? Did she stay with you, or did she go with
She was living with her grandmother.
She spends the weekends with my mother.
Why?
Because my mom babysits. My mom has Friday and Saturday off. Those are the only 2 days that she can spend with my daughter.
Okay, but during the week, where does your daughter go?
She's with my boyfriend.
She stays with your boyfriend during
Yes,
the day?
I live with my boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend now that doesn't work?
No, he works.
You just said that your daughter spends during the week with your boyfriend.
Right.
So he doesn't work.
Right now, he's applying for a few jobs.
So the answer is he doesn't work.
Right.
Now, Mr. Griffith, the defendant says that one of the reasons you're angry with her is because you claimed your daughter on your tax returns this year as if you were her sole provider.
Yes.
And she called the Internal Revenue Service and said that that's not true.
Yes.
You know, if you were civilized with each other and if you were each contributing similar amounts of money, what you could have done was made some sort of arrangement. Somebody claims her on their tax returns, and then whatever that deduction is, you can share it.
We did originally when we were together that we agreed that we would claim her, that I would claim her for that year because she was out of work for the majority of the year and I made more money than her.
Was that your arrangement?
No, we had an arrangement previously that we would claim her every other year. He claimed her the prior year of 98, so 99 was my year to claim her, but I was also the majority of the provider for her.
Okay. Miss Bell, for my own interest, did you ask Mr. Griffith to borrow $300 on your behalf?
No, ma'am. He took it upon himself to borrow money from his friend to pay the remainder of the rent. When I left my furniture, and I told him that he had the option to keep it or he could sell it to pay back his friend.
Was any furniture left in your house that belonged to her?
I told her that I was going to keep the couches until she paid me back.
So the answer was she had some furniture.
She did, but she didn't have anywhere else to put it as well.
Okay. If you wanted to, she is not making any claim to her furniture. She says to sell it. If you have a problem with paying back your friend from whom you borrowed the money, sell the couches. Right?
I guess, but it's not my responsibility to pay him back.
Well,
it's
but
her responsibility.
You understand something? So this is a court. Parties are not fungible. You cannot say, well, I'm standing in his place. If he wants to sue her, he would be standing where you're standing. Then I would say, did you make an agreement with her? He'd say no. He didn't make an agreement with her. Right?
He made an agreement with her based on me.
No, he did not make an agreement with her. You made the agreement with him.
To her, it was for her. She asked me specifically to borrow money from him.
I understand that.
I was the middleman. I was on the phone and I asked
Mr. Griffith, sell the couches and pay him back.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Now, in February of this year, the child was living with you?
Yes.
Did you pay any child support in February, Mr. Griffith?
No, I haven't. I asked her if she wanted me to pay child support upon her leaving, and she said, no, I'll be fine. I don't need it because I don't have to pay rent.
So you have not paid child support since November of 1999?
No.
No, I have. I'm working on that right now with the district attorney's office.
Just a second. Have you paid child support since November of 1999?
No, because
you have
she
not.
denied it. She did not want it.
He's not paid child support since our daughter was 6 months old.
It doesn't make any difference. You were living together. What do you mean he hasn't
No,
paid
we
child
weren't
support?
living together for 4.5 years, and he never paid child support in that time, and I never denied him, no, I don't need it. Because, I mean, it's
Why
ordered
is
by
the
the court.
district attorney involved now?
Because it's welfare reimbursement.
Ah, there you go.
For not very long.
Whatever. It's welfare reimbursement.
99% of it is for welfare reimbursement.
Whatever. Are you on welfare now?
No, I'm not.
Have you been in the last year?
No, I have not.
Okay. Get your money back. She says that the money that you spent on the car was not a loan, was a gift. And she is counterclaiming for a television set, which he has that belongs to you, and then for some nonsense about defamation of character. All right, so let's start. When did you give her this money for the car?
It was within the 3 months, January, February, March. I just kept putting money into her car because her car kept breaking down.
Well, let's start with the first time you gave her money to put in the car. How did that come about?
She was like, it was January 24th, I think, I believe, and she was having car problems and stuff like that. She has 2 children. So she kept coming to my house and stuff. Her car was breaking down, so I figured that I'd be a nice guy, give her some money, help her fix her car. She said she was getting a tax check and she'd give me the money back from the tax check when she got it in.
That's
So
not true.
I just...
Just a minute. Tell me the exact conversation, sir. She called you and said she was having car trouble. What kind of car trouble was she having?
Starter was going in her car.
That was the first problem?
No, the first problem was the windshield was broken in her car.
Oh. So let's get to the windshield. Did she call your house and tell you she needed it, or were you out together and she told you she needed money?
No, we were out together. We were talking about it.
And what did you say to her?
I just told her, she asked me about, she's driving around with the windshield cracked and stuff, and I told her that, you know, you should get that fixed before she gets pulled over with it.
Okay. You should get that fixed. And what did she say to you?
She said she would when she got a tax check money in.
She said, fine, I'm going to do that when I get
Right.
my tax check.
Right.
And you said to her?
I said, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it now. When you get your tax check, you can just give me the money so you don't have to have no problems until then.
And how much did you give her?
I went to the junkyard, picked up a windshield. It was $50. And then I went to a glass place like a week later and had it put in for her.
And how much did they charge you at the glass place?
$60.
Did you consult her about any of these costs?
Yes, she said she'll take care of it once she got a tax check.
You keep saying that. Had you told her you were going to a junkyard?
Yes.
Is that right?
He told me he'd call a couple of junkyards and find prices. And I told him to get prices and then notify me, and I was going to buy the windshield with my paycheck, not my tax check.
Okay, so you were planning to buy it?
I was planning to buy it, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't have gotten it cheaper than $50, could you?
I wasn't sure. He said it was his responsibility to look for me. I wasn't allowed to look myself. So he was supposed to call, get prices, and then notify me. I was going to pay him the money, and he was going to pick it up.
Okay. He picked it up, it was $50. Then you took the windshield and had it put in your car.
No, he brought me to a place that his friend owned. And
Just a second. Did you go to a place and have the windshield put in your car?
Yes.
And did you go with him?
Yes.
And did you know how much the cost was?
Yes, it was nothing. There were friends of his that owned the business. What he was initially going to do is he has full coverage in his vehicle. His friend was going to say that they were putting it on his truck and put on his tax as though his truck had the windshield put in it.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
No, it is not. And when we got there, the guy that did it, the owner of the shop, it was a place in Boston, said that, he said, don't worry about it. And then we left.
Okay. When was the next time you gave her money?
It was probably about, excuse me, about 2 weeks after that.
And what happened then?
Her car broke down and she was tanning or something. Her car broke down and as her starter was a starter. So she didn't have the money at the time for the, for the starter, so I told her.
Well, no, her car broke down. Did she call you?
Yeah. Yes, she did.
And what did she say when she called you?
She was yelling and upset about her car and saying she wanted to get rid of it. And so I told her I'd go pick her up and take care, see if I get the car running or whatever like that. So she said, don't worry about it. Her mother was going to pick her up or something like that. So she went and had it towed, or I don't know what she had done, but it was at her house. I told her I'd pick up a starter for her and have it put in for her.
Okay. And how much did that cost?
I believe the starter was $50, and the labor was like $115.
Do you have any
I
bills for that?
got the receipts right here, all the receipts.
Okay, I'd like to take a look at them. All right, and she gave you the car to go and have that done?
No, we went together and we dropped it off. And she
Is that
went over my
right?
house after.
Yes, we went together. I didn't talk to anybody. I wasn't allowed to go in the place. I had to wait in his truck while he went in and talked to the mechanic and stuff. So,
Don't tell me,
I mean,
Ms.
I don't know
Marquis,
what
that you're not
happened in there.
allowed. You're allowed to do whatever you want. You're allowed to get in the car. You're allowed to get out of his car if he drove you there and take a bus home.
Not without arguing, though. I mean,
So you argue. You don't get into his car in the
Your
first
Honor.
place.
It's not a lie.
Listen to me, Ms. Marquis. I mean, I read your answer, and you said he was totally dominating you, and he wouldn't let you do anything. So just listen what you did. You complained to me that he totally dominated you when he went and got the windshield for your car and didn't ask you anything, and then totally dominated you when you went in to have the windshield put into the car, right? Then you don't accept, if that bothers you, then you don't accept his offers when he wants to put in a new starter for the car. What you say is, I'll take care of it myself.
And I did.
No. What you say is, I'll take care of it myself. I don't want to go with you. I don't want you to pick me up a starter. You didn't say that to him.
I told him that I would go and pay for it because he said his mechanic has been in the family a long time and was a good, reputable mechanic.
Are you not following what I'm saying to you? Is it not
Yes.
piercing through? If somebody you feel is trying to control your life, you don't put them in a situation where they can do that. Unless you want to accept things. Right?
Okay.
Now, what about this television set, Miss Marquise?
When we started dating, my father had given me it's like a projection television set, and Lance came over and my father was saying how it had to be repaired. He said he knows a friend that can repair the TV, and that him and his friend would pick it up and bring it to his house because his friend lived in the same city, and that it would be fixed from then on. I don't think it's been fixed yet, and when I asked for it back, he said that my father and I gave it to him.
What happened was her father was buying a new big screen TV. He needed to get that TV out of the house. She said it was broken. She said, if you could do me a favor, I'd appreciate it if you could get the TV out of the house. I had a pickup truck. I said, yeah, I'll take care of it for you. She goes, you can do whatever you want with the TV. I don't care. I just need it out of the house.
That
She
sounds
gave it
right to me.
No.
That sounds right to me.
That's
Why
not
would I
right.
take a broken
Yeah,
TV
that's right.
and bring it to my
It's not
house?
right. You
when
wanna
I
know
was
why?
Have it fixed at her
Why?
house?
Because you didn't bring a lawsuit until he sued you for the money.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
But he wants it now, and you're no longer together.
That's why he wants it back.
So why don't you do it?
Because I offered to do that. If my
Oh, well, let's
television
offer again.
And later today,
She was my girlfriend at the time, so I figured, you know, romantic little weekend.
It's not romantic when she's paying.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Lance Shiverdecker is suing former girlfriend Dawn Marquis for a loan. Dawn is countersuing Lance for ruining her reputation.
Who are you?
I'm his mother.
Step up. What's your last name?
Shiverdecker.
Shiverdecker, what do you know about this TV?
She was talking to my son on the phone, and he lives with me. And I even called her mom and told her mom that she could pick up the TV at any time. It was broken. It was of no use to us.
Where is the TV now? Just
It's at my house.
Is it fixed?
No, it's not.
It's not fixed?
No.
So nobody did anything with it?
Correct.
Fine. Go get it.
Okay.
3 days from today. If you're not there after 3 days, he's going to fix it and have himself a TV. Sit down.
Your Honor, I have bank statements showing that the whole entire time I had over that amount of the money in the bank, including my my deposits with the checks. The second time he had the car repaired, my money was already in the bank, and he knows that because when I was sleeping, he went through my pocketbook and looked at all my bank
So
statements.
why don't you give him the money that he spent on your car?
Because when I tried to in the first place, I was writing a check and we were going to pick up the car. He told me no. He said, it's my responsibility, I'm taking care of it. He refused the money.
Well, but he wants it now, so why don't you give it to him?
Because he said not to worry about it
No,
before, so
listen
no.
to me.
He said it's his
Listen to
responsibility.
me. But he wants it now, and you're no longer together.
That's why he wants it back.
So why don't you do it?
Because I offered to do that. If my
Oh, well, let's
television was
offer
returned-
again. You offer to give him back the money he spent for his car? For your car?
If my stuff was returned to me also.
Just what stuff?
My television.
You're going to pick that up in 3 days.
Okay.
What else?
That's the main thing. Yeah, that's it.
That's the only thing. Good.
Your Honor.
Now let me see. Now that's very good. So let me see the bills that you spent on a car.
And this is.
She wants to give it back to you.
This was a letter that she wrote me that I was.
She wants to give it back to you because that's the right thing to do. Because she says you're annoying her at work. You're annoying her at work, and probably one of the reasons you're annoying her is that you feel as if she made a fool out of you by taking this money. Is that right?
Your Honor, I don't even see her at work. I don't talk to her at work.
$261. Now, you want to take care of the rest of this countersuit that you have, or defamation?
Yes. I work at the front desk at the hotel, and he works in the bar. People in the bar have been coming up to me.
Don't tell me what anybody's telling you from the bar.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't tell me what anybody's been telling you. That's hearsay.
Okay, well, he's at the bar telling people at the bar that...
How do you know what he's telling people at the bar?
A couple of the patrons and a police officer came to me and asked me about it.
You cannot tell me what anybody else said. That's hearsay.
Okay.
Good. Counterclaim is dismissed with the exception of the television set, which you will pick up in 3 days. If she doesn't pick it up within 3 days from today, you are free to do whatever you want with it.
Yes,
and I am awarding you $261 on your claim. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Subjected to people saying a lot of obnoxious rumors about me that aren't true, having to switch jobs and everything because of it, and him constantly beginning to harass me.
If it was any harassment, it was on her part.
And now the next case.
All parties on Schmid versus Vanderham. Step forward, please.
21-year-old student Kelly Schmid claims ex-boyfriend, 19-year-old student Josh Vanderham, owes her for half the cost of a Millennium getaway.
You folks were dating each other around the millennium. According to your complaint, Ms. Schmidt, you arranged for a weekend...
In Huntington Beach.
In Huntington Beach?
Yes.
And you put all of this, the hotel and stuff, on your credit card. You say there was an arrangement for him to repay you half of the cost of the trip.
Yes.
You broke up shortly thereafter. He hasn't paid you back.
Yes.
That's what this is about.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to do something really fun for New Year's, and I had just thought of doing this for the weekend, and so I called the hotel. And
now, first, did you call him?
Yes, I called him and discussed it with him first, and said...
Well, tell me about it. Tell me about that
Well, I called him and I discussed it, and I said, you know, look, this would be a cool idea, you know, would you be interested in doing it? And he's like, yeah, that's cool, you know. I'm like, okay, well, then I'll call in the hotel and I'll find out if, you know, what's going on, how much it costs and all that, and then I'll call and let you know the details. And so I called him back after I found out, and I told him, look, it's $1,000 for the weekend. They do have room, you know, but I'd totally love to do it as long as you'd be willing to pay me half. He said, yeah, let's do it. I'll pay you half. That's fine.
Did she call you and tell you about the weekend in Huntington Beach?
Yeah, she called me.
So tell me about the conversation.
She called me back and she said, you know, I really want to do something for the Millennium. You know, would you like to come with me and stay for the getaway?
Right.
And I said, sure, I would love to go. Basically, we never arranged for any payment or anything.
How did you...
I mean, I paid for dinner that night when we went out to dinner, and then for drinks, it was an open bar, so we tipped the bartender several times throughout the course of the 2 days.
Well, did you think she was going to take you away for a 3-day holiday? Is that what you thought?
Well, I don't know. She was my girlfriend at the time, so I figured, you know, she was going to help me out, and we were going to spend a 2-day, you know, romantic little weekend.
It's not romantic when she's paying.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Sounds great. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Well, basically...
Not basically. Stop with the basically.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kelly Schmid says former boyfriend Josh Vanderham owes her for half the cost of a Millennium getaway.
Did you discuss the cost?
Yes, we did, actually.
Okay, so let me hear about the discussion about the cost. Shh. I didn't ask you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I asked Mr. Vanderham.
Basically, she said it was $1,000, and she was going to put it on her credit card.
All right, Mr. Vanderham, we're not going to pull teeth here, sir.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you individual questions. Did she tell you what the room was, what the room cost?
Yes, it was $1,000.
And did she tell you what that included?
Yes, she did.
And you said, sounds great.
Sounds great. Sign me up.
Sounds great, sign me up.
Yeah.
Had you given her presents before?
Yes, we had Christmas before that.
So you gave her a present?
Yes.
What did you give her?
Several presents. Clothes.
Give me the big one.
Clothes. You know what? Actually, I don't really remember. It was clothes.
You went out and picked them out yourself?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when you gave them to her, did you, what was it, a blouse or a shirt or something?
A dress. It was a couple items.
Couple of things.
Probably.
Did you tell her where you purchased them?
Yes.
Did you tell her how much they cost?
No.
Why didn't you tell her how much they cost?
Because it was Christmas and...
Because it was a gift.
Yes.
Right. Now, what your claim is, Mr. Vanderham, is that she was making a gift to you of this Millennium Weekend, right?
That's correct.
So when one makes a gift to somebody, usually they do not discuss the cost of the gift with that person. They say, now you see where I'm going?
I see where you're going.
Yeah, I knew you'd see where I was going. You usually don't have a long conversation about what the room costs, what the meals are, that it includes entertainment, unless there is an expectation that you're going to be repaid. Because if you gave her a dress for Christmas, you wouldn't say, here, I bought you this dress for $149. Right? That would be tacky.
Yes.
It's the same kind of gift.
I hear you.
The same kind of gift. You hear me? All right, so the room was $500. So why are you suing him for $600?
Well, basically...
Not basically. Stop with the basically.
As far as the interest went on the credit card, it's about 12%, and the charges were incurred all the way in December. And
so you're charging for interest on your credit card?
Yes, and actually it was about $1,050 plus extra room charges and stuff. I have the credit card statement right here if you'd like to see it.
Now you say you paid for dinner, Mr. Vanderham. Was that a gift?
Yeah.
Basically.
Basically.
You like my basically, don't you?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What was the $200 for?
The $200 was for an extra. We had the witness and his girlfriend ended up staying with us in the room that weekend, and that was an extra $200, but they paid for that. They paid me money for that.
Is this the person who stayed in the room?
Yes, it is.
Is this your friend?
That's my best friend.
Still your best friend? So he's sitting on that side?
He was there.
I don't know.
What? Step up here. David!
Yes.
David what?
Pollard.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Good. David, you and your girlfriend went and spent the weekend with them?
Yes.
In Huntington Beach?
Yes.
And your tab was $200?
That's correct.
And this is your best friend?
Yes.
Didn't you think it was sort of fair to say, listen, if we have this room and the room's going to cost us a total of $1,200 for the four of us, that we should split that in half?
I asked him about the cost of the room.
You asked who about the cost?
She...
no, who did you ask about the cost, David?
I actually asked both of them.
Both of them in the same... They were there at the
on
same...
different phone calls. Kelly called me back and told me it would be $100 a person extra. And I said, well, you know, how much is the room? And she said, well, the room's a little over $1,000. And I said, well, is $100 then going to cover it? Do you want more? And she said, no, just, you know, pay for what extra fees they're going to charge us. And I said, okay, you know.
So she was a nice person.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
Yes.
Before they even came to the picture, it was just going to be me and him splitting the entire cost. So I had already planned on just us agreeing to pay that much money.
And your twin sister died?
Yes.
What was her name?
Carolyn.
When did she pass?
April the 16th.
Mr. Smith, you lived with Carolyn for 17 years.
Yes, I did.
You never married?
No, we didn't.
Is there any reason that you never married?
Yes, we discussed getting married, but for various reasons, mainly monetary reasons, we kept putting it off.
She had a kidney condition?
She was a diabetic.
Okay.
She had kidney failure.
and she died without a will. And the only monetary property that she had was an insurance policy. And there were two beneficiaries on the insurance policy, her mother and Mr. Smith.
Yes.
How much was that insurance policy?
42.
It was for $44,000. The money was divided equally between Dolores Wells and myself.
Okay. It is your claim that Mr. Smith has property that belongs to your sister and your daughter that should rightfully be yours.
Well, actually, he has pictures of me and her as children, 7-month-old baby pictures that I could never get again. And he has all.
Okay, just 1 second. Do you have any objection giving her twin the pictures of the two of them as
None
children?
whatsoever.
Fine. We've just taken care of the pictures. What else?
Well, actually, I just want her personal belongings.
Just no. Personal belongings is very, very nebulous. You tell me exactly what it is that you think you are entitled to.
I think I'm entitled to her driving license plus a social security number card.
Why would you want that? Just because for sentimental reasons?
No, it's due to the fact because Mr. Smith refused to let me have anything convertible of what she had, and he changed locks, wouldn't even see. I was there, and I was the one that was taking care of her. I wouldn't even got this back, which is mine. I let her use my ring to go on vacation 1 year, and if I hadn't got it during the process of being there, I wouldn't have been able to get my ring because he refused to even invite us over to the house to get anything.
Well, it depends upon what you wanted to get. You have any problem giving her mother her social security card?
No, I don't.
And her driver's license?
No, I don't.
Fine. Those things you can have along with the pictures. What else?
Actually, we want all her personal things.
You keep saying all her personal things.
She had 1,000 movie collection tapes. She had
Just a
albums.
second. No, but just a second. Now you're talking different story. Now you're not talking sentimental things. Now you're talking things that are worth money. These two people lived together for 17 years.
He lived on her, Your Honor.
Whether he lived on her or not, this is the person your sister chose to live with. You just can't say, I want property. I want all her property.
Okay, my problem is, okay, Judge, this man has a double life he's been living. All of a sudden, he went from being a loving person to a person that was vindictive and treating my sister like dog poo.
Miss Wells, let me explain something to you. Nobody looks into somebody else's bedroom.
We were there.
You or your mother. Your sister was an adult. She chose this man for 17 years, longer than most marriages. The fact that she is gone now doesn't give you license to look into their relationship and say, I don't like it. Doesn't give you license to do that. It's a very foolish thing for you to do. Sometimes dealing with death, it's easier to be angry with someone, to vent it in anger than to feel the pain that somebody died. So it's very easy to be angry with this man rather than feeling the sadness of your sister's passing. That happens. It's a very natural thing, but it's a very unhealthy thing. So the things that these two people accumulated, irrespective of whose money paid for it, he has in his possession in his home. There are certain personal effects that I can understand you and your mother may want.
Well, he told me that I can have all her clothes. Okay, I'm the only one that can fit her clothes, but I mean, he hasn't brought all of her clothes to me. He brought a couple of little items, maybe a jacket or something, but my sister has a wardrobe.
Do you have any clothes?
Yes, Your Honor. I took 5 bags of clothing and a box of shoes and other personal effects of Carolyn's to them, and Connie told me not to bring anything else because they didn't have any room.
When did you do that, Mr. Smith?
I did that about a month ago or more. And
is that true?
It's true, but...
All right, that's all. I don't want to hear but. So he did bring over clothing and shoes.
He brought a box of clothes and some material.
No, he said 5 bags of clothing.
It wasn't 5. He brought a bag of clothing, he brought a bag of material, and he bought the old raggedy shoes that she wore when she died.
Come on. You're talking $5,000 here. $5,000 doesn't fit old clothes. What else do you want?
My sister had stuff she never wore.
Listen to me.
Well, I want her albums.
You can't have her albums.
He already told me I can have them.
Then he'll give them to you. I'm not awarding you money for them. What?
May I? She also had cash in her savings account. She just had got her income tax. It was $1,500 that she put in her savings, plus she had $200 worth of quarters, which was in their bedroom. And when I went there to look in there, they was not there.
What did you go in there to look in there for?
I was sleeping in there.
What did you go in their room to
and
look
she
in their
sent
room?
me in there to get medication and stuff.
What did you go and look at her quarters for?
Because I don't want
This
to
is a couple.
Okay.
This is a couple.
All right.
He didn't treat her like
That's
they were a
not
couple.
for you to say, madam.
Okay.
That is not for you to say. Your sister lived with them. For whatever it was, they brought each other a certain amount of pleasure and comfort. Otherwise, your sister wouldn't have stayed. Now that she's not here anymore, is not the time for you to have bad feelings with this man.
We have not treated this man bad at all. We haven't even called him or nothing.
Just a minute. Did you want to go into his house and take out property that you thought you were entitled to?
Well, I
No,
thought I
no.
was
The answer is either yes or no.
Yes, I did.
Well,
I
that's
thought it was
wrong.
good.
That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. For all intents and purposes, this was a couple of a very, very long-standing relationship. Where the heck do you come off going into their home to take property that you believe is yours?
He just had a private life.
That's not your business.
He has a problem coming out of the closet. And
Listen, I don't want to hear that, Miss Wells. I'm totally disinterested in it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He beat her up. Then she couldn't walk for 3 months. Then she died right after that.
You're talking about things. How will that make your deceased sister feel better?
And later today,
we were all playing hide and go seek, and I tried to push the door open.
And you must have pushed it pretty hard. The door on his house got broken.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Connie Wells and her mother, Dolores Wells, say Malcolm Smith won't return the belongings of Connie's deceased sister. Malcolm says he's given the Wells everything that was hers.
You're not paying attention to me.
I'm
saying to you, get over it. Get over the anger. Your sister is gone.
This man
you want her
on my sister before she could not even walk anymore. He beat her up. Then she couldn't walk for 3 months. Then she died right after that. We don't know what he did to her.
Listen. You're talking about things.
See, this
you're
man,
talking about, and you're not even talking about that because you're not suing him for it. I'm speaking. You're not even talking about things. You're suing him, not for the things. You're talking about suing him for $5,000. How will that make your deceased sister feel better?
Only reason we sued him is because he brought us Pampers and bed sheets that a week after my sister died, and he could have threw that stuff away, but he brought it just to be funny.
And plus he know where I live. It was a letter addressed to me that came to his house. He opened it. This is it right here, y'all.
Let me say it. Was this all before or after you tried to get into the house when he changed the locks?
We haven't tried to get in the house. He changed it the moment she died.
Okay.
He bought a new car, you know, and
Carolyn's. Just a second. This is Carolyn's disability check, the last one for 4 days. They said the last one goes to the next of kin. Fill out and sign the back for Carolyn's last check. What does that mean? Did he send you the check?
No.
He sent her the paper to fill out that she had to send to the unemployment office or the disability office. That was inside the letter that he sent to my mother.
Fine. So did she send the papers back?
Yeah.
But I haven't got no information from it.
Just a second. Fine. That's not his fault. He sent you the form, and he told you what to do on the form.
He
said
the
fill it out and sign it and send it back for Carolyn's last check. What's wrong with that?
The letter that came to my mother was in her name, her address. It wasn't his to open like he did.
The letter that she's referring to was addressed to Carolyn Wells, to our address. And I opened to look at it to see what it was. When I realized what it was, I wrote that little note and mailed it to her. And I don't see nothing wrong with that.
There is nothing wrong with it, Mr. Smith. Will you see to it that the plaintiffs get any baby pictures?
I sure
the
will.
baby pictures. Her mother would like her driver's license for whatever reason and her Social Security card. Is there anything else that you have in the house that you believe that they would want that you are prepared to give them?
I'm prepared to give Connie record albums, like she said.
Fine.
They are already boxed and ready to go, and more clothes of Carolyn and personal effects.
What personal effects?
Like jewelry, cosmetics, female personal effects.
Okay.
I still don't feel like it's fair because he's picking out what he wants to give
You
up.
cannot go into this man's house and pick and choose from his things what you
thank
want.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's our excuse. You may step out.
Oh, you guys are so lucky I didn't get up there. This man here, okay? This man here has been real physical with my sister when she could not walk, okay? And he's been a bum.
I think the motivation was behind Carolyn's life insurance, that the fact that Connie Wells was not on it, her twin sister, and her mother and myself was.
And now the next case.
All parties on Cherry versus Ocasio. Step forward, please.
43-year-old electrician Steve Terry says Tanya Ocasio's 13-year-old son, Ricky Hill, damaged a door to his home.
What's your first name, sir?
Ricky.
Step up here, Ricky. You're his mother.
Yes.
You weren't there.
No.
Have a seat. You're his father.
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't there.
Correct.
Have a seat. Step up here. What's your first name?
Steven.
Okay. How old are you, Ricky?
13.
How do you know the plaintiff?
We've been friends for a couple of years.
But there came a time a couple of years ago where you weren't as good friends. Is that right?
A few times, yes.
Problems over some stolen property from his house?
Yes.
He said that he thought that you had taken some property from his house. Is that right?
Yes.
And after that time, did you still remain good friends?
Yes, pretty good friends.
Were you allowed in his house?
No. His dad didn't let me in his house.
That was after the incident where things were taken out of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Something happened with the door to his house, which is what this case is about. That the door on his house got broken.
Yes.
Now I want you to tell me what happened.
We were all playing hide and go seek.
Who was playing?
Me, Steven, my little brother, and one of Steven's friends, Nick. And we'd stopped because everybody got tired. It was time, and Nick was going to go home in 20 minutes. My pager was inside his house. I'd asked them to keep it earlier inside his house. And they were going in, and then I was going to go in with them and get it, and they ran in front of me and shut the door. And I tried to push the door open, and it went open, and they tried to push it back, and it slammed up against the side of the wood on the house, and it just cracked the door.
And you must have pushed it pretty hard.
Or my pager was on top of his refrigerator.
How do you know it was on top of the refrigerator? Had you been in the house?
I saw him put it on there.
Where were you when you saw him put it on top of the refrigerator?
On the side door, on the steps, and the refrigerator's near it.
So you didn't go into the house?
No.
Because you know you're not allowed in the house?
Yes.
Did you tell him, I just want my pager?
Yes.
And what did he say?
They really didn't say anything. They were just saying keep him out. And
because he's not allowed to be in here.
I don't know. I think they were playing.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Did your little brother have your pager?
Yes.
So what were you doing trying to get into the house?
They gave the pager to him after the door was broken.
Are you sure about that?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Steve Terry says 13-year-old Ricky Hill damaged his door while playing with his son, Steve Jr.
Go over there.
Watch your step.
All right, Stephen. Let's see what happened.
Well, we just got done playing hide and go seek, and before that happened, we put his pager in the house.
How did that happen? That you put his pager in the house?
Well, he said he don't want it to get broken when he was hiding or something, so I put it on top of the refrigerator. We played, everybody got tired of playing, and so he asked for his pager back, and I said, hold on, I'll go get it. And so I went to get it, and then I thought, well, if I open the door, he's going to try to get in. And so finally I took it to the front door to give it to him,
Why didn't you just get his pager from the kitchen where it was and bring it outside?
Because I thought he might try to come in when I opened the door.
What would
So
make you, just a minute, what would make you think that? He didn't try to get in when you put the pager inside, did he?
No.
So what made you think that he was going to try to get into your house when he wanted to get the pager?
I'm not sure. I just guess I thought that. So I gave it to his little brother at the front door.
And?
I'm not sure from there.
What do you mean you're not sure from there? The door got broken. How did the door get broken?
I don't know. Nick, he was on the side door and I was at the front door, so.
Which door got broken?
The side.
And you weren't there?
Not at the side door. I was at the front door.
Step down. Did your little brother have your pager?
Yes.
So he had gotten your pager already?
Yes.
So what were you doing trying to get into the house?
They gave the pager to him after the door was broken.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Stephen, do you think that there was a lot of playing around here? Think you were all...
I'd probably say yes about that.
I think so too. Now, who was at the side door when the side door got broken?
My friend, Nick.
So you weren't there?
No.
So you don't know who was pushing and shoving, right?
Right.
So, wouldn't you say that both of you were responsible for that? Right? Would you step up, please? Is your last name Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Terry, you were not at home that day, is
That's
that right?
correct.
You have pictures for me to show me
Yes,
the
I
door?
do.
I'd like to see them. You have estimates on the door?
Yes.
Looks like $710, is that right?
Yes.
You understand that these boys were playing,
Yes, I did.
and it sort of got out of hand.
Yes.
There was a lot of pushing and shoving, and he was partially responsible. But so was a third boy who was in the back. So everybody was sort of involved in it, and your son is very honest that he wasn't at the back door. He can't tell me what happened at the side door. The defendant is mostly honest.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Play around, sometimes things get broken. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Stephen, the door was already broke prior to any of this happening at all. He's
Yeah,
been
but he broke
violating-
it more. According to your complaint, you needed some help in purchasing a car.
Correct.
And your mother agreed to help you with the purchase of the car. She was the co-signer?
Correct.
When was that? When did you purchase the car?
December 9th, 1999.
So you were over 18 at that point?
Correct.
And the car is in your name?
It's in me and my mom's name, yes.
Who put down the down payment?
I did.
And how much was the down payment?
I traded in my car that I had. They gave me $1,500 for it, and then I put $200 cash.
So far, is that correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much correct.
And then, according to what you've written here, your mother took back the car.
Correct.
And you don't have the car anymore.
No, my sister's driving it.
You took back the car and gave it to your other daughter.
She thought that she could make the payments on it, and...
You took back the car and gave it to your other daughter?
Yes.
Okay. When did you do that and why?
Tasha was late with her first payment. She quit her job that she had about 2 days after she'd got the car. And she didn't show me that she was going to be able to make the payment. She got ill. She had to go in for emergency surgery. And she left the keys on the counter in the kitchen when she went to the hospital. I took the keys and had them with me. I went to work, and I worked 10 hours. I'm gone 10 hours of the day. She came when I was at work and took all of her belongings. She lied to her grandmother because she wanted to borrow $25. There was a window broken out of the car already. When I found this out when I got home and she'd moved out, I decided to hide the car over at my brother's. Tyann then said that she thought that my other daughter she thought that she could make the payments, and together we made the first one. It was about a month overdue before we could make the first payment.
After a month, you took the car and you gave it to your other daughter. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have the car now?
Yes, I do.
Are you making the payments on the car?
I'm behind right now.
Well, how much behind are you?
A month.
And what about the insurance?
I don't have any.
I asked Tyann to, at the very least, put a for sale sign in the window if she's not going to bring it back to me, so that we could try to sell it, you know, because if I...
You're absolutely right. But you can't take her car away without giving her back her down payment. Do you understand? If you took the car after a month, she's out her $1,700.
It didn't go exactly like that.
Okay.
Tasha, I tried to communicate with her if she was going to be able to make the payment on ours. She'd started a new job, and then she'd gotten sick. And I didn't know if she'd made any money. She was working at the car lot that she actually bought the car from. She did not communicate that with me at all. That weekend, she showed up at her work with her paycheck, flaunting it. She never came to me and said, Mom, I've got the money, or anything. I was just protecting my interests.
Where is the car now? You have it.
She's got it. Won't
Are
give it
you
back.
living with your sister?
Yeah.
I know.
Just a second. Oh, this is very easy. You have a job now?
Not right now, no.
Well, how could you make the payments if you don't have a job?
The reason I don't have a job is because I'm going to Colorado at the end of this month, and I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks, so I can't really start a new job and then just leave. So I was going to get a job once I came back.
Well, who's supposed to make the car payments?
My sister, she's been making them, and...
How many car payments did you make altogether?
2 of them.
You made 2, and you've had the car since when?
The end of February.
And I made the rest.
I'm going to resolve this case very easily. She doesn't have a job, so she can't make the car payments, right?
Right, well, I can get the money. That's not a problem to do it.
Where are you going to get the money from?
From
my
her? Boyfriend? No, my boyfriend.
What?
I was
Yeah.
willing to make the car payment for her.
As a matter of fact,
and she made the car payment on my other car.
So that I could use, so I had a car to drive. I was making it on
You're the
his.
boyfriend?
Yes.
Right.
You're the boyfriend. Fine. So you have good credit?
It got bad in October. That's a whole nother issue.
Okay. I'm going to resolve this for your mother, because your mother did a very, very foolish thing.
Yes.
Well,
Because she co-signed for you. The car is titled in your name. The car is titled in her name. The loan, they would come after her, clearly, in the event that the car, right?
no, I actually talked to them, asked them if I could get off the loan and everything, and I said, now as far as coming after the payment, they said they're going to come after me first.
Yeah, but you don't
And
have
then-
any money, so then they're going to come
Right.
after your mother.
Everything is in my name only. I mean, she is on it, but
I have
everything.
papers that show that I
Doesn't
signed
make
and
any
everything.
difference. Let's say that you co-signed for the loan, so they come after you and they say, give us our money, and you say, I don't have any.
No, I could get the money. That's not a problem. I'm getting a job at the end of the month. I had all the money to pay for this
Fine,
car.
so this is your boyfriend, you're driving his car.
Right.
Right?
And I've been paying on that car.
But you didn't make the first payment.
Right, because I didn't have a chance to. I got real
No.
sick.
Here, I understand that. The bank doesn't care whether you
Oh, I
have a
know.
chance to.
I know.
Ms. Berquist, the bank doesn't care.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You don't have a car, you don't have a car, and you don't have a loan, because you don't have money, and you don't have a job, and you got the loan. Do you understand?
And later today,
You paid the bills in November,
Yeah.
in October,
Yeah.
in December, so you decided to stick it to him for January.
That would sum it up very well, Judge.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tasha Berquist says her mother, Melody Berquist, illegally repossessed her car.
Miss Berquist, this is what we're going to do. You're going to give the car back to your mother. Today! You are going to sell the car.
Thank you.
If you don't get enough from the sale of the car to cover the loan, okay, you can come back.
Okay.
That way, you don't have a car, you don't have a car, and you don't have a loan, because you don't have money, and you don't have a job, and you've got the loan. Do you understand? So the car is to be turned over to your mother today. You got it?
I got it.
You understand? You sell it.
I will. That was my plan.
Perfect. That's all. Thank
Well,
you.
he's not excused. You may step out.
Where do I go? This way. I'm not pleased, of course. I didn't even get to get all my stuff.
I feel bad. I love my kids, you know, that's why I did it.
And now the next case.
All parties on Graham versus Graham. Step forward, please.
47-year-old contractor Brian Graham is suing his ex-wife, 47-year-old registered nurse Cheryl Graham, for unpaid bills and the deposit on a car. Cheryl is countersuing for pain and suffering and harassment.
Mr. Graham, you and the defendant were married for 12 years, according to your complaint. Are you currently divorced, or are you still married, legally
We
married?
are divorced.
Okay, and what year was your divorce?
It was final about 2 months ago.
When did you separate?
September/October 1999.
And you got an order for spousal support, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say, Mr. Graham, that you had an arrangement with your now former wife that she would be responsible for certain bills. And when she did not pay those bills, you deducted that, because you paid the bills, from the spousal support.
That is correct.
And then you went back to court, and the judge told you that since it was an order for spousal support, you could not deduct the amounts that you claimed, because judges don't like it when anybody else fools around with their orders.
That would sum it up very well, Judge.
Right. So the judge told you that if you felt you had a claim against her, you could sue her in civil court.
That is correct.
Therefore, you're here. Now, you see what I managed to glean out of these 5 pages of papers that you wrote?
You're so good.
The only thing that was not clear to me, Mr. Graham, is what specific items you are claiming you had an agreement over with your former wife. So first, let me ask a couple of basic questions. What was the order for spousal support?
The order that I was to pay after paying for the car would be a cash payment of $330.20 per month, plus an amount for making up on a cash out for the house.
And that was on or about September of 1999.
The order began as of March 1st of this year, 2000.
So there was no order prior to March 1st?
That is correct.
Is that right?
According to this settlement, it was February 12th when I moved out is when he was to start paying support.
Can I see that, please? Did you both have attorneys?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Don't know the magic words of keeping it simple. Husband shall pay to the wife, as for spousal support, $625 a month, commencing on the day that the wife moves out of the residence. She's supposed to vacate the residence March 1st, 2000. Did you move out of the residence on March 1st, 2000?
I moved out on February 12th.
Okay. Did you make payments of spousal support, sir?
No, I did not.
Why?
We had a Dodge that was coming up to the end of its lease in December. I knew that a car would be needed for transporting the children and
these were
Cheryl.
your children?
Yes, correct.
These were your children that he raised over the 12 years with you?
Yes.
So I agreed that when that lease was up, I would purchase the car. And I said, but I don't have the down payment. That's when she agreed to pay $800 toward the down payment of that car and the auto insurance. Those would be deducted from the spousal support.
Okay, so you made a car payment of $800 and the auto insurance payment of how much?
$227.66 for that period of time, Your Honor. This is the written agreement that Cheryl gave me prior to that time, saying that she would pay $800 plus the auto insurance out of the spousal support or settlement order. We have more. The next item is the utility bills. Now, I moved out of the house in October of 1999, leaving Cheryl and the children staying in the house. Through the time we actually signed our final agreement, our final settlement agreement, Cheryl did pay all the bills. It seems, though, that on the day we signed that agreement, all payments of those bills stopped, and that was early in January. And then when she moved out, I moved back in, and I started getting bills that had not been paid, bills that were delinquent. They included the telephone bill, the gas and electric, water and sewer, the cable bill had not been paid. So that makes up a total of $778.26.
Did you pay those bills?
No.
Tell me why.
He did not move out of the house. And my daughter and neighbor know that he was there daily. He was there every morning to take my son to school. He came and worked in the house. He works for himself. A lot of the tools are in the garage. He was there daily working on projects for jobs. He used the shower. He used the house. All he did was go spend the night with someone else.
He was sleeping elsewhere.
Right.
And you did, in fact, Miss Graham, pay the bills prior to January.
Yes.
You paid the bills in November?
Yes.
In October?
Yes.
In December?
Yes.
Was he showering, picking your son up from school, using his tools in October?
Yes.
In November?
Yes.
In December?
Yes.
So you decided to stick it to him for January.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He was a wonderful father for 12 years. Someone does not just become an ogre, but he has gone from, we'll make this a civil divorce, to I'm out for blood.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Brian Graham says his ex-wife Cheryl Graham owes him for unpaid bills and a car deposit.
Okay. Let's hear you.
In August, before he told me that he wanted a divorce, we had discussed how we were going to handle bills and saving money for future and that type of thing. And I had agreed then to pay the bills. And I continued paying it until it occurred to me that we didn't have a future, and my contributing towards his future didn't make any sense.
No, but you and your children were living in the house.
So was he.
No, he wasn't living there. He was doing the same thing that he was doing in September, October, November, and December. The fact that you decided to change the rules, because that's what you said. You had agreed with him that you would pay the utility bills while you were there.
That was before he asked for a divorce.
You had said to him, I'll pay the utility bills while I'm here.
No, I don't believe that's what I said.
But that's what you did.
Can I make a comment here?
Sure.
I got the order for him to pay me all the arrears, and he was to pay me that on May 16th. He did not do that. 3 days later, he went and he filed this suit for just about the same amount. Several days after that, he canceled my car insurance. And when we did the settlement agreement, I didn't go after half of the business that I could have, because I was trying to keep it as a semi-civil thing, since there were kids involved and we'd known each other for 30 years.
Ms. Graham, you clearly had an arrangement with him that you were going to take over and pay for the utility bills while you were there, and you just decided in January, because you were going to be moving out in February, the hell with him, let him deal with that when he moves back in, which is really what you said to yourself. Sir, you understand now that you cannot resort to self-help in modifying a judicial order. I'm sure that the judge made that abundantly clear to you.
There is no doubt in my mind, Your Honor, that was inappropriate behavior.
Okay, so you can't do that. I gather, Mrs. Graham, that since you said you've known each other for 30 years, you did have a marriage in between because you have 2 children. It appears to me, at least, that Mr. Graham has been a reasonable and concerned step-parent to your children.
He was until August, yes.
Do your children have a relationship with their father?
He died.
He died.
Before Brian and I got married.
So that what the children know is this person as their parental figure.
Right. And that's not how he is behaving.
Well, there are always bad feelings when there is a divorce. I'm sure that there are hurt feelings on both sides. You know, it doesn't sound like a total cad to me. I mean, he did in fact say to you, you keep the car because you're going to need the car to get the kids. You just said to me that he would come back to the house to drive your son to school.
He was maintaining an illusion that he was living at the house. He had to come back to get his clothes. He had no clothes there.
That doesn't require him taking your son to school.
Like you said, he treated him as a son for 12 years.
Well, that's a nice thing. That's a good thing. That says to me that he's not an ogre. You're her daughter?
Yes.
It's just very unfortunate that when a marriage breaks up, there are such bad feelings. You know, I mean, if he was a good person for 12 years, he doesn't all of a sudden become a monster. Just remember this. There are always 2 sides to a story.
May I say something, please?
Sure.
I have requested from my mother that I be shown any documents in the way of letters or court papers that she has in which Brian has sent to her, and you said, yes, he was a wonderful father for 12 years. Someone does not just become an ogre, but it has appeared to me that he has gone from, we'll make this a civil divorce, to I'm out for blood.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
How old are you?
I'm 16.
Okay, the first thing is loving parents do not share with their children the particulars of a settlement agreement, and I don't care whether you're 14 or 12 or 6. It's an inappropriate thing to share with a child details of financial arrangements. And right now you no longer even enjoy the legal relationship of stepfather, step-parent with Mr. Graham. That's unfortunate. What about your brother?
My brother at the moment is living with Brian at the house.
So your brother is living with the plaintiff?
Right.
How old is Brian?
My
How
brother
old
is William.
How old is William?
18.
What is William doing?
In fact, he's graduating high school tomorrow, I hope.
He is.
Okay. And you see your son regularly?
Yes.
But you don't visit?
No, I don't visit with Brian by my own choice.
Okay, well, that's your choice. That's unfortunate. In any event, I am entering a judgment for $2,171 in favor of the plaintiff.
Can
That's
I
all.
get you to order him to follow the settlement agreement where he was going to be keeping the car on the insurance and taking the insurance payments out of the spousal support?
I don't understand, Mrs. Graham, why you wouldn't want the children.
4 and 8 now.
How come you never got married?
There was some trust issues, ma'am, that I couldn't oversee.
What do you mean trust is? You have a trust fund?
No, basically infidelity.
There was no trust.
Sounds
So what do
weird.
you have 2 children together for?
It sounds weird, Your Honor, but our first child was unplanned. It was an unplanned
Yeah,
pregnancy.
but then you have another one.
And then we had another.
The only reason I'm asking you this, Mr. Alvarado, is really not to get into your history, but to suggest to you that it's very difficult for a court when 2 people decide to live together. You know, we have courts for people who want a divorce because they're married. We have certain laws that are involved. You have, depending upon where you live, equitable distribution, community property. We have all kinds of laws. But if you live together for 9 years and you have a family and you don't have a marriage on paper, it's very difficult. No court's going to go back and trace who bought the skidoo. What is it? Oh. What do you say he has of yours?
Sea-Doo, Your Honor.
Sea-Doo.
Yes, ma'am.
Back in 1990. Nobody's going to look at that. Certainly not me. All right, so let's take care of this case very fast. What personal items do you say that she has of yours?
Well, she has several, Your Honor, but I'm only contesting 2. It's a personal computer that I had custom built by a friend.
Okay. When?
December of last year, Your Honor.
Okay. 1 computer and 1?
And a Nissan Pathfinder that the defendant and me purchased together.
So you purchased it together?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you say you purchased it together, then why would you sue for it?
Well, because I'm still paying for it on my credit card, and I just don't believe it's fair for her to drive something that I'm still paying for.
Okay, let's deal with the computer first.
Okay.
Do you have his computer?
No.
Where is it?
He picked it up with all his belongings when he came to the house in January when he picked up all his belongings.
No, I don't believe that. Why would he sue for it if he picked it up?
Because he knows that I wanted it, and he took 2 computers with him on that date.
No, Miss Ayala, listen to me very carefully. Just a second.
Sorry.
You saw him take the computer?
No, I was there the day that he
Did he?
picked up his belongings.
Did
Yes,
you see
it
him
was
take-
in his belongings.
Well, step up here, and I'll see you. Tell me your last name.
My name is Wendy Miller.
Miss Miller, you were present when he moved out?
Yes, I was.
When he came back with the truck and got all of his stuff?
Yes, I was.
Did you actually see him take his computer?
It was in a green tote, in one of those plastic totes. And I recall saying, Randy, why aren't you keeping this? I thought you were having one and he was having one. And she said, no, we decided he was having it all.
Taking both.
Taking both. Because she didn't want anything to fight over.
Because I've been in a physically violent relationship for the last 9 years, and I know what he's capable of.
So I just wanted to make it as easy as possible and give him what he was requesting, and done deal.
She says she saw you carry out the computer in a green bag, sir.
That's incorrect, Your Honor. I wouldn't be here, Your Honor, if I'm not that type of person. I mean, that would be totally petty for me to do. The computer was custom built for me. I'm a plumbing designer, so it's basically my trade. I don't have it.
She says she doesn't have it.
Well,
Is what you're telling me is that you don't have it?
That's correct.
Did you sell it?
No.
Yes.
Just a minute. Didn't sell it. You say that he took it.
Yes, he packed it up himself and took it.
I don't know who has the computer. I thought if it was easy, I might deal with it. It's not. All right, let's talk about the car. You two people had a marriage together. As far as I'm concerned, for 9 years. It wasn't a marriage on paper. I don't intend to spend too much time with this. Let's talk about the car. Let me see what you're paying off, sir.
Okay.
On the car.
Well, basically, I have paperwork also showing that I took a student loan for the computer.
I'm not interested in the computer. I don't know where it is.
Then I have paperwork from my credit card showing the orange highlighted area showing the balance transfer from Wells Fargo to my credit card for the balance of the...
Wells Fargo had nothing to do with it.
When did you purchase this car?
November 94.
November of 94. We're in 2000 now. You had a car at that time. Is that right, according to your answer?
Yes, I
You had a
traded in
300ZX.
I had a fully paid off 300ZX, and I traded it in for the Pathfinder.
That's incorrect, Your Honor. We had a Stanza right before.
In between, I'm sorry. I traded in for a Stanza. We had the Stanza for 9 months, then we traded in the Stanza for the Pathfinder.
That we've both been paying on.
That you've both been paying on.
Correct, Your Honor.
And how much is left on it?
I believe $3,000, Your Honor.
You have any reason to believe that it's all paid off? You say, in your answer, you say it was all paid off.
It is paid off.
It is paid off?
Yes.
Due to the fact that we put the balance on my credit card, Your Honor. That's why it's paid off.
Did you pay off the car by taking money out of his bank?
He made a student loan because he was not employed at the time, and that student loan was money for us to live off of.
That's incorrect, Your Honor. That's totally incorrect.
Were you employed at the time?
I was a full-time student, Your Honor, and I was receiving...
Employed was the word.
I was receiving unemployment for retraining for my profession, which is plumbing designing. And at the time, I was receiving an income through the state for unemployment retraining.
All right. When you purchased this 1994 car, 92 car in 94, did you use it as a family for the last 6 years?
Basically on the weekends, but during the week she would use it.
And how long was the note on the car?
It was a 3-year note, I believe, Your Honor.
Back then. 3-year note. But in 1994, that brings you up to 1997.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I never even knew she had pictures of other men in intimate positions.
I'm not interested in that, sir.
I never looked at that stuff. And she had that in my boy's bedroom. I mean, she had pictures of her and other men in our son's bedroom.
There we go.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Ramon Alvarado claims former live-in lover of 9 years and mother of his 2 children, Randy Shannon Ayala, owes him for some personal items. Randy says he owes her for a wave runner and Sea-Doo.
All right, let's get to your counterclaim. What do we have here? A 1990 Yamaha Wave Runner, a 1990 Zima trailer, and a 1990 Sea-Doo. Let's start with those things.
They're in both our names, all 3 items.
Yeah.
And I've heard from a friend that he's trying to sell them now for $5,000.
Yeah.
And he's never discussed it with me. I don't know if I'm getting half of this. I don't know what he's...
I don't know either. He didn't sell them yet. Didn't
put
sell
up for
them yet.
sale sign. I mean, my name's on it too. And
So he can't sell them without your name unless he forges your name.
That's correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when he goes to sell those things, unless he forges your name, which I assume he doesn't want to do because he wouldn't want to go through retraining again, then what's going to happen is he's going to have to say, I want to sell this, would you sign off on it? And you'll say, how much are you selling it for? I want half.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may.
What?
My father let me borrow the money for the trailer, for the trailer and one of the jet skis. I still own the money. I told the defendant that she's more than welcome to have them if she were to pay my dad. I just don't think it's fair for her to get something that my dad lent me the money to borrow. And the
Mr.
wave runner...
Alvarado, when you enter into a relationship, that is what I consider a permanent relationship, when you have one for 9 years and you make 2 children together,
Right.
you don't come in with a shopping bag full of problems to courts and say, you figure it out. Right now you got a problem, and your problem is that her name is on the title to these things. If she doesn't want to sign off on it, then you
Right.
can't sell it.
Right.
Then you may keep them as museum items and give them to your grandchildren.
Right.
Understand?
Right. My name's on the Pathfinder also, Your Honor.
Oh, just a second. Your name's on the Pathfinder. As far as I'm concerned, you bought this car 6 years ago. The car was paid off in 1997. If you took out money, and then she bought a Sentra, and then she bought this, I'm just explaining something to you, sir. We're not going back to the year of the flood
Right.
to retrace, because courts are busy.
Right.
To retrace these things, it's just not going to happen.
No, I wasn't asking you to do it,
Fine.
Your Honor.
Good. Now, all right, so we've taken care of your counterclaim with regard to the Wave Runner, the trailer, and the Sea-Doo. Now, say you want $650 that was mistakenly deposited into his IRA account instead of mine.
Yes.
What is that?
Back in April of '99, we both signed up for IRA accounts with our financial advisor to do automatic debits from our checking account. His checks got assigned to my application for the IRA, and my checks got assigned to his application. And so his automatic debits were coming out of my checking account, and mine were going out of his checking account. Once I was aware of the fact...
Just 1 second, madam. He each signed up for $50. Is that what you're telling me?
Every month.
Every month. Well, if he paid his 50 and you paid your 50, that means that
But it would be equal. Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
But he closed his accounts. He closed his checking account 2 months into the automatic withdrawals.
Fine, then you have to get in touch with the bank.
No, he needs to sign to transfer over the IRAs in his IRAs in my name and mine in his name.
Is what you're telling me the bank made a mistake?
No, the financial advisor guy made the mistake.
Sue him. Sue him.
All he needs to do is to sign his name saying that he's aware of the mistake.
Then
and
he should
won't
do it.
He won't do it.
This is the first I've ever heard of this, Your Honor. I don't have. If it's her money, she can have it. I don't need it.
Fine. Then you will go with her to the financial
Sure,
advisor, and if it's her money, fine. Otherwise,
I don't have a problem.
sue your financial advisor. All right. Now, Raymond also took $1,700 worth of savings bonds, $1,200 worth that belonged to me, and $500 that belonged to my son.
Dude, you're
Yes.
outrageous.
Okay. $1,700 were your savings bonds? Were they in your name?
Yes, my name / my son, Callie Alvarado.
Your Honor, I would never do that.
Before he moved out, he went through the whole house, ransacked the house, going
Your
through
Honor, I
anything
left
and
my
everything.
stuff there, Your Honor.
Just a
Because
second.
we were currently going through child custody stuff through the court, and
Yeah.
he wanted to
Right.
find anything and everything
That's not right.
to go against me, to make me look bad. And he found my savings bonds because I've always had them hidden, and now they're not there.
So you don't know where they are?
That's not right.
They're no longer in their place.
I would never
Listen
do
to
that.
me.
I would never do
Do
that.
I know you, I would never do anything like that. I don't know whether you would or you wouldn't. She has no proof that you took them, but all
Right.
she has to do is she has to report them to the U.S. Treasury that they
Oh,
were
really?
lost or stolen,
Right.
because if they're in your name / for one of your children, he can do nothing with them if he in fact took them.
Right.
And all you have to do is report them
Okay.
stolen, and you will get replacements.
Oh, okay.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
A gecko, that's like a big lizard.
It's actually a very small lizard. They range about 1 foot to 1.5 feet.
To me, that's a big lizard. Little ones, the ones that you see, little salamanders, you know, that you see, they're real cute, foot and a half. That's a big lizard.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Ramon Alvarado is suing the mother of his 2 children, Randy Shannon Ayala, for some personal items.
Yes.
Your Honor, in our 9 years, Your Honor, I deposited my check directly to our joint account, which I never had a separate checking account. I never dealt with the money. I never dealt with the bonds. I never even knew she had pictures of other men in intimate positions.
I'm not interested in that, sir.
Because I never looked at that
listen to me.
stuff. I never looked at that stuff. And she had that in my boy's bedroom. I mean, she had pictures of her and other men in our son's bedroom.
There we go.
Letters and stuff.
Your case, Mr. Alvarado, is dismissed. I've explained why to you with regard to what you are property that you are suing her for. And Miss Ayala, I've just explained to you why he cannot sell the Sea-Doo, etc., without your permission. And if you want the bonds, write a letter to the U.S. Treasury. That's all. Both cases on the counterclaim is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Whatever the judge said was fine with me.
He's nothing but a joke. I mean, obviously, he displayed his irrational behavior at the end, and he's a joke.
And now the next case.
All parties on Hageman versus Hoffman. Step forward, please.
19-year-old casino cashier Lisa Hageman claims former live-in boyfriend, 26-year-old photo lab technician Justin Hoffman, owes her for internet charges. Justin says she kept his pet gecko.
Ms. Hageman, according to your complaint, you and the defendant enjoyed an on-again, off-again relationship, and at some point, he moved into your house. Is that right?
Yes.
There was an arrangement for rent, etc. You say he didn't pay all the time, but your lawsuit involves an expense that you claim he owes you,
Yes.
and that is for a hookup for his computer.
DSL service.
What is DSL service? I'm completely illiterate when it comes to computers.
Personally, I'm not all that sure. I know it was to fix the problem we were having with the tie-up of the phone line.
Explain that to me.
Okay, it's a high-speed connection. It doesn't tie up your phone line. Makes your computer run faster and connect to the internet faster. That's basically it.
Is that right?
Yes.
And how much was it?
Altogether about $238.
Do you use the computer?
No, I didn't.
Were these your charges, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have that settled. She paid for that, and you were supposed to pay her back for that?
Yes, ma'am.
So now we'll hear your defense.
Well, I see no discrepancies in her statement. However, what she's neglected to mention is the fact that I had paid her $250 in rent during the week of March the 27th.
And what month's rent was that for?
That was for the month of April.
Yes.
I was kicked out of the apartment during approximately the April the 9th.
Okay. Did he, in fact, give you $250 on or about March 27th?
Yes, he did.
And was that for April's rent?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in fact, eject him from the apartment?
Yes, I did.
Was that on April the 9th?
Around there, yes.
Okay. Did you refund any part of his $250?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Because he had lived there for so long without paying rent.
Well, you allowed him to.
Yes.
That's your choice, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, you get some credit for that.
Yes, ma'am.
How much notice did she give you before you left?
Less than a week, ma'am.
Okay, you had a falling out or whatever?
No, I asked him just to make sure it was as soon as possible. I told him he could have basically as much time as he wanted.
Did she give you as much time as you wanted?
Negative.
Negative. What did she say?
She told me she wanted me out by the end of the week.
And you were?
Yes.
Did you ask her for any part of your rent back?
No.
Now you say there's another reason why you don't owe her this money.
Yes, it's on the basis of an exotic pet gecko that was my own expenses in purchasing that pet. And
a gecko, that's like a big lizard.
It's actually a very small lizard. They range about a foot to foot and a half in length.
To me, that's a big lizard.
Yes, ma'am.
Little ones, the ones that you see, little salamanders, you know, that you see, they're real cute. Foot, foot and a half. That's a big lizard.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Sounds to me, if it's almost a wash. Maybe he owes you a couple of dollars, but that's it. I mean, he lived there for 9 days into the month. That's a third of the month. Giving you some credit for the time that you didn't live in the apartment, but for which you paid rent. Now let's go to this tank. How much was the tank for the gecko?
That was approximately $75.
That was untrue. We called around and got estimates on the aquarium. The estimate we took was $60 for the aquarium and then another $15 for a heat rock, which the gecko needed because they need large amounts of heat. And I gave him the $60 of it.
So he put in 15,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Now, how much was the gecko?
50.
Is that right?
No, when he told me that he wanted to get the gecko, I asked him how much. He said $40. So I gave him $40.
Was this a present?
No.
Explain how that came about.
He originally was going to get a chinchilla, and when he mentioned that he could also get a gecko, I said that I wanted the gecko.
Do you like dogs and cats? Tell me your first name.
Chantel.
How old are you?
17.
Chantel, do you think you've been an easy teenager?
I've had my ups and downs, but I really wasn't a bad teenager, no.
But ups and downs?
Yeah, ups and downs, of course.
This lawsuit is about a time that you were living with your father.
Yes.
You had lived with your father once before when you were younger, and then you lived with your mother, and then you ran away, and you lived with somebody else, and then ultimately you ended up with your father for a while.
Yes.
And that didn't work out,
No, Your Honor.
and you left.
Yes, I did. He was never there because he had to
And
work
you
all
left.
the time. I'm serious.
Your father says that when you left him a $400 long-distance phone bill, and he sold the bedroom furniture to pay for the phone bill, right?
That's correct.
So I have a couple of questions. Who bought the bedroom furniture?
I did, Your Honor.
When?
It was September 3rd of close to 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
I drove up to Seattle and helped my ex move some things out of storage that she had in storage, and some of the items that were in there was a bedroom suite that did belong to my daughter, and
That was purchased by your former wife.
correct. And I brought it back to Portland and to my house, and I set her up in a bedroom there.
Great. And how long did your daughter live with you?
She moved in last May, and she stayed with me until the 29th of February of this year, Your Honor.
What happened in February?
Well, it was kind of a long road from May to February. I tried to...
Okay, let's keep it a very short road.
Okay.
The short road is things weren't working out?
Yeah, there were some frustrations, difficulties, discipline problems.
Okay. Did you ask her to leave, or did she leave on her own?
She left on her own, Your Honor.
Tell me about it.
I came home Tuesday from work, and there was a car parked in my driveway, Idaho license plates on it. I had no idea who owned the car. All I know that it was from Idaho. When I came into the house, I just went to see where my daughter was, and she was sound asleep on her bed downstairs, and there was this other person wandering through my house at that time.
The other person was of the male or female
That was
persuasion?
a female, Your Honor. I don't know her approximate age, but I imagine 17, 18, 19, something like that.
Okay.
At that time, that kind of really agitated me because we'd been going through this. I'd asked my daughter repeatedly not to bring people over unless I had a chance to meet them, and if I approved of them, then it was fine, but she just disregarded that and just did as she pleased. I went upstairs and I found that there was some liquor taken out of my cupboard upstairs, and I confronted my daughter with it, and at that time she said to me, it's not my problem, it's no big deal, it's my problem. And at that point I just got kind of really frustrated, and I told her, I said, Chantel, I think what we need to do here is I'm going to come home tomorrow, I'm going to put you on the bus, send you back up to your mom for a couple of days. I want to kind of sort things out here as what we can do, because things aren't going very good here right now. At that point, when I told her what I was going to do, she just blew up and started ranting and raving and cursing at me. And she left with a friend, or that person that was there. And
Okay, so you told her that you were going to send her back to her mom's for a while, but she just left with the friend
that's correct,
in the
Your
car
Honor.
from Idaho.
Yes.
Where did you go when you left with your friend from Idaho?
I had went to my boyfriend's house, and I stayed the night.
Boyfriend?
Yeah,
This-
my boyfriend, Sean Kelly. And
How long did you stay at his house?
2 nights.
Did anybody know where you were?
His
Did you call your mom?
Yeah, I tried to call her. I did call her.
Try. No.
Actually,
Did you-
I did call her, but I
Did
didn't
you
get
speak
to
to
talk
her?
to her. No.
So nobody knew where you were? Your mother or your father didn't know where you were at the time?
No.
Okay. So after 2 nights at your boyfriend's house, where did you go?
I went to my mother's house,
Who drove you there?
Bristol.
The girl that you were with?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And when for the first time did you ask your dad for your furniture back?
Right after I moved out. And he told me that I owed him a phone bill. And I told him, yes, I'm sorry. I currently didn't have a job at the time, and I was in the position of getting one. But I told him I would be more than happy to make one. And
make a what?
A payment plan.
Mm-hmm.
And that he said he wanted everything in full right now, or, you know, I'm selling the furniture. He called me and said that he had a buyer for the furniture, and that if I didn't have it by Friday, that it was gone. And me and my mother, we drove down there the following weekend and to go get the furniture, and we popped in as a surprise, and he said that he had sold it. So
popped in as a surprise?
Yeah, like, so we didn't let him know we were coming, so he couldn't, like, we caught him off guard, you know. And so he said that he had sold the furniture.
Mr. Girton, let me tell you what your problems are, sir. Teenagers very often have very expensive phone bills. It's nice if teenagers pay them, but you can't set off her phone bill against furniture that you neither bought nor paid for. Her mother bought the furniture. Now, if you said to me, I sold the furniture was there in my house for my daughter to use when she was living with me, she's no longer living with me, I sold it, I would say you're absolutely right. But you got the furniture from her mother. You can't sell that furniture. And you can't sue your daughter for a phone bill, because she's a minor. I owe a lot of teenagers. $400 for a phone bill is a lot of money. Sometimes I would have had a big smiley on my face if the phone bill was only $400. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Seems to me that the two of you should be working together, even though you're not married anymore, because your daughter seems to be running the show. Yeah. You understand? You couldn't have thought that your former husband was such a bad guy if you said you try to take care of her for a while because she's beyond me.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
That's what happens with teenagers, especially teenagers who are the children of divorce. Sometimes they like their mothers, sometimes they like their fathers, but they will always use one against the other.
And later today,
I put shaving cream on the side of her garage.
Why?
I was retaliating.
So far, you're honest. I give you that. Dumb, but honest.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 17-year-old Chantal Girton says her father, Richard Girton, won't return her bedroom furniture.
So first you were a villain, then he was a villain. Now you're okay. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's what happens with teenagers, especially teenagers who are the children of divorce. Sometimes they like their mothers, sometimes they like their fathers, but they will always use one against the other. If you allow that to happen, you're being a fool. But you're entitled to the money for your furniture back because you paid for it. Let me see the bills for the furniture. Chantel, are you going to school?
Yeah,
that was, suggests to me that that's not a quick yes.
I'll be starting in next month.
All right, so you see, the answer is no, you are not going to school. Are you working?
No.
So you're 17 and a half years old, you're neither working or going to school. Where's the boyfriend? How close does he live to you?
He lives with his friend next to me in Everett.
You live with a friend?
Yeah.
Not yet. Yes.
Yes.
Button up your shirt. Nice. If you come to court, don't show me your undershirt. Do you work?
Yes, I work.
For whom?
A roofing company.
Hmm?
A roofing company.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Well, how much did you pay? $23.93?
Yes, Your Honor.
$23.93. And what is this for? Is this the same agreement?
There's one for the stereo mount, balance owing.
And
the
what's
other
the
for
balance
bedroom.
owing on the stereo?
$1,300 plus tax.
What'd you do with the stereo?
I sold it, Your Honor.
It's $36.93. That's what it comes to. Bedroom set and the stereo. How much did you sell it for?
$450.
It's going to cost you $36.93 to replace it. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She's done numerous things in the past where she hasn't been accountable, and my only intent was trying to make her become accountable for some of the things she did.
I really did want to get to know my father and become close with him. But that didn't happen, and I'm hoping someday maybe there could be a chance.
Hey, sweetie.
And now the next case.
All parties on Radford versus Talbot. Step forward, please.
41-year-old Valerie Radford is suing her neighbors, Dwayne Talbot, his wife Terry, and their daughter, 16-year-old Ashley. Valerie says Ashley vandalized her garage with shaving cream.
Are you the daughter?
Yes.
You're the daughter who did the damage?
Yes.
Are you their neighbor?
Yes.
Father?
Yes.
Mother?
Yes.
Who are you?
Insurance broker.
Sit down, please. Shh. What kind of damage did you do to the plaintiff's house?
I put shaving cream on the side of her garage.
Why?
I was retaliating because her son threatened my brother.
What did the side of her garage have to do with that?
Well, I just got it with shaving cream.
Now, what did putting shaving cream on the side of her house, is the garage attached to the house?
Yes.
What did that have to do with this childhood squabble?
Well, I wasn't going to use eggs because eggs damage too much, and so I was just like...
What were you going to do anything for?
Because I was retaliating from what her son said to my brother.
Well, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
When did you do that?
It'll be a year in June.
Did she catch you doing it?
Yes.
Did you do it during the day or at night?
Night.
Did you expect to be caught?
No.
So far, you're honest. I give you that. Dumb, but honest.
Yes.
And your lawsuit is to be compensated for the damage that was done.
Yes.
To the side of your house.
Yes.
Do you have photographs of the house?
Yes, I do. And it's not just the garage, it's the stucco. And that's the problem. It can't be removed from the stucco.
Thank you. Is this that line?
Yes.
That's there? Did you try washing it off?
Yes.
When were these pictures taken?
About a week after.
Have you seen these pictures? Would you show them, please, to the defendants? So did you get estimates to paint
Yes,
the
I did. I
stucco?
have 3.
Can I see them, please?
The problem, my house is 10 years old. We moved in the neighborhood about the same year, and the paint can't be rematched. I mean, they brought books to try to match it. That's why they said the house has to be repainted. Because it's 10 years old, I mean, you know, the cracks and the normal wear and tear will have to absorb that, but it's just that we wouldn't be having to paint our house right now if this didn't happen.
Okay. Who do you want me to hear from?
The night that it happened, Valerie's husband came down to the house, told me what had happened. Ashley and I walked down, went immediately to talk to Valerie, and Valerie told us in no uncertain terms that she wanted us to do nothing, that it had already been taken care of. She then said that we should turn it over to our homeowner's insurance because her homeowner's insurance had said that ours should pay for it, which is exactly what I did. Now, the whole time I have admitted I never challenged the fact of Ashley doing it. This is the size can of shaving cream. This is exactly. We turned it into our insurance agent. The insurance agent, which I have here, Ted, the adjuster went out. There was no damage.
Well, there is damage.
Well,
there was damage.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She and her children have flipped us off. She has used her profanity.
That's ridiculous. I mean, her daughter was 100% wrong. It's also 100% juvenile.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Valerie Radford says neighbor 16-year-old Ashley Talbot vandalized her garage with shaving cream.
You're the agent.
And I wasn't aware that anybody came to my home.
They didn't have to go into your home to look at it, so we may have gone out. What is your last name, sir?
Talbot.
Well, their last name is Talbot. Are you related to them?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you related?
This is my brother Dwayne.
They do all of their insurance through your company?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you go out to look at the property?
Property was looked at after the claim was turned in August. It was observed. The case was negotiated with the adjuster, with the other party, and per the records that I've got, it was closed on October 6th.
What do you mean it was? I don't understand that. You mean the two adjusters got together from the two insurance companies? Who got together?
The insurance company got together with, I was informed, spoke with the defendant.
With the plaintiff?
Plaintiff, sorry. The case has been closed as of October 6th.
Well, but she was, did you ever get a check from the insurance
and I was
company?
never notified. No one ever spoke with me about it. The only thing I've gotten is being called names when I drive through the neighborhood. And
well, that's ridiculous. You have no proof that your company ever paid out a claim?
No.
Well, then it wasn't settled, because if the adjuster went out and spoke to them and your company closed the file, then it closed the file erroneously because she was never compensated, according to you.
That is correct.
So what are you doing here? Do you have anything to add to this case?
Nothing further.
Perfect. Sit down.
When Valerie talks about calling names, first of all, we very, very, very seldom drive by her home. That's number one.
No, when I drive by
Number two is every time she has driven by our house, she and her children have flipped us off. She has used her profanity. Even in public places, she has used her profanity. All that we asked was for this to be over and to leave us alone.
Well, first we have to resolve this issue of the house. I've read your answer, and your answer suggests that this was just some shaving cream and it couldn't be washed off. But I've seen the photographs, and it certainly appears that there is some, and I agree, minor discoloration between where you put the shaving cream and the house. Minor. Unfortunately, to make it right, she will be forced to repaint it and power wash it because of what you did, if she wants it to look the same. So it's going to cost you more then, and I think that you have to take that up with your brother-in-law. I mean, your brother-in-law did not do the right thing if it was closed. That's ridiculous. You have homeowners insurance. Your homeowners insurance should cover that. This is not difficult. The money part isn't difficult. The other part is more difficult. You have children?
Yes, I do.
You have boys?
2 boys and a girl.
Is it the boys that are having trouble with her son?
And they're 19 years of age. Mine is.
Well, you all got to get your boys in tow, because your boys are going to move out of the house, hopefully sooner rather than later, and you're going to be left as neighbors.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I mean, her daughter was 100% wrong. There's no question about that, but it's also 100% juvenile, and certainly not a good example for children, for your children, or your children, I don't know who's right or wrong, to see their parents acting in an inappropriate way. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
So if your boys are behaving badly, don't encourage them by setting a bad example. And in addition, if you're neighbors, you live next door to each other. It's terrible to have to pull into a driveway and feel uncomfortable, to have to walk down the street, to have to drive your car down the street and have your back up all the time. It's ridiculous. Life is too short, ladies.
I didn't consider it a business deal. The money came in much later. Everybody in the family knew Norville had a house in Victorville. He needed someone to move in the house because he couldn't afford 2 mortgages. He had just purchased another home. So he asked us if we could move in his house.
When?
We moved about the middle of April.
What year?
Last year, 99.
Okay, so you moved into the house that you thought belonged to him. Go.
We thought belonged to him, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. After we moved in the house, we took our time because we wasn't pressured to move out of our home. We had filed a Chapter 7. So we wasn't really pressured. We had it up for sale. We moved into the home in Victorville. As we got comfortable, My husband was paying Narvell $1,000 a month. I would ask my husband, get a receipt. But he was comfortable. That's his sister's son. Oh, that's my nephew. You know, that's my nephew. I had a conversation with one of Narvell's girlfriends over the phone who told me that the house that we had moved in under the influence that it was Narvell's wasn't Narvell's house. It was his sister's house who had deceased the following year, the year before we moved into the house. I don't realize we done moved in a house that's not Narvell. He had told us during those months that we can have the house. He didn't want it, you know, to just take over the mortgage. And later on he would quick deed the house over to me or whatever. My husband confronted Norvell about the conversation that I had with his girlfriend, that the house was in foreclosure. And so Narvell denied the house being in foreclosure. As time went on, my husband said, well, I'm going to start paying the rent, the mortgage direct to the mortgage company and stop giving it to you. Well, then Narvell came up to me. He says he was in some trouble. We found out he was in trouble with the law. He had another house prior to the house that we were living in. He needed to get out of his name. He said, Auntie, I have some property I need to get out of my name because I'm in trouble with the law and I need to get this property out of my name or they're going to take it. So he said, well, can you buy the house from me and get a loan on the house because I need the money for a lawyer. He said, and after I get all that straightened out, we'll do the paperwork for the house you're living in. I didn't want the house that he wanted in my name. I wanted the house that I was living in with my family. I have 3 daughters, and I don't like moving. It's very hard. So,
did you buy the house from him?
Yes, I did.
So that house that you don't want is now in your name?
Right. I only did it to help him.
Just a second. And you gave that money
yes, ma'am.
to him?
Yes, ma'am.
But now you own that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead.
So when December came, I have a copy of that check that I directed deposit straight to Narvell's account. I deposited that whole check in Narvell's account.
And in exchange for that, you got a house?
Yes, ma'am.
So, go ahead.
Okay. So I started telling Narvell, when you going to put this house in my name? Because I still kind of gave him control of the property that he put in my name. I didn't really take control of it. Because he had a tenant living in the house.
What difference does it make? It's in your name.
Yeah. I got a second loan on that house once it was in my name.
What money do you think he owes you?
He owes me $14,957.
So why are you suing him for $5,000?
Because I had to bring him to a small claims court.
Why?
I'd rather get the 5 than get nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is, ma'am.
No, that's ridiculous.
I'd rather get $5,000. I'm not going to get my money out of him anyway because he's finna go to jail next month.
Yeah, well, why did you enter into this deal with him
I found all this out later.
Why did you enter into this deal with him at the beginning? If you knew he had to get a house out of his name, that he was in trouble, and you thought you were going to get not only that house, but the house you were living in for just paying rent, I don't understand that.
No, I never had any intentions on the first house. I only was interested in the house that I was living in.
Then you made a very bad deal. All right, Mr.
Yes,
Fields.
I did.
You want to explain this deal to me, if you can? I still don't understand her deal.
I don't understand it either. But basically what's going on is they're very upset because I'm evicting them of my home. And ever since then, you know, I got a tape with her calling my house, leaving me terrible messages and things like that, cussing me out.
Mr. Fields, did you sell them another house?
Yes, I sold them a house.
For how much money?
$93,000.
That was the sale price?
No, it was $100,000. Sale price was $100,000. They loan now is $93,000.
And they put down $7,000.
Well, they didn't put up anything. I covered everything.
Explain that to me, sir.
They didn't come up with no money. Out of the equity I had in the home, I covered the down payment for the home.
Did your aunt give you $14,000?
She did deposit a check in my account for $14,000, yes.
What's that for?
Well, she took a second out to give me the money.
For what?
For the home. Because they didn't come up with any of the money for the home.
Okay. How much is this house worth?
Right now, I have no idea because it's burnt down.
Did you have insurance on it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Good.
Insurance fully covered it.
How much was the insurance policy on the house?
$93,000.
And the contents?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
What do you mean?
My
You're not-
sister.
Your sister knows how much
my
was the
sister
contents
knows,
of the
ma'am.
house?
The personal property inside the house was valued at $23,000, but the insurance is only going to pay $16,000.
16 plus 93. Is that right?
Right.
So, $109,000. Now, how much of a mortgage do you have on this house?
$903.
Will somebody come up here who knows numbers, who understands this, please? Somebody come up here, fast! I'm getting irritated, this whole
She
nonsense.
owes $93,000.
She owes $93,000. So she is ending up with $16,000 in cash in her hand, right?
Actually, no. She'll get less than that because Norvell sent some kind of claims adjuster to Pam. She signed an agreement for him to get 10% of the total amount
Who
of
cares?
recovery he made.
All right, so, had the house burned down?
I have it.
How did the house burn down?
One of the lady's children threw a burnt towel or something in the trash can.
Norvell has been contacting the insurance agency alleging that Pamela is committing insurance fraud. So the
Whether
house
he
is
is-
not being restarted or nothing is happening. Everything is
Let
stopped.
me explain something to you. I don't care. It sounds to me like you were all in a little conspiracy here. Everybody was in a little conspiracy to try to defraud somebody. I don't know whether it was each other, the federal government, the state government, the insurance company, but I certainly, in the brief period of time that I have to deal with this case, I'm not going to be able to figure it out. All I know is a house that stood for a very long time all of a sudden burned down and somebody's going to come away with some money.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What are you scheduled to be incarcerated for, sir?
Income tax checks fraud.
And you took the checks?
No, they took it. We split the money.
And later today,
Well, we didn't get along very well. But at the end of the trip, I asked him for my money, and he told me to go to hell.
It's difficult enough traveling with your mate. Traveling with a stranger is cuckoo.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Pamela Potts says she was scammed by her nephew, Narvell Fields, when he sold her his home.
You know, when you get involved in trying to do something to cover up and to try to evade the law, somebody always gets burned. That means he was probably trying to do a scam, but so were you. Courts don't help people when they're trying to scam somebody else and saying, well, we were trying to put over a scam, but I got burned, so please help me out. I don't deal with that. Now, you have a counterclaim for harassment.
Yes. No, I can let you hear it right here.
I don't
and
want to
tell you.
hear it.
Oh, okay.
What are you scheduled to be incarcerated for, sir?
For fraud.
For fraud?
Well, not really for fraud. For tax fraud. Taxes.
Tax fraud.
Right.
Is this the first time you were incarcerated?
Yes.
How long are you going to go away for?
21 months.
Well, what kind of fraud were you convicted of?
Tax fraud.
I understand that. Be
Check
specific.
frauds.
What do you mean check frauds? Explain.
Income tax check fraud.
Explain that to me.
Filing checks for people with Social Security number and get them a check back.
For dead people?
No, live people.
And you took the checks?
No, they took it. We split the money.
I have a feeling, sir, that you weren't terribly harassed. You understand?
No, I don't.
You don't look scared to me is what I'm trying to say to you, sir. And if you're going to be in jail for 21 months, you don't have to worry. She's not going to hurt you.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Good. Perfect. Then your counterclaim for harassment is dismissed. And you, Miss Potts, you go collect your insurance money. That's all. Case dismissed.
Parties are excused. Step out.
I'm kind of satisfied in a way because, like Judge Judy said, I still have a house that I really didn't want, and his countersuit was thrown out.
Oh, it was cool. I came here and got what I wanted. You know what I'm saying? She's a big liar. She got what she deserved. Nothing.
Don't do business with family.
And now the next case.
All parties on Lombardo versus Segarra. Step forward, please.
48-year-old male clerk Michael Lynn Lombardo is suing former friend, 44-year-old hairstylist Eli Segarra, for his share of a rental car during a vacation in Italy.
Briefly, this lawsuit is about 1/2 of a rental car, which is $139.
Yes, Your Honor.
That you claim Mr. Segarra owes you for a car that was rented by you on your credit card. While you were on a trip to Europe with Mr. Segarra, you traveled as friends. And the agreement when you traveled as friends was that you were going to split everything right down the middle. When you returned from the trip, Mr. Segarra did not reimburse you for the $139, and that's what you're suing him for.
Yes.
Mr. Segarra has some sort of a nonsense counterclaim, Mr. Segarra, because you claim that while you were on this trip with her, you sort of acted as the chauffeur and carried her luggage and stuff, and you want to be compensated for the exact same amount, $139. Is that what your counterclaim is?
Correct.
So what prompted you to travel together?
Mr. Segarra used to cut my hair. Okay. One day I was getting my hair cut. He said that he was going to Italy, and I said, oh, that would be my dream. And he asked me to go with him. I told him I could probably never afford it. He said that the airlines was having a special and we could get a round-trip ticket for $400. And once we got there, we would stay in youth hostels and we would split everything down the middle and it wouldn't be that expensive.
So far correct?
No. Well, first of all, I didn't invite her. She invited herself. When she heard me talking about my trip, she says that, and she makes me believe that she have never been out of a country anywhere, so far Pennsylvania. And I felt at that point that I didn't know what to say. So I figured out that I have
You
to
agreed. You agreed to go and agreed to split everything down the middle. So it's pretty much correct.
Pretty much correct.
All right. Now, tell me about the rental car.
Okay. He called me up one day and he told me that he had put a rental car, he had reserved a rental car on his credit card. He told me that the cost of the rental car would be $242. We would pick it up in Milan and bring it to Rome at the airport. He told me that usually when he traveled, he took a train but to go place to place, but since there was two of us, a rental car would be affordable. I said, okay. He told me he had rented a stick shift. I told him I couldn't drive a stick shift. He said, oh, you don't have to worry about that. I can drive a stick shift and I don't mind driving. Then he said, I put the reservation on my credit card, but I'm consolidating my bills and I don't want to put anything on my card. Could you please call Hertz Rental and put it on your card? So I'm thinking, okay, this is my friend.
Okay, so you did.
So I did it. Well, we didn't get along very well, but at the end of the trip, I asked him for my money and he told me to go to hell.
Okay, Mr. Segarra, let's hear your version of the events, sir.
Well, first of all, I did not even invite her. She invited herself.
Okay, invite. We're down to car. Let's hear about the car.
Never. I told her that I was going to go to Italy, and I don't rent a car when I go to Europe because of the European traveling by train or rail is much easier and much better. That was my first reservation in all my plans. Never had a plan on renting a car. When I called her 2 days later to find out and to explain to her how I travel and to travel cheap, I explained to her all the walking. I explained to her all the places that I say international hosteling for over one night over sleep and continue. She told me that she had a bad leg. Now, what bad leg? I don't know anything about. And I asked, what's wrong with her leg?
Excuse me. Come on.
What's wrong with her leg? She said, well, you know about my leg. I said, I don't know anything about your leg. So eventually, I said, but let me go home and I call and find out about the car rentals. She says, if I go, I need a car. That was what she said.
Just a second. Hold on. So you went home and found out about car rentals. That's what you just said to me, Mr. Segarra.
Yeah, I went and I found out because she said that she needed a car. So I went to find out how much it would cost a car because I never rent a car.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Well, you could have stayed at the youth hostel. You could have said to go to wherever you want to go.
She did not want to.
It's a free country wherever you went.
If we get together, we would have to stay together.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Michael Lynn Lombardo says her former friend, Eli Segarra, refuses to pay half of their rental car in Italy. Eli says Michael Lynn ruined his trip.
Okay, so you found out about the car.
Well, at that point, the guy says that the rate that he found, it was so cheap and so easier that he needed a number for a credit card to hold with on the no guarantee.
So that's correct. So you did, in fact, reserve the car initially on your credit card.
On my credit card, yeah.
Okay.
I called her and I let her know about what I had done.
The car. And did you tell her that you didn't want to keep it on your credit card Because you were consolidating some bills.
No, exactly. I used my credit card just to hold the car, but not because I wanted to have the car.
Well,
I mean, in the credit card. I told her I'm going to use my credit card because I was consolidating, and my plan was not renting a car. My original plan.
Ah, okay. Did you drive the car?
I drove the car.
Okay. Was it a stick shift car?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she couldn't drive a stick shift car?
She did say that.
Now, I assume that you did not have a really fun time when you were there, Mr. Segarra. Is that right?
No.
Now, tell me about your counterclaim, sir.
When we went into the youth hosteling or international hosteling for a lodging, there was, in certain circumstances, there was non-room available for a female. And this international hosteling separates males and females.
So?
So there was not available for the ladies. So I came and I told her, I says, there's nothing for ladies, there's for males. So I would stay in the room, and then I'll take her into the local hotel if she had the money to pay for the hotel or whatever, because it was nothing for a female. So then she says that that if we would have to be together, we should have to get the room in the hotel together, and I thought that was a lot more money that was not in my budget, Your Honor.
So is what you're telling me, sir, you didn't stay in a youth hostel a couple of times because they wouldn't allow women, so you went to a hotel?
Exactly.
Is that your counterclaim?
That's my counterclaim for the expenses of the extra hotels and
Did you stay at the other hotels?
Yes, I did.
Well, you could have stayed at the youth hostel.
Exactly.
You could have stayed there, but you didn't. You could have said to go to wherever you want to go.
She did not want to.
It's a free country wherever you went.
If we get together, we would have to stay together.
Mr. Segarra, your counterclaim was ridiculous when I read it the first time. It's even more ridiculous now. She never agreed to reimburse you for the difference between the hostel and the hotel, right?
No.
Okay.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I want to tell you something. I don't understand how people who really don't know each other decide to travel together. It's difficult enough traveling with your mate. It's difficult enough traveling with your mate and children. It's difficult enough traveling with just your children.
It's difficult enough saying it.
I agree. It's difficult just saying it. Is absolutely right. Traveling with a stranger whose hair you do for a while, is cuckoo. In any event, you had an agreement that you would split the expenses. I find that you did, in fact, make